All participants. Let's see.
Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome to the workshop, to the List-Building Extravaganza. Hope everybody's having a great day. Just real quickly, we don't have a whole lot of people in yet. Thank you guys for showing up on time. I'd love to hear from you in the chat. Where are you joining us from? And if possible, we'd love to see your videos on. We'd love to see your smiling faces here. This is a workshop. It's not, an event where I'm just going to be, I'm going to be speaking to you all day. You're going to be learning a lot, but I do want to see faces. I do want to see some engagement and some action out there. We got, oh, hey, Janelle is coming into us from SLO, San Luis Obispo. Love that area.
Great to see you.
Central California there. Welcome. Who else do we have in the room? Let us know where you're coming in from. Quick check in with everybody. Oregon City, Oregon. Jan, we were just out in Ashland. Just got back a couple days ago. We're there for about a week for the joint venture experience, JVX Live. A lot of fun. We love going to live events. Everybody else, are you just kind of listening like a fly on the wall? Let's see some info in the chat. There we go. Gary from Austin. Good to have you here, Gary. Kim in your car in New York. Awesome. Welcome, Kim. Marcia from Houston. Jan's daughter went to college in Ashland. Awesome. Kim saying hi to everybody. Be careful if you're driving. I know it can be tough to text, so don't worry about that if you're behind the wheel. If you're just someone else is driving, that's fine. We're letting some more folks in the room still. All right. Great. Yeah, you're just sitting right now. Chris and I will take turns driving so the other person can sometimes jump onto calls when we're traveling anywhere. Love that tenacity to show up even if you're on a trip somewhere. Dr. Art Ekstat, I hope I'm pronouncing that properly, coming in from Phoenix. Bandwidth problems, gotcha. Yeah, if you want to stay off video to save your bandwidth, that's totally fine. Wayne Meyer from OTR. OTR, what is that, Wayne? Not familiar with OTR. Okay, we will ask everybody else to mute yourself as you come in. I'm going to go ahead and hit mute all right now, and then we'll just make sure that we're not getting all that background noise in there. Okay, Krista, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, indeed.
Great. Awesome. Well, let's get this party started. So first off, just welcome everybody. We really appreciate you showing up today. And today, as you know, is the List-Building Extravaganza. Welcome. And I mean it. Today is not an event. I'm sorry, not a webinar. It's not that kind of event. It is an extravaganza. This is where things change. This is where your business is going to stop crawling along, if that's the way you've been feeling about your business. And we're going to have you get some stuff in action that can start sprinting. So before we go anywhere, we still got a few more people coming in. Just pop in. If you're new coming into the room, pop into the chat where you're coming from, where you're joining us from. And we want to, have this thing go big. I know we've got some people there. We got Miriam in San Francisco. On the road for Wayne. OTR, on the road.
That makes sense. On the road.
Yeah, makes sense. We got Gary's viewing from his desktop that doesn't have video cam. It's totally fine if you can't be on camera. If you can, would love to have you guys on camera. And if you do come into the room fresh, please mute yourself, or we will continue to try to keep people muted in case there's background noises. But right now, we've got people coming in from all over the states. Let's see. Ultimately, we'll hopefully get some folks from outside of the continental U.S. as well. People still popping in.
First one here, John and
awesome. Kim. Awesome. All right. So we got a worldwide movement going on here, and people showing up from everywhere. I just love it. So while you're warming up your fingers, give me a quick one. If you're ready to have some fun, type hell yeah in the chat. If you're not driving, Okay, let's get a hell yeah in the chat if you're ready to also have this be fun. Yes, there we go. Janelle's ready. Krista's ready, of course. Marcia, Dr. Art, Xstat, awesome. Yeah, this is the thing. Chris and I, for those of you who know us, you've been in our world for a little bit, you know that we're all about fun. We love to make business fun. It's part of our lifestyle. It's like, why would I have created a job for myself if it wasn't going to be fun? And so this is kind of what we're talking about with this being an extravaganza. We don't do mild here. So listen, if this were a normal training, you'd be in the wrong room. But as I said, this is an extravaganza, and that means something. It means big breakthroughs, big clarity, big momentum, and big energy. And of course, the beginning of your big list. Okay, this is the list building extravaganza. So today is the day that you finally see what happens when you stop playing small with your list, when you stop pretending that a couple hundred leads is enough, when you finally understand that bigger businesses have bigger lists, period. We're going to open that future for you, and then we're going to show you how to accelerate into it. So let's get real right from the jump. Okay. So whatever challenges you think you have in your business, all your frustrations, all the slow months where the revenue maybe didn't stretch to cover all the bills, all of the nobody's buying panic maybe you've gotten into from time to time, all the I need to fix my website spirals, or I need to fix my webinar, or any of that. I promise you, every single one of your business problems lead back to one thing. You don't have enough leads. That's the bottom line. A steady flow of leads fixes everything. Now, I know that may seem like a bold statement, especially if maybe you're going, well, how's that going to fix my employee problem? You know, I have a problem finding the right employee or anything. Trust me, if you had more leads, you would have more sales. More sales means more money. More money means you can hire better people. Okay, so leads, yes, will even fix employee problems. All right. And once you accept that, your entire business is going to snap into focus. Every business on earth. I don't care if you're a coach, a consultant, a dentist, a dog walker, or you work at NASA, or you are NASA. Every business is built on only three things: lead generation, sales, and fulfillment. That's it. Not 20 things, not 100 things, just three. Okay. And here's the kicker. I'm just going to go out on a limb, not a very big limb, but I trust that you know how to fulfill. That's your magic. And I'm not here to help you with that. I just have to trust that you're in this business. You showed up here. You're on my list. You got invited, or maybe you're on one of my partners' lists who invited you. You are here to actually build a business. By the way, I just had a request come in for recording. We are recording this. No one else can record this. This is our IP that we're offering today. So please do not try to record or bring in your recorder. We will make the recording available afterwards. It's going to be long. It's 6 hours. So we'll see about the best way to get that out to folks, but please don't try to record today. All right. So again, I trust you know how to fulfill. That's on you. And I'm also not here to teach you sales today, because honestly, sales becomes easy when you have leads. But without leads, nothing. No leads, no sales. No sales, no fulfillment. No fulfillment, no business. Simple, but it's shocking how many entrepreneurs miss this. Most entrepreneurs are trying to fix their fulfillment, or trying to fix their sales, or fix their offer, or fix their branding, or their confidence. But none of those things matter if you don't have anyone to talk to. Lead generation should be job one for any business, not job five, not job whenever I have time, job one. And once you truly, deeply understand that, your business stops feeling mysterious. Literally, it'll become a simple machine that you can build, predict, and you can scale it. So today, we're going to help you to see how to build that machine piece by piece, brick by brick. And by the time we're done, you're going to see exactly where your business has been stuck, and you're going to know exactly how to unlock it. So give me a yes in the chat if you're ready to go all in today. A yes in the chat if you're ready to go all in. Oh, that's a big yes from Janelle. She's stoked. Love it. Awesome. Awesome. Good. And I'm going to be checking in with the chat from time to time to make sure you guys are paying attention. I know you came here for a reason. Get the most out of this. And I will also tell you this, that it is a progressive day. It is a 6-hour live stream. I'm not taking any breaks. I'm not even going to get up to go to the bathroom. I am here with you guys. I say that now. I might be cringing about 3 hours in, but
I know I
uh,
will.
yeah, I'm here to be with you the entirety of this day. That's my commitment to you. And I hope that you guys are committed to yourselves equally, to your business equally by sticking through all of this. All right. So buckle up. The extravaganza is officially underway. All right. So now that we've established what I call your big domino, okay, your big challenge in your business, your only problem is leads. That's your big domino. Now we need to talk about something nobody tells new entrepreneurs, which is important that you know. Even when you have leads, most of them are not buying right now. And this is where so many coaches get discouraged because they're expecting apple tree results from seeds they planted last Tuesday. Okay. You've all heard the expression, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The next best time is today. But you can't expect anything that you plant to immediately give you that fruit. And so it may sound discouraging, but the reality is most of the people, most of your leads are not buying right now. And I really want you to get this because it's going to impact how you build your business. I just recently was at acquisition.com, acquisitions headquarters out in Las Vegas. How many of you know Alex Hormozy? Quick show of hands, or know of and who Alex Hormozy is. Great. Several of you do. I recently won a day with Alex, not just solo, but a day with a group of people. And this was out at their headquarters. And it was fortunate. I was one of his JV partners promoting his recent book launch. And I got awarded this for performing as a JV partner. And this was a really cool part that I love that he did this because I thought it was absolutely brilliant. He stood up on the stage and he asked the room, how many of you just recently started following me? Only a few hands went up. Then he says, well, how many of you have been following me about a year, little less than a year? A few more hands went up. Then he says, how many of you have been following me for more than 3 years? And boom, the majority of the hands in the room were raised at that point. So, and this is what he was bringing to the attention in a very visceral way, physical way. You could see it. He says, you see, this is the long game. It's not a get rich quick scheme. People follow, they watch, they wait, they grow trust over time. That's why the room was filled with people who've been following him for years, not just new people, very few new people. And this is how lead behavior actually works. And another example I can use to drive this home is one of our Infinite Leads members came to me frustrated. She had been very happy with the results she was getting as far as lead growth, list building. She had built a list of around 4,000 leads in her first year, which is phenomenal for a newer entrepreneur. But she said, Michael, nobody's buying. Something's wrong with these leads. So I had to dig a little deeper with her. And in so doing, I discovered that she only had one offer that she was putting out to these people. And that offer was $25,000. So I looked at her and said, of course, nobody bought. You can't email someone and say, hey, stranger, want to drop 25K? That's just not how humans work. That's not how email marketing works. $25,000, that's a room sale. That's a 3-day event sale, a relationship sale, not an inbox sale. So her leads weren't broken. Her expectations were. Because you didn't get this piece, which I think is critical, and I'm going to dive into it a little more deeply today. And that is that people buy when they are ready, not when you are ready. That's a writer downer. People buy when they are ready, not when you are ready. Some are warming up. Some are researching. Some may be healing. Okay. They're just not ready. Some don't trust themselves. Some don't have the money right now, but will have it in 6 months. Some need multiple touch points. And most importantly, They need time to feel safe and time to believe in you. So you have to understand this, or you will misdiagnose your business forever. And this is exactly why I created the list system, because leads behave in predictable ways. And once you understand that, you stop panicking and you start profiting. When you understand that most leads simply aren't today buyers, you stop blaming yourself and you stop blaming your audience. And that's when the whole game really starts to open up. So, are you ready for the real model that will change the way you see every lead you ever get? If so, I want to let's go in the chat. And I've got Krista, my sweet fiance, is here monitoring the chat for us as well. So if you do have questions, hopefully if it's a little one, she can answer it in the chat. Otherwise, if it's a big one, we'll have time for some Q&A at different points today as well. All right, good. Everybody's ready to rock and roll. So we're going to dig into something known as, well, it's the buyer's pyramid. And that's something that should be taught on day one of every business school in the world. And yet almost nobody knows this. Okay. Again, it's called the buyer's pyramid. And once you learn it, you'll never look at your leads the same way again. So here's how it goes. At any given time, and by the way, I'm not doing a bunch of slides today. I hope you guys are fine with that. It's just going to be me kind of talking with you. I decided it'd be more fun to do it that way, to just be real, live, straight into the camera with you, so that you just are hearing it direct. Don't have a bunch of slides because I want it to be more off the cuff. So the buyer's pyramid. At any given time, your entire audience sits in one of these categories. We're going to break it down, 100%. The first 3%, any market, I don't care what market it is, 3% are buying today. The next 7%, they may be buying this month, okay? The next 30% will be buying within 6 to 12 months. The next 30% buying within 2 to 5 years, maybe 6 years. The next 30% will never buy. That's it. That is 100% of the market. That's the whole marketplace. You cannot change it. You can only leverage it. So I want to just make this real, drive this home for you using a brand maybe you've heard of. Have you guys ever heard of Toyota? Raise your hands. Okay. So we all know Toyota. Does Toyota still advertise? Absolutely, they still advertise. Okay. They're a global brand. They've got universal recognition, but they also know the buyer's pyramid. Okay. So 3% of people out there, they're actively shopping for a car today. Maybe their transmission just died. Maybe they're replacing a car that got totaled. We've had a couple car totalings in our family. They need to upgrade immediately. 3% of the market is buying a car today. 7% will be buying sometime in the next month. Their lease is about to be up. Maybe their teenager just got their driver's license and they're ready for a car. Maybe their current vehicle's questionable of how long it will last. That's that 7% who's going to buy pretty darn soon. The next 30% are probably getting ready sometime this year. Maybe they're saving for the car. Maybe they're planning it. I'm going to get a new car in 6 months. Maybe they're watching prices and see what's going on, but they're not buying today, but they're going to within the next 6 to 12 months, about a year. The next 30%, they're off the market for years. Think about it. The people who just bought a car, well, they're probably not going to buy a car for another few years. Or maybe they're leasing a car and they've still got 2 or 3 years left on that lease. They're not going to buy in the next year. They're off the market for now. And the final 30%, they will never buy a car. I know that may sound weird to some people, but it sounded weird to me at one point. And I'll give a real life example because, when you think about people in New York City, they don't drive. They don't need a car. Parking is insane. As a matter of fact, it could cost as much to keep a car in New York as it costs to rent an apartment in Ohio. Okay. So when I moved to New York as an actor, I was told to put on my resume, there's always this section that you put in your special skills. I can juggle, I can sword fight, I can whatever the things are. And I was told you should put that you have a driver's license there. And I was like, everybody's got a driver's license. They're like, not in New York City. Most people in New York City use mass transit and don't drive. And that is the group that will never buy a car. And it's not Toyota's fault. So I hope this drove it home for you, because when you think about your list and you go, well, why isn't anyone buying? Well, it's because you're emailing thousands of Toyotas, but only 3% of them need a car today. All right. I want you to get that. Only a small percentage are buying. And I'm going to give you some more bad information in a little bit. Not just yet. I want to dole this out slowly to you. But I also want to tell you that this is why giveaways, which we're going to be talking about giveaways today, and we'll explain those if you don't know what they are. Why giveaways work so well is because you will stay in front of the 67% who will buy within the next 1 to 5 years. Not today, but someday. You will stay in front of them so that when that day comes, well, you know how it works, and this is why Toyota still advertises, they buy from whoever has stayed top of mind. And we want that to be you. That is what I call playing the long game. And here's where it gets juicy. Bigger businesses have bigger lists. It's not because they're smarter. It's because they have more at-bats inside the pyramid. I want you to think of your list in a whole new way. And before we dig into this next piece, I also just want a quick check-in from everybody who's here in the chat. If you have a list of less than 500, put U5 for under 500. Just put U5 in the chat if your list is smaller than 500. Good, good. You people are in the right place. Yeah, a lot of you, a lot of you. Okay. If your email list is bigger than 500, but under 1,000, put U1. I'll just know that that's for 1,000. U1. If it's bigger than 500, but under 1,000. Okay, we got a few more people in that range. If your list size is bigger than 1,000, but under 2,000, put U2, like the band. If your list size is between 1,000 and 2,000, put U2. Okay. If your list size is, and because I know not everybody's put something in there, but if your list size is over 2,000, just put O2. And we'll see if we have any people with bigger lists in the room. If your list is over 2,000, there we go. We got a couple of people with lists over 2,000. Awesome. So this next piece that I want to hit you with, and as you hear some of these numbers, you can express into the chat, like, you know, what it looks like for you. But here's the reality for me. I learned very early on. Jeff Walker was one of my mentors. And one of the things that Jeff Walker says that I've quoted gazillion times is any business really falls down to two rules. Basically, the way he puts it is there are two rules to business. Rule number one, only sell stuff the market really wants. Rule number two, always be building your list. Always. And I learned that very early on, but it's one of those things that it made sense to me. Like on paper, one could write it down and go, yeah, that totally makes sense. But I didn't get it in my body. Kind of like, I could write a description of how to ride a bicycle. I could talk to you about how to ride a bicycle. But until you actually get on a bicycle and you feel what balance is and you learn how to shift your body with the weight to keep the balance, you only get that by doing it. That can't be taught just verbally to somebody, right? And that's what this is like. Okay, so I got it. You should always be building your list, but I didn't feel it in my body until my list hit 10,000. And when it hit 10,000, it was a game changer. And I mean, in a big way. I started noticing stuff that was incredible. First of all, you also, when you're at 10,000, you stop worrying about where clients come from because they start just coming automatically. You start to get invited to play with other players. When your list hits 20,000, your launches will pop harder, your collaborations will explode, and your authority skyrockets. These are the incredible things of growing a large list. When your list hits 40,000, which is, we're just over 40,000 now, you can practically print money. Okay, now I'm not being dramatic here. Jeff Walker, at one of his points, a presentation, he said, having a big list is like having your personal ATM. And when you hit 100,000, you can control your entire business destiny. It's like literally being able to, you know, like Jeff Walker put it, they had a daughter getting ready to go to college. They were going to have this big expense. They needed to make some money to cover that. He created an offer, got it out to the list, made the money like that. Like I said, he called it like a personal ATM. And when you hit 100,000, you can control everything about your business. This is why we build the list. This is why infinite leads exists. Is everyone still with me? Give me a yes in the chat if the pyramid just cracked open your brain a little bit and you're starting, this stuff is starting to sink in. Just a yes in the chat will be good. Marsh already says, I believe that it's so true. Yep. It's like having an ATM machine. All right, great. Zenit gives it a yes. Okay. Great, because I want this stuff to sink in because we're stacking right now. We're stacking knowledge and information so that we can help you to really seriously transform your business. Okay. So we're going to jump into a couple of pieces that we also want to build upon now. So now that you understand the reality of your leads and the buyer's pyramid, I want to give you the tenets, TENETS, the foundations of a real business, because quite frankly, nobody's teaching these. And it really pisses me off that a lot of coaches aren't really doing the right service of teaching people some core functionality, uh, general business rules, because these are the things that determine everything. So remember, the very first thing we covered, business is three parts: lead generation, sales, and fulfillment. Three moving parts. If lead generation is broken, everything is broken. You got to get that. That is a general rule of business. If your lead generation is broken, everything is broken. And here's the next truth. This is the other one I mentioned a little bit ago. You may not like to hear it, but it is the reality. 98% of your list will never buy your offer. 98%. Now, I know some of you out there, especially if you've got a small list, you're going to probably not believe that. And at this moment with your list, you would be right because your list is still small. I remember when my list was small, I mean, heck, at first it was comprised of people who bought from me. That's how they ended up on my list. Okay, so someone whose list is only people who bought from them, well, yeah, you're going to have like 100% of your list. But the reality is, when you go to scale your business, when you get into growth mode, and you want to expand in a big way, you will find that a smaller and smaller percentage of your list will buy from you. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's entirely normal. It's not a failure. It's not a sign that your marketing is bad. It's simply the nature of the marketplace. I remember the first time I heard this when my list was still relatively small. I heard it delivered from stage. It was trying to lose a name for the moment. Justin Livingston was speaking at a JBX event. I think this is back in 2018, so a good 7 years ago. And he asked from the stage, he's like, hey, you know, myself and my partner, he was partnered with Callan Rush at the time. He says, we have a big list, over 100,000. What percentage of our list do you think is ever bought from us? And people were popcorning out numbers like 5%, 10%. 20%, 8%. He says 1%. 1% of his list had ever bought from him. And when your list gets that big, the bigger your list gets, the smaller that percentage will be. Okay, so just bear with me on this. Just accept that as a fact. When your list really grows, when you go to really scale, that's the nature of the beast. But the good news is they may buy from somebody else. Okay, or they might buy when you put out a right offer later, like a low ticket offer. You know, maybe you put out a $7 offer and you'll get a jump of a percentage that will buy from you. But the best part is they may buy your affiliate offers, which is incredible. They may attend your events. Like a lot of people who are showing up today, a lot of people in this room, and I can recognize by the names, several of you have bought from me, but a lot of you have never bought anything from me. But you still show up when I invite you to an event like this. So that's good. It's all part of the process. This is how real business works. Remember, you just saw the pyramid. So you now understand why 98% aren't buying today, because they're warming up. And potentially those of you who are here have never bought from me, hey, maybe you're a future buyer, or maybe you're a never buyer from me, but maybe you'll buy from someone else. Like I promote Jeff Walker's launch every year. And every year people buy it from my list who haven't bought from me before. And that's totally fine. Okay. Because I'm here to support people in whatever works best for them. And I know I'm not going to be right for everybody. And the list system teaches you how to segment, nurture, and monetize all of these across the board, which is critical for you. Because most entrepreneurs live in what I call feast or famine mode. Okay, how many of you are familiar with this? You launch, you make money, you fulfill, the money runs out, you panic, you repeat the process over again. You launch again, you make a little more money, you fulfill on that, and the money runs out again, and it's rinse and repeat. It's like a roller coaster. It's exhausting, it can be demoralizing, and the reality is it's absolutely unnecessary. This income roller coaster exists because your lead flow is a roller coaster. And I love Jeff Walker's teachings. I'm in his launch club right now. I do launches. Today is kind of considered a launch, although we're not doing it in the PLF style. Those of you who are familiar with Jeff Walker, product launch formula, we're doing a different style of launch today. But the thing that is the reality around this is that when you're in these launch cycles, you will get a big burst of leads for that event. This is what creates the roller coaster. You get a whole bunch, like especially when Jeff Walker's doing a big launch, he'll get 100+ partners promoting it. He'll get a whole bunch of leads come in. He'll make a bunch of sales, and then it peters back out, and that doesn't happen again until he does next year's launch. Now, he's got that dialed in to a science and does really well with it, so it works for him. But for many people, it doesn't. For many people, they do the launch and maybe the launch doesn't go as well as his do. His launches are always over $1 million now. But if you do a launch and maybe you make 100,000, it's like, well, that's not even enough to carry you through the year. So now you find, oh, what am I going to do during this famine cycle? So now you're on the down edge of the roller coaster. But the reality is that once your lead flow stabilizes, your revenue stabilizes. Your own income will level out. And this happened for me, fortunately, because I continued growing my list in a constant way, in a regular way that was not the roller coaster. And so my income leveled out. And the good news is it levels out more towards the top of the roller coaster. That's the other cool part. You know, if you look I wish I had my whiteboard behind me here. I could show you, but if we were looking at the roller coaster line, a lot of times when we're in the lower edge of the roller coaster, we fall below our nut, like what we need to maintain our lifestyle. And sometimes we dip below that and then back up and below. I like to keep all of any roller coaster dips being well above that necessity line. And that's why when you develop a system of steady lead flow, you will level out and it'll be above that. You'll be closer to the top of your roller coaster. And entrepreneurs often fail because they have no clue what their numbers even are. Okay, so part of this roller coaster mishap, this poor way of running a business, is because you aren't tracking your numbers. So, Krista, I'm going to ask you to put some definitions as I say these to people, but these are going to be the numbers that you want to look at. Now, obviously, you want to know how big your list is, but I will even tell you with that, don't sit and sweat on it, especially for those of you who put under 500. Okay. I remember when my list was about 300 and I sent out an email one day and I got, I don't know, 10 unsubscribes. And I was like, I was heartbroken. I was like, oh no, what did I do wrong? What did I say that, chased you away? Did I screw up? And that was because I had a small list and I didn't have this knowledge that I have now, this wisdom that I have now. And so I fretted about it. So I want you to all get, and Chris has just popped it in the chat there, don't sweat the unsubscribes. Actually, I want you to value them, to look for them, to try to get unsubscribes. I know that probably sounds a little crazy and counterintuitive, but the reality is if you're not getting unsubscribes, you're not mailing enough. You're not hitting your communications powerfully enough with your audience. Not everybody's going to be right. Remember, most are never going to buy from you anyway. You didn't start this business to be a PayPal, a pen pal, not PayPal, to be a pen pal. So you want to understand that you need to let go of the whole, I'm worried about unsubscribes. All right. I really want you to get that piece because this is critical. And don't know your list size, but don't fret on it so much that you're looking at, oh no, I lost 10 people. Don't worry about that. Okay. The other numbers you need to look at is your CPL. That stands for cost per lead. Okay. These are numbers, and I want you guys to write down these acronyms, and then I want you to do the homework at some point real soon to understand this. Your cost per lead, your CPL. Okay. That is super important. That's how much did it cost you to get that lead? Now, I know maybe some of you get your leads from your website. Well, okay, that's basically free. Or you could say, I got 2 new leads from my website this month. My website cost me $20 a month to maintain. Therefore, I paid $10 per lead. Are you getting that? That would be your cost per lead, anything that comes from your website. If you speak from stage and you go, oh, well, I just spoke at an event and I got 50 leads from speaking at that event. Well, how much was your hotel? How much was your airfare? You know, did you pay for stage time or was it free? Did you get paid? I mean, all of these go into your cost per lead. It's not like, you know, oh, yeah, I just got these leads for free. No, you paid in your time, in your effort to be there. So you need to track your cost per lead. Next, you need to track your what's called your CAC, CAC. That's your customer acquisition cost. CAC, customer acquisition cost. Now that you can take, let's say you know, and I'm just going to do an easy calculation here. It's not always that easy for everybody, but let's say that you know that your cost per lead is $5, let's say. And you know that out of every 10 leads, you will get one sale. One person will become a customer, the difference between a lead and a customer. So if it's cost of $5 per lead and 10 leads results in one customer, then you paid $5 times 10, $50 to acquire that customer. Okay, it's easy math. That's one way to do it. Another way would be, let's say you pay for an ad in Facebook. And this is not just a lead gen, but direct to a sale. You paid $1,000 for that ad. And out of that ad, you got 3 customers. Well, then your cost per client acquisition, your client acquisition cost will be $333, basically. All right. So understand and start to know what is your customer acquisition cost. And then another one you really have to learn and know is your customer lifetime value, CLV, customer lifetime value. Sometimes it's abbreviated as LTV, lifetime value, but because we're talking about customers, I like to be sure that it is part of the acronym there, customer lifetime value. Now, your CLV is also sometimes a little hard to calculate because, well, you may have customers who are still continuing to buy from you, so you don't know. They're still in process. But what you do know is how much have they spent with you to date? Okay. And for a customer who's been with you for 5 years, maybe that customer has spent $10,000 with you, maybe 20,000. But maybe a new customer who's only been with you 1 year, maybe they've only spent 2,000. The idea is you create this as an average. Okay, your average, your customer lifetime value on average would take all of your customers ever bought from you and all of the money you've made and average that out, and that will help you to generate that lifetime value. This one is a little bit harder to calculate depending on how complex your business is, but it's important for you to know because if you don't know these things, it's like running your business blindfolded. And that's not a good way to run any business. But the good news is the list system helps you organize exactly what numbers matter and how to track them without getting overwhelmed. Because when you understand these basic rules of business, you finally understand why everything in your business has felt so unpredictable. And now we're going to build something that is entirely predictable. Okay. We're going to give you next up the LIST framework. LIST in this case is an acronym, L.I.S.T. Okay. Each one stands for something. All right. So I want to show you this roadmap that ties all of this together. And I know that I'm just like fire hosing you guys with details and information today. I hope that everybody's taking good notes. It is being recorded, but bear with me. And if things get complex or if you need me to slow down, pop it in the chat and we can just kind of brush over something a second time if it's needed. All right.
We do just a quick check-in, but that was a lot.
That was a
That
lot.
was a lot with, and I'm trying to take notes as much as I can for everyone to follow in the chat. I'm just going to
Thank you,
pop in for a
Martha.
quick second here. And
Marcia said, I'm taking good notes and this is good. Doing a great job, Michael. Thank you. I appreciate that.
oh yeah, thank you so
I know it's a
much.
lot.
And welcome to everybody that has gotten in since we said welcome the first time. We're really glad that you're here. These three pieces that Michael talked about, that CLP, if you know what CLP is, write it in the chat.
CPL.
Is it
You,
wrong?
you, you, uh,
Okay, I'm
yeah, you
sorry.
just wrote it a little differently. That's okay.
CPL.
CPL, cost per lead. Yep,
All right,
Janelle
see,
got it.
as you are
CPL.
writing this, it's helping you go from just bypassing and hearing what Michael says to it landing inside of you, to connecting it to what we want you to do is get to that point where you go, oh, I'm actually going to find out what that number is for my business.
Yeah.
And we want you to have these three numbers figured out. Maybe give yourself a goal of 24 hours from now, you'll know what the numbers are. All right, so we have cost per lead.
Mm-hmm.
What was the next one? The CAC?
CAC, write it in the chat if you remember what that stands for. Janelle, you're close. She wrote cost per acquisition, which I suppose that could be someone could use a CPA acronym, but CAC is client or customer acquisition cost. Yeah, there you go. Customer acquisition cost. And the C can be, like I said, it could also be client acquisition cost if you sell to clients as opposed to customers, but either of those C's will work.
All right, and who knows this one?
CLV. And each
Come on,
one,
come on, come on. You can do it. You
yeah,
can do it. Let's
someone will
get it
get
in
it.
there.
CLV, there we go. Customer lifetime value, love it. So CLV is a little harder sometimes to track. Like I said, it's customers may still be spending with you. You know, it's like if someone here in the call today has bought from me before, that, you know, whatever they've spent in the past, that is their current lifetime value. But then if they buy again today or tomorrow, that gets added to that. So the value, customer lifetime value, is always changing, but it's important that you understand this as an average. And so I want to just go into a little bit of the details of why these numbers are so important for you to get. Okay. If you know your customer lifetime value, that means on average, anyone who becomes a customer, okay, on average will spend with me. We're going to just use real simple, easy numbers for the math. And yours can be vastly different from this. Mine are not even the same as these numbers I'm going to use. I'm using these simple for math. If your customer lifetime value is $10,000, that means anybody who comes into your business, you know that on average over time, a new customer will ultimately spend 10,000 with you. And if you know this, this would also be important. And this is something you just have to do kind of generally in your business. Of that $10,000, it's really important to get how much of that is profit. Okay. So I would add this. It's not really one of the standard business acronyms that we're playing with today, but to know how much of that is profit. So let's say of a $10,000 lifetime value of a customer, I know that $5,000 of that is profit. The other 5,000 is what it costs me to deliver. Okay. Now, the reason this is important is because if I know that on a $10,000 customer lifetime value, 5,000 of that was profit, Well, how much should I spend on client acquisition, CAC? Because if it costs me $6,000 to get a new client and I'm only making 5 in profit, that's a that's going out of business. That's like a going out of business sale. You're going to drive it right into the ground. But if I know that every client ultimately is going to lead to an average of 5,000 in profit, well, guess what? I could spend 4,000 acquiring that client and I make 1,000 in profit per. And if you knew this and you could reproduce that formula, then it's just a math game. Okay. Now, I know I was playing with kind of big numbers there. In reality, client acquisition costs might only be $50 to acquire a client, and your profit on a client, let's say it's only $100. But if it costs you 50 and you profit 100, I would take that 100, keep 50, spend another 50 to get the next client, and you keep doing that, and you keep 50 each time you do that. Can you see this process? That's why you have to know these numbers so you can figure out, am I doing it right? Am I going to be profitable in the long run? And then it all becomes a game of lead gen. Lead generation is what it all boils down to. Okay, so I hope that that is like positioned now firmly with you guys, because next we want to get into the list framework, which is the foundation of infinite leads. And when you follow this process I'm about to reveal to you, your lead flow will become unstoppable. All right. So if you're taking notes, you can write down the word list and maybe write it top to bottom. L, first line, I, second line, third line, S, fourth line, T. L in this case stands for leads. Now, this is your lead magnet, your opt-in. This is where your audience growth starts and your consistency. Okay. You have to have a better lead magnet. No more random freebies, no more patchwork ideas. One powerful lead magnet that anchors everything. Now, over time, you're going to want more than one lead magnet, but each one needs to be equally powerful and help you to anchor things. Your lead magnet is the tip of your spear. So that's the first L in list system. Next is I, influence. Influence is the relationship piece. It's how you stay top of mind, how you nurture your list. The people who are raising their hand and saying, hey, I really like what this person's laying down. I want to learn more from them. I want to follow them. That's your influence. That's how you move people through the buyer timeline, through the customer journey. And quite frankly, this is where most entrepreneurs drop the ball. They ghost their audience and then they wonder why nobody buys. How many of you, this is a quick check-in because this is related to this piece of ghosting your audience. How many of you, when someone opts into your list, you have an effective, well-designed indoctrination campaign? And just put an I do if you have a good indoctrination campaign. Fabienne does, Matt, Janelle, good. We got a few of you in there. Okay, hopefully your indoctrination campaigns are, if you're running it right, as you're claiming that you do, and I have no reason to doubt you, a good indoctrination campaign is after someone opts in, they get their welcome email, and then the next 5 to 7 days straight, you're sending them a daily email. Daily. Okay, that is your indoctrination campaign. And the reason it is so important is because you want to get your audience to remember who the heck you are. The big challenge most people have, most entrepreneurs drop the ball on, is they give their lead magnet out. Someone opts in for it. They send them the welcome email, and then they don't email them for a week or 2 weeks or a month. And in that time, that person has forgotten about you. Even 1 week, they'll forget about you because maybe they opted in for your freebie, when they were busy, or maybe they opted in for it when they're opted in for 5 other things. And then they don't hear from you for a week. And then they're going, well, who's this? So you have to be sure that you're managing your I in the list system, your influence, which is all about nurturing.
Michael,
Next, yes.
yeah, can we just tap into the room? Because I want to make sure that people are really present with this. Um, if you need help with that indoctrination sequence, if you do not have a rock solid draw people into your world consistent. Like if you're not 100% dialed in, just write in there, need help. Because you're the ones, we love the people that have it, but we really want to be able to know who needs help so that you recognize, this is a gap. This is a very important gap that's in the process of this lead generation. And if you miss this piece, you may have gotten their attention, but you're not going to get them to follow you or know who you are. So we can't emphasize enough the importance of this. Yeah, thank you, Tanya, the sequence gap.
Yeah. Yeah. And Fabian wrote in that she needs to do it every day. She's currently doing every 3 days. Every 3 days is probably pushed a little too far, at least during your indoctrination sequence. If you're not going to do every day, at least do every other day. But I do recommend every day at the beginning. And as an example, one of my lead magnets.
They wanted to be the one that would come up.
Make
We
sure
need
we're
to mute somebody
muting.
there. One of my lead magnets that I offer is the simple 5-step process to launch a rockin' podcast in 14 days. And it just so happens that I teach 7 ways to monetize a podcast. So I tell people with the welcome email, over the next 7 days, I'm going to email you each day sharing a different way to monetize your podcast. So now they're looking forward to my email. That's part of why you indoctrinate them. And that's why it's important what you say in these emails as well. If you're indoctrinating them right, the idea is to get them excited about opening your email. The email should be related to more teaching about the lead magnet they just received. Okay, this is high level stuff now. This is where you go from being a basic, should I say, run of the mill email marketer to becoming a master at it. Is you know that the indoctrination sequence should be more information that fills gaps on the lead magnet you just gave them. So they just got my lead magnet on launching a podcast. Well, now for 7 days, I'm going to teach them 7 ways to monetize. And they love it. They look forward to opening the emails. It makes them search for them to make sure they're not ending up in their spam folder, and they're going to remember me. At the end of that week, now I can drop back to mailing weekly in a nurture campaign. Okay. But you have to get them indoctrinated properly first. All right. So it's super important. And again, that falls into the I for influence. Next, we have S for strategy. We're still working down our LIST acronym. S is strategy. This is where the giveaways come in. Now, I know I've mentioned it a couple times, several in the room know about giveaways. Some of you might not. We'll cover that today as well. But giveaways, that is your strategic placement. That's where you're getting exposure consistently for your lead magnet, and you're getting it in front of aligned audiences. Okay, this is what converts, to real calendar planning instead of guesswork. That's your strategy, is like you're not just guessing, oh, hey, maybe I should do something. No, you've got it scheduled out. You don't need miracles, you need momentum. And Infinite Leads gives you that strategically. And then the final in the acronym, the T, that is for trust. Trust is built by showing up consistently and authentically in your emails, in your social posts, in your live sessions, like today, if you're offering things like this, in engagement, in crafting a supportive community. Trust is what accelerates people from the 30% future buyers into your 3% buyers today. Trust is critical. And so that's what makes up the list system. And why most coaches fail at list building is because they try to DIY it, do it yourself, every piece. Because they use 12 different coaches, because they never stick with one strategy long enough. All right. The list framework simplifies this entire process. It becomes predictable, repeatable, and profitable. Okay. Because just have to keep hearkening back to your big domino. Your business, the only problem that your business has is lead flow. Everything else gets fixed when you have better lead flow. And when you join Infinite Leads, which we'll talk about later today as well, you don't just get the strategy, you get the entire ecosystem that does the heavy lifting with you. All right, so now you've seen the strategy. Now we're going to build your funnel skeleton and show you exactly where your leads, your nurture, and your offers plug in. Okay. Like I said, this is the extravaganza. We're going deep. We're going wide. We're going to cover it all today. So are you guys ready to roll? Okay. You just heard about the list system. Now we're going to actually set the framework. Okay. So let me get in the chat there. Let's do it. If you guys are stoked and ready to rock and roll for this next part. All right. We got to let's go. Let's do it. Ready.
Let's do it. Ready.
Got to get to an appointment. Okay, Robert, come back later and we'll keep going in the meantime. Priscilla, yes, let's do this. Okay, so now you've got the foundations. You understand the big domino. You understand why not everyone is a buyer today. And you understand how the buyer's pyramid works, super important. Now it's time for something way more fun. We're going to fix your funnel right here, right now. Like I said, this is an extravaganza. We don't talk about dreams, we build them. So everybody's ready to rock and roll. I love it that Priscilla even added, this is perfect timing for me. Excellent. Okay. Now here's the truth. Most entrepreneurs don't want to hear. You don't need a complicated funnel. You don't need 27 pages. You don't need upsells, downsells, cross sells. You don't need a PhD in automation. You need 3 things. Number 1, a lead magnet that doesn't suck. Okay, super important. We can help you with that. We got that dialed in for you. Don't worry about it. Number 2, you need a place to deliver it. How do people collect it? How do they get that lead magnet? And number 3, you need a follow-up sequence that builds a relationship. That's it. There's nothing else about a funnel. I know everybody's talking funnel this, funnel that. Complexities of funnels. It's not that freaking hard. It's those 3 simple things. It's just that everybody, especially the people who coach funnel building, they're going to say, oh, it's so complicated. You need me to really help you build it. No, it's 3 simple things. Everything else is optional. That's like flair. We just got back from our new media cruise and they had a flare bar. If anybody ever been to a flare bar, the guys are juggling the bottles in the air and pouring fancy and all this. That's all flair. It still makes you one drink. Okay. Similar here with your funnel. Everything else is just flair. So step 1, let's talk about your lead magnet. This is where most coaches get stuck because they overthink everything. They try to write a book or create a 47-page guide or record a mini course, and they spend weeks building the thing and it still doesn't convert. Why? Because people don't want information. They want transformation. That's a writer downer. People don't want information. They want transformation. They want the result. They want the win. Okay? So here's the beauty. You're not going to sit down and write a lead magnet anymore because we have built a chat agent, what would be called an AI agent or bot, but I think of it more like an agent. It's like having me in your back pocket. And the one we built is called Leon, which is kind of an acronym-ish term for leads on. That's where we get the leads on demand. That is your lead magnet builder. And I'm going to give you just a quick small piece of the training that I trained Leon to do for you, but I want to tell you what's gone into it. And here's the deal. Anybody out there building chat agents, AI agents of their own? If you are, just say, yep, got a yes there from Marcia. Cool. So if you're already building your own, then you probably know this. And if you're not, everybody should get this. Because I recently did a workshop where I revealed and demonstrated Leon and Aria, 2 of the chat agents we're going to talk about today. And people will go, well, why can't I just put those same questions into chat and get the same results? And the reason you can't, I mean, you can try it, but it's not going to be trained. It's like the difference between if you needed open heart surgery, are you going to go to your general practitioner for that surgery? No. You're going to go to a specialist who was trained in heart surgery. And that's the difference here. These agents that I'm talking about, they're very specifically trained on how to master a very niched topic. So Leon is a specialist at building your lead magnet. And one of the key elements that he is trained with is this. I'm going to give this to you all right here, right now. 3 pieces. I like working in 3s, if you haven't noticed. 3 pieces of a great lead magnet. Number 1, it needs to be immediately available. Okay? People want stuff right now. We are in an instant gratification society. So it needs to be immediately available. Don't make people wait for it. If they have to wait for it, you will get fewer opt-ins. You will get fewer leads. And we're all about creating as many leads as possible, getting good lead flow. So it needs to be immediately available. Number 2, it needs to be easily consumable. Like I was just saying, these people who are putting out these big, long lead magnets, they're not as effective and you're wasting your time. People want something easily consumable. You may want to offer your ebook. It's 97 pages, but guess what? You'll have better luck if you just offered a 2-page cheat sheet, like the golden nuggets from your book. All right. And yes, Marcia put it in there. They also want a quick win, which leads me to part 3 is your lead magnet should solve a top of mind problem. What is it that your ideal clients are up in the middle of the night worried about? Are they looking for a relationship? Are they looking to lose another 20 pounds or so or more? Are they worried that they're not making enough money? They need more clients. What is it that is their top of mind problem? And solve that. Now, here's a little sidebar key. Okay, so I gave you those 3 things: immediately available, easily consumable, solve a top of mind problem. Those are critical. And if you were to put that into one sentence, I would say a high converting lead magnet should be an immediately available, easily consumable solution to a top of mind problem. That's it in a sentence. An immediately available, easily consumable solution to a top of mind problem. Now, the problem that it solves, this is the great setup. You want to give them a quick win and solve a problem. But guess what? That problem you solve should set them up for the next problem, which you also solve. But the next problem that you solve is the one you maybe charge them for. So again, I'll give you a real world example. One of our lead magnets is the Ultimate Lead Magnet Playbook. Basically, it's kind of meta. It's like a lead magnet on how to create a lead magnet. All right. And so when people get this lead magnet from me, if they follow the instructions in it, boom, they should be able to create their own lead magnet. Great, problem solved, quick win. But guess what? Now they have a new problem. What's their new problem? Well, they got a lead magnet, but nobody's seeing it. They need to get it in front of people. So we've created a new problem, but we also solved that problem with infinite leads. So you see what I'm saying is you've helped them solve a problem that sets up the next problem, which your business solves as well, but that's now the paid solution. Or it could be that you help solve the next problem or the first problem, and then you invite them to a free workshop that gives them more value on the problem that you know that they were suffering from. And in that workshop, you sell your next service. Is everybody following this? Quick show of hands from the people that I can see. Great. Cool. So this is critical that you build this lead magnet in such a way. Okay. And Leon is trained to do it for you. And this is what makes Leon so valuable. Okay. He's actually going to create the lead magnet that is valuable, outcome driven, easy to consume, fast to implement, and irresistible to your ideal client. Now, if you guys, let me just do a quick show of hands here. Who would like to see Leon in action? Okay, I see some hands up. Great. All right, we will do a quick demo of Leon in action.
Never do it better. Right?
Oh, I need to mute somebody there. Let me put the mute all. Okay. So I'll do a screen share and you're going to get ready to see Leon in action. Get him set up here. And we're just going to do this as a fast flyby. I'm not going to describe all the steps along the way because I want you guys to just see how quick and easy this is. Okay, can everybody see my screen? From the people whose hands, okay, great. I got the thumbs up. So this is Leon, okay, who is an agent that I've created. We click on the only prompt that is in here, which basically says, hey, Leon, I want to create a lead magnet that helps my audience solve a specific problem. Can you guide me through the best format, title, and steps to make it irresistible? So we're going to do this quick and easy. We're going to create a cheat sheet. Okay, now notice Leon asks in the first part of this, what do you want to create? And it gives 5 ideas that are pretty much the top converting lead magnet ideas out there. So we're going to go with cheat sheet. Next, you're going to, give a little feedback. Hey, cheat sheet's gold, quick to swim, quick to skim, easy to use, and feels like an insider secret. Who is your audience? Okay, I'm going to go divorced dads over 50. Okay, that's my audience. Got it. We're serving divorced dads over 50. What's their problem? I'm going to put they're trying to get back, typing better, back into the dating game and are a bit rusty. Okay. So let me correct my typo there. They're trying to get back into the dating game and they're a bit rusty. So this is our target audience, and this is what we're thinking, hey, maybe this is a problem that they're suffering from. Okay, next he's going to say, can you share your approach or 3 to 5 quick tips you include? If you don't have a framework yet, I can help extract one. Okay, I'm going to let Leon do it for me because this is not really my target audience. So I'm going to say, you do it. Okay, I'm going the very lazy route for this. Okay, you got it. Here's a sample. The READY method. Get back in the game with confidence. For divorced dads over 50. Look at this. It even gave us an acronym. READY. Refresh your mindset. Elevate your appearance. Ask with curiosity. Date with purpose. Why your energy wins. Okay, we're just going to fly with this. Want me to create your title and let's go title and summary. We're not going to have them tweak it because we're doing fast mode here. Otherwise, if you were doing this yourself, I would say you would want to go in and tweak it because obviously you're going to frame it in your voice and with your skill set and your particular methodology. But I'm just showing you how easy it would be even if you don't have that. So here we go, 5 punchy titles. The READY method for dating after 50, back in the game, dating tips for divorced dads, feel ready to date again, the over 50 dads cheat sheet for modern dating, dating after divorce, a quick confidence guide. I'm going to go with number 2 here, back in the game, dating tips for divorced dads. Okay, and then pop that down there so it knows the title I've selected. But notice it also gave me a description that will be great for use anywhere that I get exposure for this. So I also have the description. So now I'm going to go, that's the title. But notice that Leon is also asking, what's the next step? Do you want them to take? Book a session, watch a training? What's your call to action? So I'm going to say, back in the game, dating tips for divorced dads is the title I like. Let's offer a dating webinar for the CTA. CTA stands for call to action. Anybody who's not familiar with that as a term. So we're going to go, we've told it the title, and we're now telling it what we want to do for the next call to action. Boom, Leon is creating this right now. Lead magnet, the description, the call to action. Want more? Join my free webinar, Dating After Divorce, How to Attract with Confidence Over 50. We'll go deeper into the READY method and give you the tools to stand out in today's dating world. No apps required. Okay, and then it just talks us about the PDF layout, 1 page, top title, middle, bottom, call to action. Ready to turn this into a professional slide deck in Gamma? Or want to build your opt-in page first? Let's go slide deck. Now, here's the next thing. And for some of you who've never built your own lead magnet, I can tell you that one of the easiest ways to do it is to create a slide deck. Take your lead magnet, and Leon's going to do this for us, but I started doing this years ago. I would create my lead magnets in not in Canva. I would create them in Keynote, or I would create them in PowerPoint because I had great control over manipulating what was on the screen. And when I was done, I just exported it as a PDF. And that's what we're about to do here with the help of Leon. So Leon has just given us all of the slides. And now what we're going to do is we're going to copy these slides, okay, because I know what's coming next, just saving us a trip here. So we're going to go all the way here, copy that. So I'm copying that because now we have these instructions to walk through Gamma. So I'm going to do this back and forth. So we're going to open the Gamma app, which you'll need to set up an account for that. It'll be entirely free. You could do a paid version if you need more than 10 slides, but otherwise it'll create for free. And when I hop back and forth, we'll see the first instruction, click plus create new AI. Go over here, plus create new AI. Jump back for the next instruction, select paste in text, and then paste everything above. We're going to do 2 instructions there. So we're going to select paste in text, and we're going to paste the stuff that I just copied. All right, so that's what I just copied from Leon. Now we're going to go back and see the next notes are click generate from outline, scroll and continue. So we're going to click generate from notes or an outline, scroll and click continue. All right, now we're at this phase. Okay, pick a theme, clean, modern, masculine, whatever you want, click generate. So now we're going to go over here and you're going to see for our theme here, we have our current theme inside. We could view more themes, but we're just going to stick to one that we've built here, and then we click generate. And now it's going to create that, and then we can review and edit it, and then we're going to share and export it as a PDF, PNG, or PPT. I'm going to recommend that you all do this as a PDF. So we're going to go back over and see how it's doing. Okay. You can see it's already creating this as a slide deck. But now what's really cool is that when we export this as a PDF, that is now your lead magnet. Done. You saw me create a lead magnet in what, 5 minutes, 7 minutes? That was totally supported. Now, it will take you longer. If you're going to put in your information, you will need to teach Leon what it is you want in your lead magnet. But Leon's also got some pretty good support of his own, especially if you're just trying to create something that's a little bit newer. You can see it's pulled in some imagery of divorced dads 50 plus. I don't know if I like that image, but if you don't like some of the images, you can change them and then get you back in the game. So you can see it's generated this all in these slides. Now, obviously, there's lots of ways we could go about tweaking it, but we're doing this as a speed run. So next we would click on share, export, PDF. And that's it. This lead magnet has now been created, but that's not all. And that's not all that Leon does. So we're going to go back over to Leon. Okay, we've done these steps. And now, want to help building your opt-in page next? Yes. Leaves. So now Leon doesn't just leave you with the lead magnet hanging, he also helps you to build your opt-in page. Again, specifically trained on what makes for a good opt-in page. If you were to put this into regular chat, chat doesn't know the rules of a good opt-in page. Leon does. Leon is very specifically trained. Headline, back in the game, start dating with confidence even after divorce. Subheader.
Michael?
Yes.
Is there any way you can plus size and just kind of increase? I know we won't see as much, but people are wanting to be able to see a little bit more of what you're showing. It's kind of small.
See if this helps. Did that help?
Yes.
It's bigger now? Okay, good. So this is what is going to go on there as a subhead. This free cheat sheet gives divorced dads over 50 5 simple tips to re-enter the dating scene with clarity and confidence. What you get, these are optional bullets you could put in there. I sometimes recommend don't. I think two lines on your opt-in page is plenty, a headline and a subhead, and then your download the cheat sheet button, your call to action, okay? Now, they're going to have to fill in, obviously, email opt-in form, first name and email only, 1 to 2 lines of copy. 3D mock-up, you can use Canva or My eCover Maker to create the image for your gift, and that's it. And it even teaches you no navigation links, no distractions. None of those things should be on your opt-in page. Many people put their opt-in page on their website, and on their website, they've got their full menu up top, or they've got a sidebar with stuff in it. None of that should be in there. You will lose conversions and it won't perform as well. So trust me, this is built the way to do it. Okay, so that's for the opt-in page. Now we want a congratulations page. So yes, we're going to say, please help me with the congratulations page. So now get this, this is critical. The opt-in page is where they give you their name, their email, and they click, give me the free gift. They immediately get taken to a confirmation page, which I like to call the congratulations page, because you're congratulating them on making a smart move, right? So headline, you're back in the game. Body, your cheat sheet is on its way to your inbox. Check there in a minute or two. That is a critical sentence. And again, using a regular GPT is not going to teach you this. This is program specific because, and this is where it is critical, don't give them the lead magnet on the thank you page. How many of you are doing that right now? Like someone opts in, they give you name and email and it immediately gives them the gift. If you're already doing that, stop it, because people will give you fake email addresses and they will collect your freebie and you don't get squat. If you instead give them a thank you page, which is valuable real estate, by the way, thank you page, which I call the congratulations page. You don't want to be thanking them for you giving them something. They should be thanking you. You congratulate them and you tell them it's on the way to their inbox. This also forces them to go back and find your email. They'll check your their spam folder. This is critical. Okay. So you want to be sure that you have that in here. And then next, while you're here, save your seat for the free webinar. Remember, I just said this is valuable real estate. This congratulations page, invite them to take the next action right now. Remember, someone just raised their hand and said, hey, I like what you're laying down. This sounds pretty cool. Act on that. Get immediately into the next action. Okay. So, and then you can add a little more and you can tell them about, hey, in this live session, you'll go deeper into the ready method, which you've just given them. You'll learn how to meet women authentically. Yes, even offline. And you'll get answers to real dating questions. So you're giving more value in your next offer and you put that on your congrats page. All right. Now, Leon next is saying, hey, do you want help using my eCover Maker to do that image for the cheat sheet? And I'm going, nah, we're going to skip that. I'm going to let you guys figure out an image separately on your own. We won't do it for today's demo, but Leon will help you with that. But we also have the delivery page. So let's skip that. And because you wouldn't know to ask for the delivery page, I'm just going to say, let's skip that. And what's next? Okay, your lead magnet system is ready. Cheat sheet, framework, opt-in page, congrats page. Next steps to launch, ongoing leads. Okay, great. So now it's giving us the suggestion of what to do. Okay, host your webinar, live evergreen, drive traffic via social posts, and it even recommends infinite leads here. So we now have everything structured for the lead magnet. Is everybody with me on this? How quickly and easily Leon put all that together? It is a game changer when it comes to how effectively you can crank out lead magnets and find one that actually converts well for you. Okay. Because Leon is going to pull out your expertise. It's going to structure your win, give you a title, description, bullets, layout, everything. And here's the crazy thing. Most members inside Different Leads, they come in with confusion and they leave with clarity. And clarity equals conversion. That's, again, it's a writer downer. Clarity equals conversion. The more clear you are, the more you will convert. All right. So next is the delivery path. This is the part coaches love to complicate. You don't need a website. You don't need a custom domain. You do need a CRM, but you don't need an expensive funnel platform. You need one simple landing page, one simple confirmation page, and one single simple delivery page, and you're done. Remember, I said your funnel is not complex. You don't need to spend $1,500 hiring somebody to build it. We, with the list system, we walk you through it. We give you the templates. We give you the examples. because your job is not to design, your job is to deliver. Okay, so now speaking of delivery, what happens when someone opts in for your gift? We just talked about a little bit ago. They need to start to get email from you. And that is the fun part. And so for that, we have given Leon a little sister. So Leon's sister is known as Aria. How many of y'all would like to see what Aria can do? Just a quick show of hands. Okay, yep, cool. We got some people interested. Awesome. So Aria actually stands for, it's an acronym again, it stands for attract, retain, influence, where have we heard that before in the list system, influence, and automate. Aria is your infinite email architect. Okay, so let's go take a look at Aria. So here is Aria. Aria, again, has one simple prompt. Hey, Aria, can you help me with my emails? Now, Aria is going to start out here saying, okay, what's the lead magnet that someone gets when they join your list? Who is your audience? Like, who are you trying to attract and help? And once I know those things, I'll craft your welcome email. Then we'll move into your 5 to 7 day indoctrination sequence. Well, guess what? Instead of answering her questions this way, we're simply going to go over here to look at the lead magnet. Oop, did the wrong thing. I meant to just show in folder, not open it. Okay, we are going to plug it into Aria. So the PDF that Leon just created, we're now handing that to Aria. And that's all we do. Just plug it in. We don't even have to say anything. Great. Thanks for uploading your lead magnet. Back in the game. Dating tips for divorced dads over 50. From what I see, it's a strong, purpose-driven guide aimed at helping men re-enter the dating world with confidence, clarity, and heart. The Ready method gives them a practical, non-sleazy path forward, and the tone is warm, mature, and grounded. Perfect. Let's get your welcome email ready. This is your first message someone receives after downloading your guide. Now they give us 3 subject lines we can pick from. I think it's super important in your subject line to pick something that is related to the name of the thing you just did. You want them to recognize it, so they'll open it. Okay, hey, first name, welcome and congratulations on taking this step. You just downloaded Back in the Game, Dating Tips for Divorced Dads Over 50, and I think you're going to find it surprisingly refreshing, okay? And here is the download link for them, which you would need to put in, insert your direct download link. Okay, everybody with me on that? And then it goes on to say inside you'll discover blah, blah, blah over the next few days. This is critical. Remember, I just told you about indoctrination. You have to tease it out and let them know. Over the next few days, I'll be sending you a few quick tips and stories to go even deeper than the guide. Think of it as your private playbook for dating after 50. No fluff, just real world strategies and a few laughs along the way. And then in case you're worried about freaking them out, don't worry, you won't get daily emails forever. I value your time in your inbox. After this short series, you'll hear from me occasionally with fresh insights, personal updates, or new opportunities. All right. And you also put in the PS, want to take this further? Keep an eye out for your invite to my free webinar, Dating After Divorce, How to Attract with Confidence Over 50, coming soon. So you're actually even teasing more stuff to come from you. Okay, so that is a great welcome email crafted by Aria, related specifically to that lead magnet. And now we're going to go into the indoctrination sequence. And we're just going to say indoctrination sequence 7 emails, please. Okay, so now Aria, again, highly trained, is going to set up our indoctrination sequence. First, we get the overview. Day 1, you're not starting over. Day 2, the #1 lie divorced dads believe. Day 3, dating has changed, but connection hasn't. So it's giving them good tips every single day. And then we get into the email. Again, being a very specific agent, it's trained to write these emails with an objective, as opposed to just if you picked regular chat and said, write me an email. Notice that it has certain things in here, okay? One of the points is it mentions again, over the next few days, I'll walk you through how to reclaim your confidence, reconnect with women in real ways. Day 2, It's also going to tease it out the next day. Stay tuned. Tomorrow, I'll show you why dating today doesn't have to feel like a foreign language. So we're setting up their interest in looking for the next email. This is very specifically trained for email marketing. So I hope you guys are understanding the difference here and how Aria is so masterful at this. After the 7-day indoctrination sequence, okay, this is when we get into the nurture. Okay, so let's go to the nurture campaign. Okay. Nurturing, after you've done the indoctrination, now you want to continue to nurture your people. And this is another critical piece that makes Aria head and shoulders above anything else, even writing your own emails. Because Aria is thinking of a whole year in advance. I don't know about you guys, but I have a hard time to think of, yeah, I see the wow there. I have a hard time thinking of just today's email, let alone thinking about, well, what am I going to tell people 2 weeks, 6 weeks, 12 weeks down the road? Aria has it all as a flow because Aria knows, and especially you could even train it a little bit further and say, hey, Aria, all of these emails should lead toward the customer ultimately signing up for this, whatever your big thing that you want to sell, whether it's your event or your high ticket program or whatever that is, everything should move people towards that journey. And so Aria thinks long term. She's already just written out our first 10 subject lines here. Okay, here's a sample of your first 10 emails tailored to your audience of divorced dads starting to date again using themes from your lead magnet. All right, so that's the first 10. So we're going to tell her, let's go ahead and write these first 10. I just want to see a couple of these so you see what they look like. And if you wanted, you could tell her, outline the entire year with the idea of moving my customers towards this offer. And so everything will be subtle and it'll be moving them forward, overcoming objections along the way. All of those elements get worked into it. So here we go. Email number 1, you're not broken, you're rebuilding. Okay, oops, jumped all the way down to number 10. And then all these are in here. Now, I'm noticing something here that I'm also going to show you guys, another piece of the magic of Aria. So we can see here, this is email number 1. That looks really short. So does email number 2. Not that there's anything wrong with short emails, but let's say that you normally write longer emails. So if they turned out too short, and that's also why she's only going to write 10 at a time here, because I'm going to say, hey, Aria, and you please rewrite those emails and make them about 3 times longer. Okay, so now she's going to rewrite those emails and notice already it's longer than it was before. Maybe not 3 times longer. And you could always go back and do it again and say, no, that's only 2 times longer. Make them 3 times. But get them to the point that you feel right about the length of them, about the tone of them. If you say your voice is more like Marie Forleo as an example, or you're more like Tony Robbins, you can say, write them in the voice of Tony Robbins or more in the voice of Marie Forleo, someone who's a big name person that they might know. And you will find that it changes the tonality of it. You could say, write them with more humor, write them with more playfulness, whatever your language is you're speaking, Aria will pick up on that and she'll redo it for you. Okay. So this is how easy it is to do these. And then you just plug them into your CRM. Janelle's asking, if we already have our brand voice, can we upload that? Yes, absolutely. I would copy your brand voice and pop it in here to the chat at any point with Aria and say, here's my brand voice. Please craft these emails with that in mind. Works wonderfully. But she's also trained in the basics of email marketing. So she's going to combine that with your voice and you're going to get the best of both worlds. And finally, when we're done with this, she's asking, do we want to do the next 11 through 20? We're going to skip for now. What's after the nurture sequence. Because there's another sequence y'all probably don't know about that Aria does. Okay, and that's called your re-engagement campaign. Re-engagement campaign. If you're not running one of these, and if your list is small, I get it, but as you grow, you're going to want to implement and run a re-engagement campaign. A re-engagement campaign is, what do you do when someone's been on your list for a year and they stopped opening your emails? They haven't opened an email in 90 days. 90 days is the number that I like to play with. Most people doing re-engagement campaigns, it's about 90 days. And if you have a proper CRM, you can tell it, hey, if anybody on my list does not open an email for 90 days, that means they're not engaged. They're not opening any emails. Put them into this sequence. Now, the re-engagement sequence is, and we're going to have her draw it here. Let's do a 5 email re-engagement sequence. Okay, let's do. Okay, so now she's going to build these 5 re-engagement emails. Now, this is important because these are going to people who aren't opening your emails. It's not that they're not seeing them maybe in the inbox. They're probably seeing them, but they're not opening them because of the subject lines. And they're just going, yeah, I don't want to unsubscribe, but I'm also not ready to really dig into what this person's delivering. So you send this sequence. Email number 1, subject, still interested in dating advice for men over 50? If they're still interested, hopefully they'll open that. But if they don't, the very next day, you send them, hey, before you go silent, that's the subject line. Maybe they'll open that one. Maybe they won't. If not, day 3, most guys your age underestimate this. We see if they open that. Then email 4, one last thing for you, my gift. And email number 5, final notice, you'll be unsubscribed tomorrow. So each email has a singular objective to get them to click on a link. The subject line's objective is to get them to open it, but within it, you have a link. You just say, just let me know. Yes, I want to stay on the list. And you would put a link with that. So they actually would, by the way, if they open the email and your system tracks that they opened it, well, it probably will say, okay, they re-engaged, and it'll take them out of the sequence. Otherwise, if they click on the link, it will remove them from the sequence. So they won't keep getting these other emails and they won't get removed from your list. However, if they don't open any of these, and even email number 5, if they don't open it, you remove them from your list. Stop wasting your time emailing to people who aren't engaging. Okay, that is critical. So with all of that said, this is what Aria does. And it is amazing what she can crank out for you that saves you hours and hours and hours of time, which is critical in business because you want to spend your time on the other fun stuff. You want to spend your time on fulfillment. Okay. So that is Aria, our infinite email architect. Okay. She's actually there to turn your funnel into a relationship building machine. Okay. She builds your welcome, your nurture sequence, your indoctrination, your quick win. And by the way, she'll do others. Like I use Aria all the time now. If we have an event going on, like even a lot of the emails that were inviting you to this were crafted by Aria because she knows my voice and she knows the event. And I'm like, Aria, we've got this event coming up. Help me write invitation emails. And she'll do that. Okay. All the stuff that 99% of entrepreneurs never write are getting written because writing emails often feels like a chore. Okay. I don't know about you guys, but sometimes it can feel like, oh man, I gotta write another email. It's so great to have Aria. She makes it simple and fun, and you don't need to learn copywriting. That's the other great thing, or pay for a copywriter. Oh my God, the amount of money we've sunk into copywriters over the years, gone. So you just need to communicate your information to Aria, and Aria handles the rest. All right. So what y'all think of Aria? Let's get something in the chat about what you thought of Aria. I'm not any seen proof. Emma is saying, I've not seen any proof Leon, and Aria are any better than Chat GPT or similar. Great. So Emma, put into the chat, a regular chat. I'm going to challenge you right now. Put into a regular chat, help me build a lead magnet and see what you get. That'll be interesting. It's not trained. Regular chat will not ask it to write me a welcome email for a lead magnet, and you name it. And I guarantee you it'll write it, but it's not going to write it with the strategic thinking that Aria is programmed for. So give it a try, and then I'd love to hear back from you after you've done that. Because I promise you, and I've done these side by side. As a matter of fact, that's probably what I'll do for one of the videos coming up, is to create a side by side to demonstrate. Oh, she's in the middle of dinner. She can't do it now. Well, you don't have to take my word on it, but I promise you, and at some point I will do a side by side. They're not the same. You will not get the best results because chat is general. I said it earlier, and maybe you came in late on this. It's the difference between, if you need open heart surgery, you don't go to your general practitioner. You go to a heart surgeon. And asking regular chat to write your email sequence properly is like going to a general doctor to perform heart surgery. It's not trained in it. Okay. So the URL to access Leon and Aria, these are not free. They're included with a program that we're going to be talking about. So there is no URL to access them right now, unless that's Kim. If that's Kim who's purchased it, then that is different. And then you will have gotten an email from us with a link, because we sell Leon and Aria as a package, as a bundle. Some people in the room already own them, but otherwise anybody else will learn how to get those today if you wanted to. So right now, let's map your funnel flow. Okay. You've got, number one, your lead magnet title. Okay, your title is critical. That's what attracts people in right away. And of course, if the title gets their first eyeballs, the next is your lead magnet promise. That is the description. It tells them what they're going to get from it if the title didn't explain it enough. Part three of your funnel, your delivery method. That's your page where they're going to opt in and get it delivered to them. Okay, that is another critical piece of your funnel. Then they're going to be taken to the landing page with that call to action. Next is your welcome email. Okay, again, critical piece of the funnel. Next would be your 5 to 7 day indoctrination campaign, and then your nurture sequence. And all of this is inviting people into your ecosystem. Do you guys get that? This is really how simple it is. It's a lead magnet, landing page, email sequence, invitation into your world. That's your funnel. It's not complex at all. Now, granted, if you're going to then later try to funnel people into certain offers or to certain events, yeah, that's a little bit different. But this is the critical piece of getting people into your world. It's not overwhelming. There are not 50 moving parts. And by the way, this is exactly the system that we give you inside Infinite Leads. Done with you, tools, templates, and guidance. You even get inside Infinite Leads, you get Aria and you get Leon. So right now, I just want you to see that it's possible and that it's way easier than you may have thought. Okay, so everybody, that was a lot. I feel like I've been just feeding this like a fire hose. So let's take a deep breath, because we're about to shift gears. And I want to just be sure that we're, everybody's on the same page. Fabian's asking, can I get the replay in case I need to leave for a client call? Absolutely. We're going to make a replay available of this. I hope it's going to be really long. We'll have to figure out where do we put it and how do we make that available. As a matter of fact, looking at this now in hindsight, Krista, I didn't think of this. We probably should have just done this live on YouTube even, which would have been cool. And that way the recording is right there, but we'll get it out to you guys.
We could probably do that right now. People are asking for a 5-minute bio break.
Yeah. We'll do the 5-minute bio break, but we're not going to shift now to do it in YouTube, because then it would be in 2 separate pieces. We'll just, once it's done, we'll move the whole recording into YouTube, so it's all still as a single unit.
Would you be willing to give people an idea of what to expect for the rest of the time? Like what they're in for, why to stay?
Absolutely. So a couple of things that are going to happen for the remainder. We're coming up to, we've been at it for an hour and 40 minutes. So we're going to give you all a little bio break. But before you go for your bio break, and I will be still talking about other stuff while you're gone, but nothing that's going to be so important that, you'll feel like you missed out. The rest of the day, we're going to have a couple of amazing guests come in to share other things about how to build this machine, which is critical to you succeeding in business. And as I mentioned, if you have lead flow, everything else becomes easier. And we're going to talk about how that lead flow supports all the other stuff that you need to do. Okay. So we're going to have some guest speakers come in. We're going to cover some more strategic elements of growing your visibility. We're going to talk to you about how to put this into a system in your world so that it kind of runs on autopilot, because that's critical for you to be successful. You want to make things as easy as possible for yourself. We want you to be working smarter, not harder. And when you have a steady lead flow, everything gets easier. So go ahead and pop out for a bio break.
Can I say something real quick about
Yeah.
our guests that you have lined up?
Yeah, absolutely.
So Michael has hand selected 5 guests that we consider our faculty, because what they are sharing and teaching is directly related to this exact story. It's not an off sell, or it's not a summit or any other thing. It's them showing how they're using Leon, Aria, Infinite Leads, and the list system within their business, and how it's actually working for them as 6-7 figure entrepreneurs, as leaders on JV leaderboards, how they're using it to get clients, so that you can actually see not just from Michael and how it's working from us, but how it's actually working inside other types of coaching businesses. And then you'll get to hear their experience. So it'll really personalize it more to you. So we've hand selected 5 people throughout the rest of the afternoon that you'll get a chance to meet and hear from them. And just wanted you to know that.
Love it. Thank you for bringing
right.
that up, sweetheart. I appreciate it. Also, while again, if people need to go for a bio break, this is a perfect time, because we're just going to cover a little bit of stuff, kind of a review, a little bit, if you will. And part of that, I want to also bring your attention back to our green room page. So in the green room, where you found the link to join the live stream, that green room, if you want to bookmark that, that's going to be available all day long. If you haven't completed the Pulse of Your Business assessment, that's super valuable for you to do, even though I won't be seeing it in time for today's call. I've reviewed several of the others that have come through from you guys. Not everybody's completed it. But if you do complete that, it will give you a better look at your business and where you stand on things. So I highly recommend that you complete that. Also, I know that we've talked several times. I've mentioned it, and I know some of you can't stay for the entirety of the day. But I can tell you that ultimately, we're going to be introducing you to the list system. And if you go on the green button in the green room, you can check out Infinite Leads. And that is where the offer is going to be if you're interested in getting in our particular cohort that will be starting soon. So would love to have you check that out. But today we're going to be talking about a lot more stuff and big value before we go. So hopefully you guys will be able to hang out for that. Sue needs to step away and come back in a few hours. Perfect. We will be going strong. I literally think I'm going to be able to do this without a bio break. Krista, whenever we travel places, she's like, can't we pull over to pee? I can go a long time without stopping.
That's why I drive.
That's why she drives.
I'm in control.
Yeah. So I will keep going, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So also over in the green room that you use to find your link into here, there is a link if you want to join our Facebook group. We have an open to the public Facebook group that's called the List Builders Lounge. And often we share tips, tactics inside of that group. It's a good place to also meet other people who are interested in list growth and building. So if you want, join our Facebook group over there. And then we also have a link to our YouTube channel, which I'd love for you guys to subscribe to while you're at it. And I constantly am putting out free education and training there. So please subscribe to our YouTube channel as well. Yes.
Michael, I was wanting to share the green room and the link, but my Chrome is frozen. So 2 things. 1, if you could share the link, and 2, I may need to reset my system. And if so, let me back in the room so I can
Okay.
help you again.
Okay. So here is the page. This is our green room. Okay. For the List Building Extravaganza, you see the countdown timer is down to 0 because we are live. Okay. And then you see your links here to join the live stream, check out Infinite Leads, do the business assessment. Here's our link to join our Facebook group, join now, or our YouTube channel. Are you saying you want me to click on one of those, babe? Or just show
Yes,
the page?
anything you want to do to showcase it. I would
Okay.
do it for you, but I seem to be frozen right
Okay.
now.
We also have some customer testimonials on there, but here, let's say you click on YouTube, it will take you to our YouTube page for Infinite Leads, and we hope that you will subscribe to our channel there. And if you click on the other one, where did the page go? I had it somewhere. That's not it. To do. Oh, there we go. And if you want to join our Facebook group, click on that and should open up your Facebook and have you sign in. So I'm not going to do that. Okay, so anyway, that's the room there. Click on any of those links to follow us, to join us in other ways to play with us. We'd love to have you all in our world more heavily. Okay, so I hope everybody's had a little bit of a chance for a bio break. And if you haven't, now is still a good time. We're going to be bringing in our first guest speaker in about another 10 minutes. So we got more people still entering the room as well. This is one of those types of events that I'm sure people will be coming and going throughout the day. 6 hours is a lot to expect of anybody. However, I do have to say this, I can't drive this home enough, and that is that it's an investment in your business. What I like to do, and this is just a little side bit of training that I suggest for any of you, time is your most valuable commodity that you have. You can always make more money. A lot of people think, oh, but I have more time than I have money. You can always make more money, though. You can't make more time. And this is critical to be what I would call in a wealthy mindset or a wealth abundance mindset. And that is, people who are in that mindset will spend money to save time. People who are in a scarcity mindset will spend time to save money. And it should be the reverse, because you can always make more money. You can't make more time. And so I really value your time. And because of that, I want to be sure that any time that I choose to spend is time well spent, that I'm getting a return on my investment. Because right now you are investing your time here, and my plan is to give you a massive return on it. And I know we've had some people come in late, and we're giving folks an opportunity for a bio break. So Cynthia is asking, will we get recordings? Yes, you will. And because we had a few people just join the room, I'm going to pinpoint back our big domino, which is this: every problem you have in your business, I don't care what it is, boils down to one thing to fix it, and that is lead generation. Leads. If you had more leads, your problems start to dissolve. They start to go away. What would you do right now if I gave you 1,000 leads? How much more business would that mean to you? How much more money would you make? And I don't care what you may think your business problem is. You could say, well, leads are not my business problem. My problem is my sales team can't close the leads. Well, guess what? If you have more leads flowing in, they will get better at closing because they get more at bats. They get more practice. Leads will solve the problem as long as you know how to get a steady flow of leads. Alex Hormozy put it this way: if you know how to get a steady flow of leads, you have endless opportunities to get it right. If you know how to get a steady flow of leads, you have endless opportunities to get it right. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. I'm sure you all have heard that expression. Okay. Even if you are crappy at sales, Let's say we have two people next to each other, salesman A, salesman B, entrepreneur A, entrepreneur B. Okay. All of us have to kind of sell our own stuff, right? So unless you have a sales team, but let's call that entrepreneur A, entrepreneur B. Entrepreneur A is really good at sales, but they suck at getting leads. And entrepreneur B really sucks at sales, but they're great at getting leads. In the long run, entrepreneur B is going to win because the person who's really good at sales but can't get any leads, well, heck, even if they close 100% of the people they talk to, but they only talk to one person a month, that's all the sales they're going to get. But the person who is good at generating leads, even if they suck, even if they only sell 1 out of 10 people that they talk to, well, they're still going to make more sales because they know how to get a steady flow of leads, and they'll get better at it. They get more practice, more at bats. Is this making sense for you guys? This really is a critical element here. And so because of that, you want to master lead flow. It will solve all of the other problems of your business. Okay, Krista just came back in the room. Let me make her co-host again. All right. Hopefully that took care of any technical issues you were having, sweetheart. So again, I cannot drive this home more powerfully. You don't have a funnel problem. You don't have a webinar problem. You've got a leads problem. Every business challenge that you have can be solved by getting more leads. That is the bottom line. Okay, so in about 9 minutes, we're going to be bringing in a dear friend of ours who is a master at part 2 of your 3 pieces of business. Now, I know we have some new people came in on that too. But first we'll see who remembers what are the 3 elements of any business. If you can pop that into the chat. Every business, I don't care what industry you're in, consists of these 3 essential elements. Anybody want to put that into the chat? Lead gen, sales fulfillment. Yes. Got it. Okay. Karthika, I hope I'm pronouncing that name right. Okay. Leads, sales, fulfillment. Priscilla called it leads, monetize, fulfillment. Monetize could be another word for sales, sure. That's it. Lead generation, sales, and fulfillment. And again, I trust all of you are really great at your fulfillment part. The sales part, if you have good lead gen dialed in, you will get better at sales. But I don't care how good you are at sales. If you don't have lead generation dialed in, your business is still going to fail. No leads equals no sales. No sales equals no fulfillment. No fulfillment equals no business. You don't really have a business. And it all starts with lead generation. And of course, you want to get better at sales in the process. And so the guest that we're going to be bringing in is a master in this area. She is super skillful in what's called heart selling. Okay. Not hard selling, heart selling. And we're really excited to bring her in. I don't see her in the room yet. Krista, have you seen she showing up? Because it could be under a different name in the room and I missed it. Do not see that yet.
I have not seen Charla yet. I'll be sure and send her a note real quick.
Cool. Okay, so in a moment, hopefully she will be showing up. If not, I can give you a rundown of a lot because I've attended her workshops multiple times, and she is amazing. Her husband, Jesse, they work together. They do an event that's called the Client Attraction Summit, which is phenomenal. I've attended it multiple times. I always get such great value from attending. And like I said, probably if we have any struggle technically getting her on, I know that I could probably outline it pretty well for you, having attended multiple times, but I'd rather you hear it directly from her. So she's not officially due till the top of the hour. So in the meantime, I'm just getting you warmed up for this because the idea is If you generate leads, okay, obviously you want to convert them to sales. Now, we also talked about the fact that not everybody's going to buy right now, which leads me to another key piece before we get into the selling that I want everybody to take home too. This one, you can take it to the bank. Don't try to sell people who are new to your list too fast, too hard. What you do when you do that is you chase people away. It's tantamount to meeting someone and then saying, will you marry me? Okay, you're going to freak people out. They're going to be like, whoa, we just met. Slow down there a little bit. Okay, that is a challenge that you have to be careful of. When someone just gets in your list, I suggest you do a couple of things. Okay, number one, only present for the first 2 weeks what is known as a soft offer. What is a soft offer? A soft offer is typically another freebie. Basically, you could say, hey, do you want to jump on a discovery call with me? Now, on that call, if they take you up on it, they may be ready to buy, and in which case you'll learn that on the call, and then you could sell them. But during the first couple of weeks of emailing, it should be a soft offer. Do you want to attend my free webinar? Do you want to attend a free call with me? All right. Something gentle like that. You're nurturing, you're giving more value. Give, give, give. That would be the first step, is to keep easy in that relationship. Think of it like this. I love using the dating analogy for list growth and list leading all the way through the offer. It really works quite well. When you trade your lead magnet for someone's email, well, that's kind of like buying somebody a drink at a bar, hoping you'll get their phone number. Okay. Not that any of us are going to bars buying people drinks these days, but you get the gist that that's kind of like that thing. You're giving them something free in exchange for a way to communicate with them. Now you've got the phone number. Well, again, I'm not going to call you up and go, hey, let's get married. All right. That would be too crazy. And yet many people will do that. They get someone's email on their list and then they write to them and say, hey, do you want to buy my thing? It's like, whoa, easy there. I just met you. It's like the dating world. So next you want to invite them to a cup of coffee. Okay. Give them something that's a simple, easy yes. That's the soft offer. Say, hey, would you like to attend this free webinar I'm hosting? I think you'll like it. You'll get a lot out of it. That's your soft offer. And I suggest you keep it there for the first couple of weeks. And what I mean by that is this. Now, a lot of you guys are on my list, so you know I email a lot. And a lot of the stuff that I email is giving stuff like, hey, here's this free giveaway you can get some free gifts from. Here's this thing you can get some free stuff from. And every now and then it's going to be filtered in with, hey, I have this thing for sale or this event, buy a ticket to my event or whatever that case may be. But you don't get those. No one gets those on my list until after they've been on my list for a couple of weeks. And that's a simple setting in your email. When you broadcast out to your list, you should create a grouping of your list that's called broadcast email and put a setting in there that says, do not send to anybody who's only been on my list for less than 2 weeks. Because if you do that, then you're going to start trying to sell these people too soon. Build relationship first. Is everybody catching that? These are all little technical things you can set up inside your CRM that you want to stay on top of. You want to have a long-term strategy, not just some haphazard way of like, oh yeah, I'm just going to mail everybody this or everybody that. Have a strategy. And that's what we're going to continue to teach you about today. All right. So without further ado, we're about to get to the top of the hour. And I'm so excited for this next segment. I know we've been teasing it out here a little bit. So if you've been in the transformational space for any length of time, you're going to know this name. Okay. I just know that they've been in the industry for ages. They're dear friends of ours. They are an incomparable duo. They're the co-founders of Thrive Academy. We're only bringing on one half of the co-founders of Thrive Academy. So help me in welcoming Charlotte Jacobs, co-founder of Thrive, creator of Heart Selling, and one of the best coaches on the planet at helping transformational entrepreneurs confidently enroll clients. She's helped thousands of coaches and healers grow their business with integrity, with heart, and massive value. And she's here to elevate your skill set today. So drop a heart, Charlotte, in the chat to welcome her. All right. And let's get her up here. Krista, have you set her up to share screen? Is Charlotte ready?
Hello, hello.
There
I
she
hear you
is.
now.
We can hear you.
Let me
So
find
good to
you.
see
There we
you.
go.
Oh,
Add to
fantastic.
spotlight.
Ha!
There we go.
I can just see, I know that this event is going amazingly. Loving you all being here, learning from Michael and Krista, two brilliant, amazing humans who have so much to offer you beyond what we're even doing here in the List-Building Extravaganza.
Thank you, Charla. We've been teasing this out a little bit even before you got in here about the heart selling model. And I was telling them how I've been to your Client Attraction Summit multiple times and how valuable this is. So I just want to ask you, we're doing this kind of impromptu with you guys too, by the way. Charlotte, would you rather just go into kind of and present on that, or would you rather do this as a little bit of Q&A? I'll leave that choice to you.
Yeah, I've got some content prepared for you all.
Awesome.
And that can help you build your list, get more clients, and share a little bit about our involvement with Infinite Leads. And
Cool.
Sound good?
Sounds good to me. So I'm going to remove myself from the spotlight, and Krista's popped in, so I'll let her. I think she has a question for you, and then we'll let you take it away.
Yeah, I just wanted to do a setup that will honor who you are and let our audience know more, because Charlotte is a legend when it comes to teaching coaches and holistic practitioners how to get clients. And in the last 21 years, she and her husband, business partner, Jesse Corin, who's an amazing man, they have taught over 150,000 coaches and holistic practitioners from their heart selling system. And Thrive Academy members have earned a collective $500 million and counting. So I want all of you in the room to really let that soak in, that the amount of experience and dedication that Charla has, and true wisdom in taking the leads and turning them into sales through her heart selling system. Many transformational leaders that you know and love have made their first $10,000 months while working with her, such as Sage Levine and Rose Cole and many, many others. And so we're really excited for you to discover the 4 post strategies that book consults. So with that, I will step off and give the floor to my dear friend, Charla Jacobs. Everyone, let's give her a little love. Let's give her some jazz hands or some bubbles from your reactions, and keep those hands handy on the chat, because I know Charla will be asking questions. We'll want to hear your responses in the chat as well. So
all right. Awesome. Thank you so much. And I popped out the chat so you can ask me questions while I'm here. So I have a question for you. How would you like to have your ideal client slipping into your DMs asking how they can work with you? Let me know with a yes or a reaction or an emoji if that sounds good to you. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Well, you're about to discover the 4 post strategy that helps you book consults. Now, when I say consults, I mean discovery calls. And while we've only been using this 4 post strategy on social media since 2018, the communication strategy you're about to learn can be used on any platform when you're in front of your ideal client. So even if you don't like social media, don't worry. You can use it on your emails, podcast interviews, webinars, speaking gigs. I cannot think of a place where this communication strategy isn't effective. And we've been using it since like 2002. And we were able to start applying it to social in 2018. So hang in there. A couple of things that they mentioned earlier, that our members have earned 500 million collectively and counting. We've done pretty well ourselves with 33 million. And the lead generation strategies that we've used, I'm not sure if there's actually a lead generation strategy we haven't used actually. We've done everything from networking to big JV launches, speaking. I do a lot of speaking, done a lot of JVs, ads, giveaways, summits, you name it. And all of these have been effective to help us grow our list. They can be a lot of work. And it's one of the reasons that we're so excited to be Infinite Leads members. And we actually have a great partnership for our members. We pay to put our members into Infinite Leads. Once we help them get all of their assets set up, their funnels, and be ready to go, we pay for them to be in Infinite Leads so they can use the giveaways to build their list. That's how much we believe in it. And you know, because the way that it's set up, it's so little work to show up as a host or contributor. They just make it so easy. It is so powerful. All right, so let's talk about this 4-post strategy, because if you are tired of cold outreach and you want a better way, if you want to be prepped to start off 2026 right, I would use our proven 4-post strategy. It has your ideal clients reading your posts and asking to book a call. Now, we've used this content strategy for, we taught it to over 14,000 coaches and holistic practitioners in the last 21 years, helping many of those transformational leaders you know and love have their first 10,000 hour months. And these posts work so well because they connect deeply with people, and they have your readers kind of look at your post and say, oh my gosh, that's me. They'll feel truly seen and heard in their frustrations, in their pains, and their worries. It's like, you're right there, they're offering them the compassion and understanding they need. Like, you really get where they are. And they'll find the solution, hopefully through your paid services, but our goal here is to book calls. And I love, the best thing about this is there's no sleazy messages, there's no, used car salesman feeling, this is hard selling. So I'm gonna go over how these 4 posts work, and then tell you how you can get access to them. So the first post is where you create intrigue. It's where you create intrigue. And this one warms up your followers. It gets people rooting for you. And the whole purpose of this post is to be like, hey, let me tell you something vulnerable. There's a reason I haven't been posting as much as, I haven't been posting as much, and here's why. That's what Create Intrigue is about. So there's a place where you use this like vulnerable hook. And as long as you share your credibility, also it works really, really well. And it just kind of warms up your feed and has people want to like engage. And like, it has people want to cheerlead for you, which is really, really fun. And then the next post is your turning point story. We also call this a trust and transformation story. This is where you tell your story of how you were once in their shoes, you had a turning point moment, and things changed for you. Many of you, you already have your hero's journey story, your turning point story. You can turn this into a potent post, and it has people feel really connected to you and understand why you care so much. Post 3 is the inspiring invitation. And this is done in a way where it doesn't seem like you are needy or desperate for clients. It's done in a way where your ideal clients are like, oh, wait, that's me. And it positions you as a leader. It has people see that you don't just take anybody as a client. You get to really define. And by the way, this post is like less than 100 words. It's so powerful. It's so potent. It works way better after you've done the Create Intrigue post and the Turning Point Story post. So that was post 3, which is the inspiring invitation post. And then post 4 is the client success story. This often just like seals the deal. Like, people are waiting to make sure that they don't make a mistake or they aren't foolish by working with you. And the client success story provides that social proof. Now, the reason we are Infinite Lead members and also encourage all of our members to join us is because literally it's such a potent way to get lots of leads quickly. And we believe in Infinite Leads so much that we have a huge bonus valued at $14.97 for those of you who get started with Infinite Leads. And because I know it can be frustrating to, like, if you're growing your list, but you're not converting very well. And that's why we've created this 3-day life-changing event called the Client Attraction Summit. It helps you turn those leads into high-paying clients. We have been leading this event for 21 years, had 14,000 people, And the next summit that's coming up in January of 2026 will be number 100. Can you believe that? Oh my gosh. So if you want to not only get clients, but turn those leads into high paying clients, I highly recommend that you join Infinite Leads and you use your bonus ticket to the Client Attraction Summit. When you do that, you'll also get the 4 post templates and a course on how to use them. This is an added $497 value. So I know Michael and Krista, you have, some of you are already signed up. Fantastic. So the next Client Attraction Summit is coming up January 16 through 18. Again, as soon as you sign up for Infinite Leads, you should be able to find this bonus, your bonus ticket, $1497 value inside of your membership hub. But we would be honored, especially if you're in Infinite Leads and you're, you're doing the important work to grow your list and to bring more people into your world. We would love to help you create a thriving and sustainable business and do that in a way that feels like it's an integrity for you and honors who you are, where you've got a respectful and empowering way to turn your potential clients into paying clients. So thank you for having us here. And we're just really, again, so honored to be a part of the Infinite Leads faculty here.
Awesome. Thank you, Charlotte. And I want to we got a couple of questions in the chat. One is, I'm in the UK attending a wedding that weekend. Can the tickets go to the one after? I imagine you're okay with that.
Yeah, if that's the case, you can go ahead and claim your bonus ticket and then send our team an email right after. Like you'll get a bunch of autoresponders after immediate emails after you claim your scholarship. Just reply and say, hey, I need to come to the next one. And that is okay,
Beautiful.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and you guys are doing this, is it 4 times a year?
3 times a year.
3 times a year. All right, cool.
Yep.
So every trimester, so 3 times a year. So yeah, if you can't make this one, you will get to go to the next one. And then there were a couple saying, what was post 3 in the chat? You remember that one more time?
You bet. I shared my screen. I saw that. I saw those comments, so I shared my screen. This is the inspiring invitation. This is a direct invitation. And it's seriously, it's less than 100 words. It's so potent. It's so compelling. It puts you in a leadership role. So you're actually having people raise their hand and say, yeah, I'm actually interested in working with you in a way that they would feel lucky to have the opportunity to work with you.
Love it. Awesome. So, I just want to drive home about the Client Attraction Summit. Like I said, I've been to it in person probably 2 or 3 times. I've been to it virtually a couple of times. I keep going back because I always get more great value. So I highly recommend this for all of you, that it's just, it'll change your business. And that's what we're all about, is transformation. And you do not want to miss this. We have another question on post 4 was your client success story. Thank you, Lucy, for addressing that one. And there's a question, the 4 post sequence sounds like we've just turned a corner. How would we have a client success story already around that?
Okay, so yeah, if you don't have, so hopefully you have client success stories. If you don't worry. We have an alternate post that goes with this series of 4. But this is where you're using client success stories that from people you've worked with. And we train you on how to tell the story in a way that it's like, it just draws people in. So, screenshots are amazing. They're ugly, but people love them. And I love screenshots of reviews and testimonials. Those are great. But when you tell the client success story in a way that it's got this like really potent narrative arc and it draws people into the story, they feel a different level of emotion around it. And they're more likely to want to work with you. And so that's what post number 4 does.
Got it. Awesome. Thank you for that. I'm just responding to one of the questions from a member.
Oh, and Lorna, you're saying, is there a way to get the post if we're already members and can't travel? The Client Attraction Summit is an online event. It's on Zoom.
Yeah. And so we can get you, because you're already a member, Lorna, we can get you set up. I'm sure that Charlotte and Jesse would be happy to extend you the invitation to the summit as well.
Definitely.
So we'll be sure to get that for you.
Yep. Now this 4 posts, sorry, I just saw one question. These 4 posts work best on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn, just so y'all know. That's where we focus on with these. And so you can use them there.
Perfect. And then Charlotte, if you've got a couple of minutes, I also have some questions that would love for us to banter about a little bit. Do you have a couple more minutes with us?
Absolutely, 100%.
Cool. Okay. So one of the big ones for me is that I think so many coaches, they just don't, they've got a challenge with enrollment conversations.
Yeah.
So what are the big misunderstandings that new coaches screw up around enrollment conversations?
Yeah. So most people were never taught to sell. And if you did, when you have experienced somebody trying to sell you something, most of the time it didn't feel good. So most coaches and holistic practitioners avoid sales. And they're so afraid of being put in the sales box, being judged in that way, that they slide all the way over to the heart box, where you're so nice and everyone likes you. But there is a way to do it in the 5 elements of heart selling. Let me bring up a slide because this is just so, this is our jam.
This is juicy. Yeah.
One of the things we are known for more than anything else is the 5 elements of heart selling: fire, earth, metal, water, and wood. You need all 5 to be in balance. If you're missing even one, the conversation falls flat. You're not likely to get a client. And you can also go out of balance in the heart box or the sales box and any of the 5. Now, we obviously don't have time to go into all of those, but I will give you one example that can really hit this home for you. Just one element is the water element. And what a lot of people do is somebody, like they try to convince, right? They think selling is about convincing. And so they talk and talk and talk and talk. And that can be like an overpowering wave that knocks people over. Or they collapse. They just don't say much. They kind of are shy and like introverted, and they just are not going to share much. And this is particularly useful when you're dancing with a concern, say like the money concern, for example. You could try to convince, or you could collapse, but what if instead you were curious? And so the water element in balance is about being curious. And you ask these magic, empowering questions that are not about agenda, that are not about trying to convince, but actually help the potential client, like we're going under the surface like a scuba diver, really wanting to understand what's going on with someone. And so when you show up with really clean energy and you are asking these really potent questions within the 5 elements, when you are in balance with each of them, the potential client has the experience that you are there to serve them, that you care about them, that you want what's best for them, and they will actually discover more about what they want and move closer to their goals while moving closer to saying yes to you and your work if it's a good match. So this is a way to, it's so tactful, it's in integrity, it's a way for you to be authentic in your conversations. It's like the part of you that is there to serve and show up and love on people and support them. You will be the same person in your heart selling conversations as you do when somebody's already become a client, if you use this well. Yeah.
Love that. I hope you guys are picking up what she's laying down here, because this is golden. And she's just given you a taste of one of the 5 elements of heart selling. At the Client Attraction Summit, you go deeply into all of those, right?
Correct. Absolutely.
And that is one of the areas why I like to continue to attend, because I always pick up something new, or if nothing else, I get the reminder like, oh, Michael, you've been skipping that part. You've been doing this. You've been collapsing. You know, it's such great reminders. So please, I recommend you all get out there if you are even on the fence about it. You know, it's a great thing to do. I saw, Lauren, it looked like your hand went up and then it went down. Maybe you were just going, hey, yes, amen to that. But if you have a question, you can raise your hand again. I do see you put in the chat. And that's why coaches make such great salespeople, if they understand that. And I will say too, that the reality is, and Charlotte, you touched on this at the beginning of that piece, most of us got into the business of what we're doing, not because we wanted to become marketers, not because we wanted to become salespeople, but because we wanted to deliver our gift, our message, our support in the world. We want to be of service. And we have to learn how to sell, you know, is the reality of it. We got to get better at it. Either that or have a sales team. And even then, you still got to have some elements to be able to coach and train your sales team. But the reality is, most of us are doing the selling on our own. And so this is such a valuable asset for people. Charlotte, I've got another question for you. What advice would you give someone whose biggest fear is, I don't want to bother people? Like, that the one who's like, well, just me asking, it's such a bother for me to even ask for the sale or to see if they want my services. I'm bothering people.
Yeah, so it's a great question. And I would say if that feeling or thought is present for you, then let's step back. It's time to do some inner game work and really take a look at the perspective. I would say there's probably some deeper, maybe even trauma there around relationships that needs to be dealt with. We do a lot of deep visualization work and transformation and breakthrough work here at Thrive because the inner game can get you stopped. It's very interesting to me sometimes when I hear some of these experiences, because I remember what it was like when I felt like that, when I was so afraid, like voice shaking, terrified, so nervous to tell people what I did or to share my rates or whatever. I could like remember that fear state that I would go into. And what I can tell you is that it's possible to get to a point where your energy is so clean and you are 100% over there in their world, ready to show up and serve them, that it's just not even an issue. And so I would say, yes, let's do the inner work. There's an interesting thing that we need to think about too, whenever we're talking about inner game work. If you just do the inner game work and you try to like manage your confidence and your beliefs, it's potent and it's powerful. And there's a good breakthrough there for you. However, if you don't also close the skill gaps that are having you have that same experience over and over and over again, you're going to still feel like that. And so we need to do both the inner game and the outer game work. We need to both do the deep, exploratory work with ourselves or with a mentor, your coach, your therapist, whatever, to explore what's going on, what is in the way, have that breakthrough. And you also need to attain the skills that are going to help you have an easier time with it. So they go hand in hand. We can't do one without the other.
Yeah, you're so spot on with that. And it just even leads, like one of the big dominoes we've been talking about in business is how leads can solve so many of your business problems. And part of the thing that you just mentioned is great to do the inner work, but now you need to have the skill set that goes with it. And that's the value of more lead flow, is you get to practice and build your skill set. None of us are born great at selling. We get better with practice. And so you want the training, you want the work, and then you want the practice, you want the implementation. So
yeah, absolutely. And I would say that when you have a lot more leads, you just get to freaking relax. Like I can't tell you, if you only have 2 potential clients in your pipeline and you're like, I got to pay rent next week, panic, fear, like you're going to be a train wreck and you're not going to be able to show up with clean energy because you're going to feel needy and desperate. That's actually the heart box with the earth element.
Yeah.
Where you feel needy and desperate. And so we want to avoid that. Having more leads does solve that problem. So there, again, inner game, outer game, we need to constantly be working with this. And I'll tell you, business is such a spiritual path. Like in order to be successful, you need to keep uncovering your own blocks, having your own inner transformation as you go through and keep showing up in service and keep discovering all the things that are in the way between you and showing up fully in support with clean energy. And you'll get to the point where you are fully stepped into your transformational leadership. And we like to collapse the amount of time that it takes to get there.
Exactly. And in the process too, is, Jesse and Charlotte are amazing at that, helping you collapse the amount of time to get there. We like to do that with the lead side because it also helps in that collapsing of the time. If you start, like there's the number of people that I've had who've shared with me, well, I want to worry about building my list later. First, I got to get my book written. Or first, I got to get my podcast launched. I'm like, my God, that is so backwards. Grow your audience so that when your book is ready, now they're ready to buy. When your podcast is ready, you've got listeners lined up. Like, it just is incredible that people still make that mistake. It's like collapse the time, be doing these things right away. in a certain order. So Charlotte, it has been amazing having you here with us today. I don't see any more questions popping into the chat. Krista, do you have anything that you want to ask Charlotte before we let her go? I don't know. There she is. She's looking for the.
Yeah. I mean, I always love hearing the talks that you do. This was great. You talking about the 4 posts. I really love hearing about the heart-centered selling, the 5 elements, because it resonates so deeply, and everyone in the room can understand and see themselves on one side of this or the other when it comes to selling, whether we're too aggressive or getting walked all over, where, there's these extremes that we go through. And as Michael said, hardly anybody is just naturally great at sales, but it's necessary to get people to pay us. It's our way of making an invitation for people to work with us. And the way that you teach it at Thrive, and you've just invited our new members to be able to attend your summit, they're going to be able to take that and go, okay, I'm getting leads. Now I've got leads. Now I've got to put them into sales. And we can't have one without the other. And that's why I love our partnership with you and Jesse at Thrive Academy so much, because we both recognize that all of us and all of our clients need to have both. And it's really beautiful to see the connection and how your clients come over to us and they're like, all right, let's go. And this whole back and forth is just working out so beautifully. So if anyone in the audience has any additional questions, please let us know. We've got just a couple more minutes. And I'm also just kind of curious if you want to write in the chat how you personally feel about sales. Are you like, I love it, I rock it, I get nervous, I hate
scare
it,
me.
I fear it, like whatever adjective is swarming in your head and heart about sales, drop that in the chat.
Yeah.
It helps us to know where you are. And
Lorna
to see
loves
that you're
sales.
checked
Awesome.
in.
And if you love sales, man, that's just an extra bonus. But even loving those, it's always good to practice and get better at certain elements. I like selling from stage. I'm not as good selling on a call, as an example. And by the way, if you have these thoughts around yourself of how you're good and how you're not so good, I like to follow the instructions of the great coach Vince Lombardi, who used to say, I believe it was him who had this theory that whatever the weaknesses were of the team, that is what they would focus on. Turn your weaknesses into your strengths and you will master everything. So if I know for myself, with being a weakness being on calls, if I turn that into a strength, everything will shift in my business as well. So just wanted to put that out to y'all as you're looking at what you're good at, what you're not so good at. And I also wanted to add this, because I know we've mentioned it multiple times now. The name of their event is the Client Attraction Summit, but I want to be real clear. It's not a summit like these other summits you go to where there's a bunch of speakers. This is actually a 3-day event, delivery event from Charlotte and Jesse. So you want to just say a little bit more about that before?
Sure, you bet. Yeah, so for those of you who are Infinite Leads members or you join today, this is part of the bonus stack, is your ticket to this event. It's a $1497 value for this ticket. We do sell tickets for $1497. That's $1,500 bonus for you. And this is 3 full days with Jesse and I on Zoom, just like you're here at the List-Building Extravaganza all day on Zoom. But this has got many different speakers. This is exclusively with me and my husband delivering to you the full set of strategies and skills that you need to have a thriving business that you love as a coach, as a holistic practitioner, as a transformational leader. If you identify with one of those 3 labels, coach, holistic practitioner, transformational leader, it's built specifically for you. We do go deep into our heart selling system. We do go deep into the like all these different client attraction systems, how to design, fill, and deliver your group programs and online courses, how we've made over $33 million speaking to groups, and so much more. You'll actually walk away with a really clear launch plan, and you will know the exact skills that you need to focus on and get so many tips, like the 23 magic questions. I talked about the water element and the curious questions to help you dance with concerns. You get 23 magic questions to help you dance with any concern that you need. You're not going to use all 23 in a conversation, but
Right.
when you have them all at your disposal, you'll know how to ask those questions. So again, you don't ever have to push or convince. You ask questions, curious questions, and your ideal clients will practically talk themselves into working with you if it's a good match. So
Yeah.
so much more.
And I cannot recommend it enough. So hopefully you guys will take advantage of that and jump in. It is a great event. And thank you so much, Charlotte, for joining us today, presenting your great wisdom to our group. We really appreciate you. Can't wait to see you guys in person.
My pleasure. Love you.
Love you too.
Me too. See you soon.
Ciao.
Bye.
All right. So I hope this is starting to drive home a little bit more about what you're going to do so well when you have these things under your tool belt. And so this information here from Charlotte, absolute brilliance as always. But I want you to check in now with you. Did you notice how everything she shared would be 10 times easier when you got the right leads flowing into your business, when you have more of them? Because selling with heart isn't hard when you have the system, which Charlotte is happy to share and train you on that. When people coming to you actually want the transformation you offer, everything becomes easier, which brings us to the next level, how to build influence and visibility fast. Okay, so I know we just had this great information from Charlotte. Now I want us to just pause for a moment, take a deep breath, let all of this soak in. Okay, I see some of the comments that we've got in the chat there, like selling feels unnatural. Drina dislikes sales. I get it. I'm not a big fan either. What I prefer, and this is maybe even just a little shift we can play with here before we move into the next section, is to think of it as an offer, as you're not selling, but you're serving. Okay. And so it has to be a part of what you do, but let's just maybe shift it a little bit. Okay. So as we do this and we breathe in and we get ready to move into this next section, I want you to imagine something for a second. Okay. Maybe even close your eyes for this part. What if you didn't have to grow your business alone? What if you didn't have to fight the algorithm? What if visibility didn't depend on hoping Instagram shows your stuff to the right people? How many of you worry about that? Or Facebook, it's not getting in front of my audience. What if instead you could tap into other people's audiences? That's collaboration. And it's the single fastest way to grow, period. Real talk. People think they want influencers to promote them. But the truth is, nobody promotes someone who isn't promoting themselves. I want you to get that. Nobody wants to promote someone who isn't promoting themselves. Okay? You don't get invited onto big stages with a tiny list. You don't get JV opportunities without having credibility. This is the part that I'm getting at with this, is you need to put the first effort into growing yourself to become that person that partners will seek out. Because when you start building your list, when you start showing up consistently, when you start nurturing people, your influence goes up. It goes way up. And suddenly people notice you. And this is why giveaways are the backbone of Infinite Leads. Giveaways are collaboration made easy. You get exposed to new audiences. You borrow the trust of the host. You get warm, aligned leads, and you grow fast. You stay top of mind, and you build a network of partners. Now, I know we've had still some new people coming into the room, so I'll just reiterate it real quickly here as I mentioned this part, staying top of mind. And that's one of the things that giveaways do for you. But it's important when you understand the buyer's pyramid, that only 3% of the market is buying today. 7% probably within the next month. The next 30%, 6 months to a year. And after that, the next 30% after that, 5 years maybe. You need to stay top of mind always, always. Think of it like advertising, okay? I know so many entrepreneurs really get this messed up. They don't think of marketing and their email list as advertising. And the reality is that's just a wrong way to think of it. It is advertising. If you're on my email list, you know that I email practically daily. And yeah, that may annoy some of you, okay? It may cause people to unsubscribe. So what? The few that it causes that issue with are probably not going to buy from me anyway. But the other ones who do open my emails and do read them, they're getting more value from me. I'm staying top of mind so that when they are ready to buy, I'm going to be the person that they think of, as long as what I'm selling is the right product, program, or service. All right. So Sue's asking for those percentages in the chat. I went through it too quickly. Krista, if you could add those in, I'll say it once more. 3% of the market is actually buying today. No matter what product, program, or service, anything out there, about 3% of the market is looking to buy something today. The next 7%, probably not going to be looking for another 2 weeks to a month. That's the next 7%. After that, the next 30% are looking to buy within the next year, maybe. I used Toyota earlier as an example. People may still have 6 months left in their lease, so they're not going to buy a car for 6 months or a year. They're not going to buy today, period. So pushing too hard to sell to them, you're wasting your breath and probably annoying them. But you do want to stay top of mind. You do want to still have them thinking of you. And then the next 30%, those are people who just bought a car. Someone just bought a program like yours, so they're not interested in buying your program. But when that program's done, they may be ready to buy yours. In the world of cars, it may mean they're not going to be ready for 5 years till this one's paid off, and then they're ready to trade it in maybe. Okay? And 30% will never buy. Thank you, Krista, for popping that into the chat. And Caroline asked a question, is a giveaway the same as a bundle? It is and it isn't. So we'll go over what a giveaway is here. And as a matter of fact, I think one of the things we will do is we'll show this as a video. So let's see, how do I play this? Okay, that's not, let's do it. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to do a screen share and let you all see what is a giveaway. This way it will explain to those of you who don't know, and those of you who do know, this may be a good way to look at it a little bit differently. So here we go. Everybody see my screen? Krista, we're good. What exactly is a giveaway? At its core, a giveaway is a treasure trove of valuable free gifts, often in the form of lead magnets, thoughtfully curated by a single host and contributed by a diverse range of expert guests. Okay, that makes sense, but how does it work? Great question. First off, the host sets the stage by defining the giveaway's theme and its intended audience. For example, the Business Builders giveaway is tailored to guide entrepreneurs to their first $100,000 milestone. This targets those who are new to the entrepreneurial world or those striving to break that elusive six-figure barrier. Next, the host gathers a league of extraordinary experts, their friends and colleagues, who not only share a passion for overcoming the same challenges, but also boast a dedicated following within the target audience. These guest experts then register to participate as one of the contributors, and they provide the details of their specific lead magnet that they'd like to offer as part of the giveaway. By joining, they pledge to champion the event by sending a set number of promotional emails to their subscribers during the giveaway period. The host may gather as many as 30 contributors for the giveaway, and it's up to them to create the required pages in support of the event. These pages include the opt-in page, where all of the contributors will be sending people to sign up for the free gifts. The opt-in page will frequently show all of the cool free gifts that people will get when they subscribe. This requires a panel for each of the lead magnets submitted by the contributors. Then the host creates the access page. This is where the people who sign up for the giveaway can go to collect the individual lead magnets or gifts that they choose. Once these pages are built, the host will provide links to the opt-in page and email copy for the contributing experts to email to their list. Then we wait until the giveaway opens. On the specified dates of the giveaway, with the power of collective effort, the host, along with each contributor, fires off emails to their eager subscribers, inviting them to join the giveaway festivities. Imagine you've got 30 people emailing their list, some small and some big, reaching in excess of 60,000 people in a mere matter of days. The invitation is out and people start to check out the giveaway and the free content included therein. And they start to opt in for the giveaway, adding their name and email to the list of the host. We call these leads, as they are folks raising their hand and saying, "Hey, I want to explore what you offer." The beauty of the giveaway success lies in its outcomes. The host list flourishes, a testament to their dedication and hard work. Contributors also reap rewards, although typically not on the same scale as the host. Given the substantial effort invested in creating the giveaway, the host will typically charge anywhere from $97 to $300 for a basic spot, with featured positions commanding over $500. Savvy contributors gladly invest in these opportunities. With minimal effort, mainly a few well-timed emails, they access leads far more effectively than traditional advertising. These leads are warm, nurtured by colleagues who've already established a connection. Sure, some giveaways are free, but they often yield lackluster results, leaving contributors unsatisfied. At the Infinite List, we do the heavy lifting for our members. Even when our members decide to host their own giveaway, we build the pages, create the swipe copy, wrangle the guests, and more. Plus, our members get to participate in any of the hundreds of giveaways we run without any additional charge. It's all included in membership. To learn more about giveaway specifics, check out our other videos on this page. All right. There you have it. So that is what a giveaway is. Now, I know that many of you here, well, we have a lot of members in the room. And that video, I will say, you hear us talking about Infinite Leads a lot today. We have rebranded our name from Infinite List to Infinite Leads. We still have the list system, which is more of what we've been talking about today. But that's essentially what a giveaway is. And the way we started doing this, I just want to give you a little bit of a backstory. I started out in this business over a decade ago. And I remember when my list was really small. I mean, like I mentioned it earlier, I had a list of 300. I think that was the first big thing I did, got me up to 300 somehow. I forget exactly how I got there. But my list was about 300. And I heard about a giveaway going on. And I reached out to the host who I knew. I said, "Hey, can I be in your giveaway?" And she said, "Well, it has a minimum list size requirement of 2,000. Do you qualify?" And I was like, bummer. No, sorry. So I could not be in that giveaway. So what I did is I decided, well, okay, I'm going to go out and build my own. So I learned how to do it and I ran my own giveaway and I started to grow my list pretty rapidly. And once I learned how to do it, it is a lot of work, by the way, running a giveaway. Don't let anybody kid you to tell you that it's easy, okay? You have to build all the pages required. You have to reach out to enough people that you know who will become contributors in your giveaway. And you have to charge them for it because you're doing a boatload of labor. And so there's a multifaceted process to doing it. But I did it and I grew my list quickly. And I thought, wow, this is pretty cool. And now that I had it down and how to do it, I started to do them with more regularity. And my list continued to grow and to grow and to grow. And then what happened was people that I was coaching podcasting at the time, and people started asking me, how did you grow your podcast audience? And so I shared one of the ways that I did that was with giveaways. They're also great for growing your audience of your YouTube channel or your Instagram or whatever it is you do. Giveaways will help you to grow it. And so I started teaching people, hey, you want to grow your podcast audience? Giveaways are a great way to do it. Well, it was during one of these I did these 3-day events where it would be launch a giveaway in a weekend. And one of the people stood up and said, "Michael, this is so much work to do this, the page building, the wrangling, everything. Could I just pay you to do it for me?" And I had one of those light bulb moments and I'm like, yeah, you know what? Why not? I had built down to a system. My team knew how to put them together quickly. So I started doing a done for you giveaway service where people would come to me and say, hey, I want you to run my giveaway for me. And to a degree, we still do this. But what happened then was I started doing this for people, and I started to notice something. The same host would come back to me again and again. Hey, I'm ready to do my next giveaway. Will you do it again? Great. Yeah, absolutely. I also started to notice that the people who are signing up for giveaways, so like I might be running 5 different giveaways at the same time for different hosts out there, and I would have some people would join all 5 giveaways. They happen to know all the different hosts, and they would get invited and they go, yeah, I want to be in each of these, because they knew the power of giveaways. And it was in noticing these 2 things that the next evolution happened, which is I'm like, well, wait a minute. What if we just brought this all under one roof? Because the challenge is in the beginning, and I mentioned that when my list was small, I heard about this, giveaway opportunity, but I didn't qualify. So I started doing my own. But the challenge was I didn't hear about other giveaways. It wasn't like all of a sudden I knew. I would see them in my inbox where someone would say, hey, get all these free gifts from this particular giveaway. I would see those, but it would always be after the fact. And so I thought, wow, what if we created a community where everybody who's playing in this community understands the value of lead magnets, of giveaways as a way to get exposure for your lead magnets. And we just do it all under one roof. And so with that now, our members get exposure to all of the different giveaways that are going on that we're running for people. And we run about 100 giveaways every year. And so it is an opportunity to really have your list flourish. And so again, now what we're putting together for you today is an entire system. It is all of it bundled together. If you go into the green room, you will see the green button there for the Infinite Leads homepage. You're welcome to go and check that out. If you don't have time to stay for the rest of the day, I highly recommend you jump in to take advantage of the offer. We're going to be giving a lot more training yet today, and I'll explain more of the offer and the other bonuses you're going to get with it. But just in case you can't stick around for that, because the bonuses will go away after midnight, you're going to want to jump in anyway and get that before you go. Okay, so I just want to be sure everybody was aware of the value of giveaways. And this is how coaches, by the way, they go from invisible to being everywhere. And you do it without spending 10 hours a day on social media, okay? And this is so critical that you really have a system in place. Okay. And what I mean by a system is not just, what we have available is the list system, but that in and of itself is like, you could say, oh yeah, I own this. I have a stereo system, right? As an example, I'm trying to think of a good analogy here. I have a stereo system, but the stereo system doesn't work unless I turn it on and play something, right? This is the kind of system that we're going to give you the support and the tools to turn it on, to actually have it generating leads for you on a regular basis. This is critical for you, okay? Because when you do this, you generate lead flow. And as I mentioned, and I'm going to ask you guys, put it into the chat, every business problem that you have is actually a lead problem. Every business problem you have is actually a what? Pop it in the chat. I promise you, again, I know it can sound like a bold statement, but every problem you have in your business boils down to a lead problem. Because if you had more leads, everything else goes away. They no longer become problems. I mentioned one earlier that's worth mentioning again, because someone brought this up to me when I made that bold statement recently, and they said, well, no, I don't buy that. I have an employee problem. I can't get my employees to do the work that I'm trying to assign them. Guess what? If you had more leads, you would have more revenue. If you had more revenue, you would be able to hire better employees. You'd be able to hire a person to train those people, so the problem goes away. I'm telling you that if you solve your lead problem, you can solve every other problem. If you have a steady flow of leads, it's really hard to fail. It is really hard to fail if you know how to generate leads. And I don't care where you are in your business. You could be upside down. This is how you turn it around. You could be in debt. This is how you turn it around. You can be struggling to make ends meet. Leads is how you turn it around. I cannot drive this home to you enough. And as a matter of fact, what we're going to do is I want to bring somebody on to talk to you a little bit next who is an Infinite Leads member. Okay. And I would even say this, she's actually an Infinite Leads rock star. Okay. She didn't wait until she was ready. She didn't wait until her list was big. She just showed up and started playing full out. And the results speak for themselves. And so, Krista, can you check to see if Christy is available? And then if she is, we will bring her
I saw
on.
her in here earlier. She's been in the
I
house for a while,
I
ready to
see that, but
go.
I just want to be sure that she
Are you
is
ready? I'm
ready
here.
to
Pull
be
her
on.
up. She's got
Christy,
jazz
you
hands
ready?
and ready to go.
She's ready to go. Okay. So without further ado, I want to bring on Christy Ruffino. Christy is a dear friend and a client, member of Infinite Leads. She has been working the system and masterfully. And so instead of me explaining, her results, why don't we just turn it over to you, Christy, and you can tell us what you've done.
Yeah, so I started in this membership kind of when you guys launched it. I remember when we were talking about what you were creating, and I'm like, that is amazing, right? And I've been here from the beginning. I didn't have my, caca together at that point. I didn't really have a clear offer. I had a lot of offers. And so I was constantly changing my lead magnets. I didn't have a great system, but I knew the importance of it. I saw other people out there showing up. I was getting emails from other people. I was, taking advantage of their offers. And I'm like, all right, there's something to this email consistency. I want to jump on the train. And so when I started, it kind of was a mess. Like I didn't really have a system. I didn't really know anything about nurture sequence or welcome sequence or any of that. I just said, yes, I created it and I built it and did what I needed to do to get started. And then I refined it. And so what I love, and up until that point, I was in giveaways, but very sporadically. And honestly, one of my favorite things about this process that Michael created, this opportunity, is for us to have consistency. Because by being in a giveaway every month, it's really forced me to watch what I've created, look at how it's working, make improvements, track where those leads are going. And I know in the last, since I've started this, I'm tracking all my sales to see how they entered my world. And I actually have a number of how much of my sales have come from me being in a giveaway. And so, whether I'm in a giveaway and I get, 400 leads, or if I get 80 leads, it doesn't matter to me because it just takes one of those leads to turn into a client. And so I'm just doing the best I can to keep refining my process, keep having the best lead magnet that's right for me with my, now that I've got an amazing offer, and just seeing what works and constantly modifying and make it better. But it's the consistency that's allowed me to have that opportunity to get these amazing results.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to put myself back up there with you. So one of the things I want to drive home about what Christy just said there is the consistency, okay, which is key. And she also mentioned about being in a giveaway every month. Remember earlier, and I know some of you came in late, so I'll reiterate it a little bit. But earlier I talked about a roller coaster effect. This is what you do: a launch, you get a whole bunch of leads, you make a lot of money, and then you don't make any money or grow any more leads for quite a while until you get into your next launch. And you end up doing this, and it's like feast or famine. And it's not a great way to live, quite frankly. And it's not great for your business. And when you create a steady, consistent lead flow, then and only then do you find that you're out of the roller coaster and everything seems to be on the higher level of it because your leads are coming in all the time, not just when you're doing a launch. And one of the things that Christy has done amazingly well is she has tracked all of this. So she can break it down to, hey, this person just bought from me. Where did that lead come from? Oh, cool. They came from a giveaway that I was in. Great. So now she has attribution, which is so important in your business, because if you don't know where you're making your money from, how do you know what of your tasks that you're doing is best for you? And Christy has tracked it down to the dollar even. So I'm going to turn it back over to you and let you share about that. Because, and like she mentioned, whether you get 300 opt-ins or leads or 80 leads, one sale is all it really takes to make a huge difference. And so she has both numbers, number of leads and dollar amount. So fire away, Christy.
Yeah. And so, it does take a little bit of work to track it all. But to me, in business, that's part of what we need to do. Like, we have to keep track of numbers. And so I just put in the chat 73,000. And this was at the end of August. So I haven't even added, because then I had a scooter accident and then I went on a cruise and it's been really crazy busy. But up until the end of August, $73,010 came in from people that entered my world from a giveaway. And right now, I am in the process of gearing up for my very, very first 3-day event. And trust me, a year ago, it was never something that I could do. I'm not to the point where I can do a 3-day event. But in the last 2 years, I've built my email list up to be a 5-figure list. And so I have a big audience and I have consistency. And, Michael mentioned earlier about list fatigue. Well, if somebody gets mad because I'm sending out too many emails, and the emails that I'm sending out is mostly free resources and free opportunities, like great stuff. If people don't want to opt or don't want to take advantage of what I have in my emails because it's not a good fit for them, that's okay. But if they opt out, then that's not a good fit for me. And so I typically, I have consistency in when I send out my emails as well. And so typically I send out at least one email every day, not always on Saturdays and Sundays, but depending on, what's going on, it may go out on a Saturday and Sunday. And sometimes a couple a day, depending on what's going on. But my promotions for giveaways always come out on Fridays. And so my list knows they're going to get a Friday freebie email from me. Sometimes two, it'll be like, here's more Friday freebies. And I'm promoting the giveaway that I'm in for that particular week. Because even though I even though I may do one giveaway a month, sometimes they overlap. And so one Friday, I may be finishing a giveaway and starting a next one. So my list gets two collections of free resources. And so I feel that that's worked really well for me. And because I'm in so many giveaways, what I've done recently is I am learning how to leverage my thank you page, which a thank you page, if you don't know, when somebody opts into your gift, the next page they go to is, thank you for opting in, where some people don't do anything with that page, or they do various things with that page. But what I have right now is great. Go to your email, get the gift. And by the way, I'm having an event. And because you're now in my community, I'm going to give you a code to get a complimentary ticket. And so that has been going on with my emails, with my giveaway activity for about a month and a half. Well, since September, mid-September. And with my event that's coming up in December, I'm already at 300 people registering for my event, and it's still 5 weeks away. And I've still not even sent out one email about it. Probably about 60% of those people came because they saw my event from a thank you page from one of Michael's giveaways, or Michael and Krista, Infinite Leads giveaways. Yeah. And so that's just one idea of what you can do, but it's me showing up consistently to serve my audience, to be a good JV partner in these giveaways. Because when I say, yes, I'm going to be in a giveaway, I don't want to just get leads. I want to help other people. So I want to promote that event. And so I just try to do whatever I can to just continue to be a good referral partner and be consistent with my list and to leverage every giveaway I'm in to the best of my ability so I can get those clients. And so my 74,000 can be 174,000 next
Right.
month, right? That's my goal.
Yeah. And Christy, thank you for the fresh number. I realized I'm going to have to update. I think we have on our homepage, we have a quote from you and a testimonial, but at that point, and she keeps updating it. At that point, it was 53,000. So now it's up to 73,000. So I got to keep updating it because you keep killing it. And this is critical of why it's so important to track it. And I want everybody to get this as a take home, if nothing else, from what Christy is laying down here, is the fact that leads fuel your business. Leads are the lifeblood. And as you grow your list, you grow your revenue, you grow your business. And the other thing that I've noticed that Christy didn't even really talk about is I start seeing Christy now on leaderboards. Now, I want to just go into this a little bit because I know a lot of you may, and I can tell by some of the questions that are even appearing in the chat that, it may be a new term for you. Like I know giveaways are new to some of the people here, and there have been questions about what is a giveaway. We put some samples into the chat of giveaways that are in process right now as we speak. And I also want to say that leaderboards are game changers for you. Now we're going to go into a lot more of this through we're 3 hours into our list building extravaganza. We got 3 more hours to go. We're at the halfway mark, and there's still a lot of great value. And one of those things is going to be about joint venture partnerships. And that's where leaderboards come into play. How many of you, let's do this with a quick check-in in the chat. How many of you have a business that's already doing, well, let's see, how do I want to frame this question? How many of you have a business that's not doing 6 figures? You're making under $100,000. And there's no shame or anything about that. $100,000 is, a good business to have, and especially in lots of parts of the country. Okay, so we've got some of you with a business in there that's doing under 100,000. This part might blow you away, and it might be one of those things that you're like, oh, that doesn't seem possible. We generate, and by we, I mean Krista and I, with our work that we do, we generate about $100,000 a year in affiliate revenue. Now, I want to explain what affiliate revenue means, because again, this is going to be new terminology to many of you. And the great thing about that 100,000 is we don't have to lift a finger to deliver on it. There is no fulfillment in that whatsoever. Affiliate revenue means Christy's got an event going on. I've got a big list. I refer people to Christy's event. If they buy from Christy, Christy pays me. That's affiliate commissions because I sent her people. And if my people buy, she sends me a commission. Those commissions are juicy. Many times, if you're promoting someone's launch, it can be 40 or 50%. Now, again, for some of you who are new to this business, you're going to go, that's nonsense. How could someone afford to give you 40 or 50%? So I want to be clear. And there are many of you who get this, but I have an online course. If there's one person in my online course, I have a certain amount of time that it requires for me to run that. If I've got 100 people in my online course, it doesn't change how much time it takes. I want you to really get this. An online course, I built it once, and now I can put it out to many. It's kind of like your book. I got a bunch of my books stuck back there, that side. I got a bunch of books, and those books, I only wrote it once, but now I can sell it many times. Well, I don't have to do all that work. If someone sends me a buyer, I'm happy to share it practically 50-50 with them because it didn't cost me anything out of pocket to spend on advertising, and it doesn't cost me any more to deliver it. affiliate revenue is incredible. And when you grow your list, you start to make more money just by referring other partners. And leaderboards is a great way to know you've arrived. Okay. And what a leaderboard is when, let's say I'm hosting in a big event and it's a big launch and I have a bunch of partners promoting it. Well, my leaderboard are the top 10 partners. And Christy is starting to show up in these leaderboards because her list has grown so beautifully in her participation through Infinite Leads that now she is becoming a bigger and better partner. And where this translates to more money for Christy, this is where I want to bring this all full circle, where it translates to more money for Christy is now she shows up on a leaderboard. What do you think the other leaderboard members are looking at when they go and they get that email? They're going, oh, Christy, she's new. I don't know Christy, but she's on this leaderboard, so she's probably got a great audience. Let's open a conversation and see if we can partner up. See if I can promote Christy and Christy can promote me. And now Christy's world just expanded. Is this making sense to y'all? Christy, I see you nodding, so please add to it because I know you're excited about what's been going on with it.
Yeah. So I kind of look back at my leads, and I had about a little over 3,000 leads when I started in the beginning of 2003. And so now I'm at 13,000 leads just from this consistency and showing up on these leads. So I only mention that not to brag, but to let you know if you are starting out, it's okay. You'll get there. You have to just say yes and get started. And now that I'm on leaderboards, people are reaching out to me. Do I want to speak on their summit? Do I want to be in their giveaway? Do I want to come speak at their event?
Yeah.
Right? They want to partner with me because they see that partnering with me is going to help them, and then they want to help me in return. And so now it's giving me the opportunity to be more selective and choose the audiences that are the best for me. Instead of just being out anywhere and everywhere, I'm actually trying to refine my actions so I can get the best results. And so it's a great place to be when you're in that kind of space where you're recognized for your efforts and people want to play with you, as opposed to always feeling like you're the little fish in the big pond. And actually that was something that happened. You weren't even in the room, Michael, on the cruise. I was in a mastermind with big players. And that kind of the idea came from the mastermind on the marketers cruise in January. And I know you guys are busy, you're hosting, and I'm like, well, I still want to do this. So how can I be in a room with a bunch of big players by inviting them to my mastermind, right? So Mark and I put this mastermind together, and I kind of said that, and everybody's like, Christy, you are a big player now. And I'm like, Alina said that, and I'm like, me? And so it takes a little bit of work, but it pays off, because when you're building a business, you have to do the right things in the right order. And you can't start out. I mean, I don't think it's a good idea to go start doing these crazy getting on stages and podcasts and all these things unless you have that mechanism to turn that audience,
yes,
those eyeballs, into leads. Because even if you're on social media and they like you, you have no way to communicate with them. So you have to have some sort of a process to turn all of your activities of being in front of people into a captive audience that you can communicate with.
Yeah. I want to mention something because you said, and I think you just misquoted a little bit. You said 2003 instead of, but you meant 2023, right?
Oh yeah.
When you joined, yeah.
2023, yes.
Yeah. So 2023, because we only launched Infinite Leads in January 2023. Yeah. So the business as a structure is less than 3 years old, and Christy joined early on. And so at that time she had 3,000. Now she has 13,000. And as I mentioned earlier, those numbers where it becomes a game changer, she surpassed that 10,000 mark. And now look at her world. Like she said, she's getting invited to be on stages. She's getting invited to events. She has arrived. And I'm telling you, list is a massive part of your arrival.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, and I think it all goes back to, as an entrepreneur, there are so many opportunities, and we get out there and we want to say yes to everything. But by saying yes to being on a podcast or speaking at a summit, which is what we do, we want to share a message. But if we don't have that foundation in place to take that engagement and turn it into something,
Yeah.
it's almost like you're wasting your time.
Right. Right. You don't have the back end to do it. And I see, and I know you see this as well, Christy. We see so many entrepreneurs out there, and they're falling because, hey, here's the deal. You get a coach out there who goes, I coach you to speak from stage. That it's every problem that you have, they're going to solve with having you speak from stage. But that's just because that's all that they teach. The reality is you need an underlying foundation on which to do any of the stuff that you do. And I promise you, your list and your lead generation is critical element of all of it. And it will make you better at everything that you do. I see a question that we had in the chat from Lucy. Do you incentivize the winners? Back to the leaderboard bit. Absolutely. You certainly want to incentivize winners. And as a matter of fact, let's just talk about that for a brief moment, because Christy, I know you're starting to win some prizes.
Yep.
And by the way, she recently sent me a nice affiliate commission for a recent launch at 2.
Yeah.
And one of the things that is a great prize in the bigger tables, I do this whole other talk on, we call a seat at the table, because the reality is when your list is small, we're coming into Thanksgiving next week here in the United States. So how many of you remember when you were a kid and you had to sit at the kids' table? Okay. Thanks. Yeah. Thanksgiving meals. You sit at the kids' table. Well, and of course I want to sit at the adult table. You want to work your way up. It's very similar in the joint venture world that we live in, the affiliate marketing world, that when you start out and your list is small, you're sitting at the kids' table. You don't get to play with the adults. You don't get to play with the big boys. You've got to earn that. You've got to get there over time. And growing your list puts you there. It elevates your table. And so recently, and by the way, I don't care how big your list gets, even now sitting at over 40,000, I'm still not at the full, the top table I would like to be at. I'm getting closer. And one of the ways you do that is you find out who's at a table that's a little more elevated than yours, and you start to promote them.
Yes.
So I'm going to give you 2 real world examples that were lovely that just happened for me in the last month and a half, 2 months. And that is in Jeff Walker's recent launch. I made it into the top 15 on his leaderboard. At one point, I was in the top 10. That was really exciting to see my name in the top 10 on Jeff Walker's leaderboard. Jeff Walker gets some really big players promoting him. The fact that I was able to break the top 10 blew me away. I've been promoting Jeff for years. And at some point, if I keep growing that, at some point, Jeff will promote me. That's part of the concept of it, to be able to play at that table. But in the meantime, not only finishing in the top 15, this is back to your question of incentivization. Not only did I make the money from referring people who then bought Jeff Walker's product launch formula, which I love. I bought it twice myself. The other thing that I won is 2 days at his launch intensive, which is an in-person event, which is, oddly enough, I paid $5,000 to go to earlier this year in April. Okay. I paid $5,000 to go. This time I won it and I get to go free the next time. And so I was real excited about that. And then, as I mentioned earlier, I promoted for Alex Hormozy. Definitely going to be a long time before I would ever get Alex to cross promote. That guy's list is in the millions, but I still managed to win a day out at Acquisition in their headquarters in Vegas because of being a top promoter. So these are the other side values that you get when you play the game like Christy's playing. Christy, anything else you want to add to that, or Krista? Krista and Christy.
I just wanted to pop in to acknowledge what Christy is saying, which is she wasn't there looking for a shortcut. She didn't expect unreasonable things on day one. She got in and started doing the work and following your guidance, Michael, making better lead magnets, showing up consistently, improving the email sequence. It was all about consistency and fine tuning bit by bit as you go. And then watching it rise. And like you just shared, being on the new media cruise, getting a compliment from Alina Vincent, and you're like, oh my gosh, I've actually like, sometimes we need somebody to reflect back to us like, oh, I really have made such a huge jump in just 2 years.
Yeah.
And so I just wanted to acknowledge you and allow the people in the room to hear that, because there are too many people that are offering something that sounds like a shortcut or a get rich quick or get whatever too fast. And we're really seriously building a foundation of a business. You want it to go in these nice incremental steps where you really know you know what you're doing. You've got the systems to do it. You're getting the leads. Like, it should be a nice steady progress. And not just some spike of something and then the rest of it falls out because you just weren't prepared.
Yeah. Yeah. And the reality is, if you do anything that is just a spike, let's say right now you're sitting here with 500 leads on your list. You've got 500, a list of 500. If you're not doing anything to grow that list, it is dying. Okay. It is dying because people will unsubscribe for whatever reason. Maybe they just go, oh, I'm on too many lists, I'm going to unsubscribe from this. I mean, if you're emailing them, you're going to get unsubscribes. And unless you're adding to it, your list is in a downward trajectory. If you don't have something to keep it in growth pattern, you will get more unsubscribes than you are subscribes, and your list will shrink. So you need to have a strategy in place. And I love that what Alina said to you. It reminds me of I love it in my navigation system when it says, you have arrived, and it's kind of like that. Christy has arrived.
Yeah.
And I promise any of you looking at this, when you get your list to really grow and really be powerful, you will feel that. You'll feel that you've arrived.
So in 2023, when I got started, I created a marketing calendar. I just got like a spreadsheet and the whole year on one page. And I started mapping out when I'm going to be in a giveaway. And that was my very first step of having that be a part of my business, right? Like, everything I need to do needs to be in that marketing calendar. And the first year it was pretty empty. But I started a habit of tracking that activity. And now my marketing calendar is just crazy to try to figure it all out. But my team knows what's going on more than I do sometimes. But what I love, and I'm in other giveaways now too. I'm doing other things. I'm in all kinds of things that I feel are the right fit for me. But I like nothing better than being an infinite list, because I just have to go to the calendar, click basically 2 buttons, and then I'm done. Where the rest of them, I've got to submit this form, and did I submit the form, or what did I submit on the form? And there's all this information I got to try to track or remember, which is really hard to do. Where with their system, all I need to do is go to my dashboard and be like, yeah, I'm in this one, this one, this one. This is the gift I chose for that one. This is the gift I chose for that one. And it helps me stay super organized with all of my activities so I don't mess up. And so I'm able to be a good JV partner. Like, seriously, while I was waiting, when I jumped in here, I went in and signed up for J Fairbrothers giveaway, and it seriously took me about 4 seconds to go click, and I'm in.
And you're in.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll actually do a little demo for everybody who's watching to see what we're talking about for our giveaway calendar and how easy it is to get into giveaways. And we had a question in the chat. Do you create new lead magnets and new offers for each giveaway? So Christy, I will let you address that question first.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have 4 lead magnets in my dashboard, because when I host a giveaway, I have the opportunity to put multiple assets in there. But what I personally do right now is I have a lead magnet, and I'll keep it for a good 4 to 5 months. And I only join giveaways that are in alignment with my lead magnet, because I want to have a lead magnet that's going to lead people to my main offer. So if I have a bunch of lead magnets, or I create a bunch of lead magnets for whatever event I'm in, I'm not necessarily going to get the right person for me. So I've created the lead magnet that I feel is best for my person, and I only plan the giveaways that are in alignment with that gift. So it makes my conversions better. People know what I do. They know what I'm an expert in. And so that's kind of how I do it. And I'm getting ready for 2026, like I have an idea of what my next one's going to be. But this makes it easy for me because I probably only create a lead magnet maybe twice a year now. And that allows me to split test and see what works and see, it allows me to track things better because there's again, consistency, and it's easy. I don't want to keep creating things.
Right. Yeah. And I want to dive in a little bit to what Christy said as well, because it also relates to a question that we have in the chat here. And that is, Christy said she's doing other stuff too. Okay. But giveaways are a big part of the strategy.
Yep.
And the question in the chat was saying, so being involved in giveaways is one way to list build, right? Absolutely. It is one way to list build. Okay. And let's take a moment, especially while we still have Christy here, who's done it so effectively. Let's talk about what are the other things and what makes the most sense for you. Okay. And we never do we say don't do a certain type of list building. We say approach it with your eyes wide open. Some reality check. Yes, you should have your lead magnet on your website, but that's going to get you a trickle. I mean, how many people new are seeing your website on a regular basis? Probably not. You probably have the same old, unless you're doing something else to promote your website. Not a lot of people are going to be seeing that. So it's going to be a trickle. You should get on podcasts. Absolutely. You should host your own podcast too. I teach podcasting. I love podcasting. Okay. But again, it's going to be a trickle. You're not going to get as many, and it's going to be a bit of a slower flow. And not only that, if you were to interview with me, let's say on my podcast, well, that episode that you just interviewed today, I might not release that episode for 2 months. So you're not going to get any leads from that right away. It's going to be delayed, and it's on my schedule, not yours. So you don't have any control over it. Okay. So I want this to sink in about all of these different ways. You can do social media, put your post of your lead magnet into social media. Absolutely. Again, you're probably going to get a trickle for multiple reasons. Facebook, let's say you're using that as your social media. Well, they don't want people leaving Facebook. They want you staying there and browsing for hours so you can see more of their ads. Okay. And therefore, they're not, if you put a link leading someone away, which is to an opt-in page, you're going to not get as much traction there. It won't get the exposure. So you're probably also going to get a trickle unless you've got a huge following there. And if you've got a huge following, hopefully you're converting them to your list. All right. But again, it's once you've kind of hit it, then it's just going to be a slow trickle. The other thing that I recommend you do is speak from stages. But that's a costly lead generation tactic because often you're either going to have to pay for the stage time or you're going to have to pay to get there. Even if the stage time is free, you've still got the travel involved, all the other things that go with that. And if someone's paying you to speak from stage, they're probably not going to let you collect leads. Okay, because they paid you to be there to deliver content, not to collect content or sell. So all of these are really good ways, but they're not as cost effective or as steady as a strategy of constant lead flow, the way that Christy put it together with being in giveaways every month. So just wanted to touch on that because yes, you should be in a lot of different things, but giveaways is, and doing it as a system is the most effective way for you to generate leads on an ongoing basis at a reasonable price. I mean, let's be real. The other option is you can go and buy Facebook ads. And you will get leads from that, hopefully, or you will just be setting your money on fire. But even when you do get leads, we had Charlotte on here earlier and we chat with them a lot about what they're spending on Facebook ads. And they're finding that they're paying anywhere from $18 to $22 per lead. That's not terrible if you know your client acquisition value and you still make money on it. It's not terrible. But wouldn't you rather be getting them for $2 or less? Go ahead,
I also
Kristen.
I want to add what it took to get them to the 18
Yeah.
to $20 per lead.
Yeah.
And that's what a lot of people in the industry don't understand, is that it takes a big investment in dialing in the ad itself, the ad spend, and from what we see and hear about, too many people run out of ad available money, like they run out of their marketing dollars before they actually hit the one that gets them to the leads at all. And that's why you hear the term people burning money on Facebook, is because they've just been trying, and they've exhausted that budget before they've gotten any leads.
Yeah.
At Thrive, they've really dialed it in. They play everything at a very big game as a professional corporation. And so it took them a while to get to that. Now it's dialed in and they know what they can do. But I want to make sure people are aware of that before jumping in with other eyes wide open to playing in the ad space.
Yeah, because you might have someone who runs a Facebook ad agency saying, "Oh, hey, we'll get you leads for $2 a lead." Yeah, I don't know that I would buy that right away. And they may ultimately build you to there, but you might have to spend $40,000 in testing everything out before you get to that point. So this is why, again, and I'm not knocking Facebook ads, but on a cost per lead basis, a giveaway strategy is the best, most cost-effective way to go. And Christy is a prime example of that, how she's really mastered it by playing full out. So, Christy, is there anything else you want to leave with our folks before you go? Like, what would you say to someone who maybe feels like, oh, like I'm too new, like Tawanda in the chat has, what if you're just starting to build your list? What would you say to that?
Well, I want to touch really quick on the various places to get leads, because I've had a podcast, which we keep talking, Michael talk about this every year. I'm like, oh, I'm going to stop doing it. So I've had a podcast for 3 years and I don't get leads from that. It's just a thing for me to be out there. And so I've really focused my energy on giveaways and summits. However, if I speak at a summit, I get anywhere between, I just looked at my numbers, 3 or 28 leads from speaking on that summit. I've never, ever received more than 28 leads for speaking on a summit. And so I mostly focus on, or I pretty much totally focus on giveaways if I want to build my list. I've participated in other people's giveaways. And one example is I paid $297 to be in a giveaway. I got 47 leads. I was so disappointed. That's a lot of money for 47 leads. And so you can pay various amounts of money to be in different giveaways, but you just have to do what's best for you and do it in a consistent manner. And so if you found somebody that does a giveaway and they only produce it maybe twice a year, or you don't even know when they're doing their next one, jump in, but make sure you get in something like Infinite Leads where you have consistency with your list. Because if you do things here and there, it's not going to get you the results. Consistency creates loyalty with your audience. And even if you do it once a week or once a month, that consistency, they may not recognize it intellectually, but subconsciously they're going to be like, oh yeah, here's another one. There's the consistency that helps people realize they can trust you. So I think my main advice for anybody is to pick a plan and do it consistently, and then continue to do it better, and then amp up that consistency. Just don't do like every day for 3 months and then fade away. Like that's not going to help anybody. Just create a consistent plan, get your marketing calendar out there, figure out what you're going to do it minimally, make it better, add more to it.
Got it.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, that is. And it's so critical. And one of the things that Christy mentioned as well, and something that we offer now as part of the list system, is a promo calendar. which is
Oh,
so critical. If you don't have a promo calendar built, like Christy built hers, it's how do you know what you're promoting throughout the year? If someone asks you as a potential JV partner saying, hey, I got a big launch coming up in October, can you promote it? Well, if you don't have a calendar, how do you know? So you need to have a promo calendar. And I don't care how small your business is, if you're just starting out, this will elevate you to a whole different caliber of the way you play. It will elevate your game. And you will start to be able to reference that. Let me check my promo calendar. Let's see if I can squeeze in promoting for you. And in your promo calendar, of course, you're going to want to put your own things. What are you doing that you have going on that while you're promoting your own stuff, you want to be sure you're not promoting everybody else's stuff because you're working on your own. So your promo calendar is critical for your business. And we include that along with some training around it in the list system that you're hopefully going to be joining us with today. And one of the things that we really want to drive home about all of this before we let Christy go is that she is using this, her process inside Infinite Leads on multiple levels. She's participating in a lot of giveaways. Okay, so she's got a regular lead flow strategy. She hosts giveaways from time to time, which gives her amped, elevated returns on her list building, but it also positions her as an authority. When she's the host of the giveaway, it elevates you and your authority. All right. And the other thing is she's working with the other people in our group to create strategic partnerships and alliances that pay off in a lot of other ways. So they're kind of like what Jeff Walker calls the echo effect. When you do a launch, there's the launch echo. There's other benefits you get than just promoting your launch. Similarly, in giveaways, there is a launch effect inside Infinite Leads of the other stuff that you benefit from that are not directly correlated to the money you make from the leads. So Christy's mastering that as well. So Christy, huge hand. Thank you so much for
You
joining
want to
us
give
today.
Christy a quick one more thing before she goes?
Yep.
Christy has offered our audience the opportunity to attend her 3-day event. So if you can tell us about that, we're going to get the link for you. Zenit, if you're in the house, if you could pull the Michael's link to Christy's event and share that in the chat, that would be awesome. And tell us what it is and who should be there.
yes. So I am hosting my first 3-day event, and thanks to all my list building activity, my goal is to have 500 people registered, and I'm getting there. I'm getting really close. I'm just almost to 300, just past 300. And
Love
so the event is really designed to help you get clarity on your offer, build your offer, and then turn that offer into a high ticket program, and then use the methodology of that program to write your book. Because my
Boom.
program is a 7-figure book launch, and we help people leverage their wisdom and a book to grow their business. And so we're going to go through deep dive into how to do all of those things. And then on the 3rd day of the event, when we get into growth, I know Michael's going to come in and do a talk, because building your partnerships in your teams are what we all need to do to grow our business to the next level. And so we're going to even dive into that for a little bit. And so, yes, I'd love to give everybody not only a complimentary ticket to attend, but anybody that joins, first of all, I want to be able to play with all of you guys coming up in future giveaways. But I want to also give a free VIP ticket. And so that's a $97 regular ticket plus a $100 VIP ticket. We don't inflate the prices. That's just what we charge. So we'll give them, I know Michael has the link, and I'll make sure that I get that with Zenit too. Use the code Partner Pass, I think it is, to get the free ticket, and then the code Infinite to get the VIP upgrade. 2 separate codes for 2 separate tickets. But I'll make sure that I get both of those for you guys here in a moment, so they can get both of those for free.
Love it.
Absolutely. So everyone can stick around, and when Christy gets it, we'll just drop it in
We'll
the
drop
main
into
chat.
the chat. So one more time, let's big round of applause for Christy. Thank you so much for sharing about what you're up to and the value of using a system. You've demonstrated just today of how effective it can be and how you systematized it. And so thank you. Kudos.
Well,
We really appreciate it.
more importantly, this is something you guys built, and you guys shoot from the heart with everything you do.
Mm.
Yes, well, both of you. And more important than the leads, it's the community, like coming to the Infinite Leads calls and being a part of their community and getting their support is honestly like a huge part of what I've done to build this business and to be able to help more people. So I'd say, if at the very least, jump in for 6 months, try it out, learn from these amazing people, meet more amazing people, and that's where the real value lies.
Love it.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. And we love playing with you and having you in our community and, of course, on our cruise. And we look forward to your event. So excited for you. That was
All right.
awesome. Cool. Well, let's hear it for Christy. Thank you so much. All right. We are going to shift gears just a little bit. Okay.
Woo, shake it up.
Yeah.
Good
And here's the thing, to everyone who's been watching, paying attention, Christy didn't wait for perfection. She didn't wait for a massive list. She took action consistently, and that momentum carried her. And now let's talk to someone who has taken collaboration to a whole other level. We're going to bring in our dear friend, Mark Porteous. Now, next up, Mark, this guy, he needs no introduction inside our community, okay? But please help me welcome him to the rest of you who may not know Mark. He is also a member of Infinite Leads. He's a JV expert, a master connector, a community builder, and someone who has created extraordinary opportunities inside Infinite Leads. So drop a heart, Mark, in the chat. And let's bring him up here to everybody. Mark, thank you for joining us today. So excited to have you here.
It's great to be here. And it was very fun to jump into this call right after I got off of a summit that Christy is hosting, but she's got somebody else managing the summit. So
I
yeah,
love it.
and then right before I was speaking on Christy's summit, one of our other MetaMind members, Tammy Demirza, was speaking right before me. So it's just been this like
It's a
chain
crazy
link
day.
Boom.
effect.
And I was on it yesterday, and it was wonderful.
That's awesome.
And of course, both Christy and I were on your cruise just a couple of weeks ago, and it just feels like a blur ever since.
Yeah, absolutely. And right after the cruise, then we zipped out and headed off to Joint Venture Experience Live out in Ashland, Oregon. So we're finally, and then getting back and then having this event. So finally after this event, hey, Thanksgiving's here. We get to chill
It's
a little
Friday,
bit.
the Friday
Yeah,
before the big
exactly.
weekend.
Friday. Awesome. Well, thank you everybody who's still here. We have people coming in, people that we've got some diehards who've been with us from the beginning. We've got other people who have joined a little bit late in the game, which is totally fine. And we're excited to keep the momentum going. And if you missed any of the stuff, we're going to put a replay out there, but in a little while, we're going to be talking about an offer for you to really help you transform your business. And I do mean transformation, because we'll hit this big domino one more time before we reach over, and start digging in with Mark here. But the big domino is this: every problem you have in your business can be solved by solving one problem. And that one problem you want to solve is your lead flow. If you have great lead flow, all other problems disappear. And I mean that literally. And one of the great ways of doing lead flow is through joint venturing. And Mark is a co-founder of the JV Directory and is a master at JV Connecting. And so one of the things that I wanted to bring Mark in to talk about, because Mark also understands the value of list and how kind of your list and your joint venture capacity, they're interwoven. So Mark, if you want to take it away with that as a leaping off point, and then we'll just see where this conversation goes around it.
Absolutely. And again, I love how all of the different pieces fit together so well. All of the other speakers, and Infinite List is such an important piece for many of our clients who are looking to build for the first time. And then we have lots of people who already have big lists of being able to not only participate in other people's giveaways, but being able to host our own. And it fits into my core training around kind of the basic pieces that you need to have in order to be JV ready, which are you need to have an offer. And this is something that Michael and Krista teach in their training as well from Jeff Walker. They only sell important things, sell stuff that is going to change people's lives. So you need to have an offer that does two things. One, it transforms people's lives in some way, whatever that is. You have to really be able to be clear on what is the transformation that you offer. And then you have to be able to sell that offer. It has to convert. So whether that's through webinars, one-on-one conversations, whatever that is, if your partners are sending people to you, they go to a webinar and they can send 100 people to a webinar, and then nobody buys your offer, then there's a disconnect somewhere. So you need to have an offer that transforms lives and that you can enroll people into. And then you need to have the systems, structures, and team in place to deliver all those promises to your customers, but also to be able to deliver the promises to your JV partners. Michael was talking earlier about getting on each other's podcasts or summits, or even if in a gift giveaway. You want to make sure that I think it was Christy that was talking about, having a promotional calendar and knowing all the different things. It's great to have a calendar, but it's also important to have a system so that things get on the calendar. We were supposed to start promoting this event last Tuesday. I didn't get on until this Tuesday because even though I have a team, the team didn't have the information for me to put onto the calendar to get out there. So you want to make sure that you can follow through on all those pieces, and having the systems in place helps not only to deliver your promise to your clients, but also keeps you in integrity with your partners. And that's one of the highest things that people will look for. But the last piece is really what the list is all about. And that's, you want to be able to have a platform to reciprocate. And that platform should definitely be an email list. It can also be a podcast, a live event, a circle community, a school community, a Facebook community. But you need to be able to have a platform where you can bring your partners in to promote them. And we all know that even though we're overwhelmed in our email box, it's still the most effective way to market to your list.
Yeah, bingo. And Mark, we're going to do a little bit of a backup here, just because
Sure.
as you started talking about this, and I realized we have two things going on. Some people have entered the room late, and so they're not totally caught up on all of the stuff that's going on. And the other is I've noticed, and this is, hey, there's nothing wrong with this. We have people in the space who are just learning new things. And I think joint venture, JV partnering is one of those things we should probably dig into a little more to describe, because it may be new to people. So I just want to say JV stands for joint venture. And joint venturing in our industry, it's kind of a misnomer. It really is affiliate marketing. But let's say as JV partners, Mark and I as partners, I could promote Mark's launch and Mark could promote my launch. I could be trying to sell my list on his program and vice versa. And when someone that I send to Mark from my list, they buy from him, Mark gives me a commission. Okay, that's the way joint venturing works. And the commission will vary depending on how much touch is involved. What I mean by that is, if Mark sends me somebody and they sign up for private coaching with me, well, I'm not going to give them 50% of that, because that's me hands-on, and I'm not going to cut my wage in half just to give Mark a bonus in that. And he wouldn't expect that either, by the way. But typically it might be 10%. Okay. If Mark sends me somebody and they're signing up for my online course, which doesn't cost me any more of my personal time, whether there's 1 or 100 people in there, then I'm going to give 40 or 50%, and vice versa. So this is kind of like the baseline of what joint venture partnering is. Now, it can go into many ways above and beyond that. And I'll turn this back over to you then, Mark, for anything else you want to explain because I know with JV Directory, you guys train people in joint venturing and how to be a better partner through the process as well. So do you want to cover some of that?
Yeah, and you brought up the typical Jeff Walker model, and you're a big part of Jeff Walker's community, so that makes a lot of sense. And most launches today are built on that model, where you'll have a whole bunch of people promoting for the same pre content, and one way or another. There's lots of different models within the Jeff Walker model, but there's a lot of other ways to joint venture. What we're doing right now is a joint venture, this extravaganza. These are all your members and your partners and people that can provide content to your community. So I loved your definition of the joint venture. To me, it's anytime two or more businesses are coming together to provide a win-win-win. We start with a win for the audience. That you were looking for people who could add value to the community. We also want people that are going to promote it and bring people to the event. You know, that's the win-win-win part. And obviously, it's a win for me because I get to speak to people that are all looking to grow their list, and this is a great way to do that. So that's the important part first, is understanding that there's lots of different ways to look at it. A lot of people get overwhelmed or are turned off even just by, oh, I can't promote to more people. I don't want to go sending out stuff to other people. Well, first of all, you're only promoting people that you already know, like, and trust. You're not just meeting people at a networking event and saying, hey, great, I'll promote you, you promote me. You want to build this like a relationship. And it can start with something very simple, something like if you have a lead magnet, let me check it out. You opt in for their lead magnet and you look at it yourself, do some due diligence, watch the nurturing sequence. And this is something that Michael and Chris are great at, is creating a lead magnet that is effective so that you're drawing in the right people, and then it leading them, having a nurturing sequence that goes to some type of conversion, whether that's a one-on-one call, a webinar, an event. But just testing it out, if you put your lead magnet out on Facebook and say, I'll put your lead magnet on my social media 3 times this week, you share my social media link or my link on your social media. That's a really easy way to just test the waters. It doesn't cost anything. There's no, as you know, anytime you send an email, there's a cost to that. There's an unsubscribe cost to it. There's a misalignment. There's different cost to it. Of people might open that instead of something else. But with a social media, you can put as many as you want. But the idea is, and that's why I love Infinite List and this idea of gift giving, is that it's a very low risk way of partnering where you're just adding value. You're not trying to sell something. You're just saying, hey, here's a whole bunch of really cool resources that are aligned with my message. So not only will what I'm offering you work, but all of these other cool gifts. So to me, it's a powerful way that's not just I'll promote you and you promote me. It's literally just here's a whole bunch of resources. And there's a lot of different ways to do that outside of the norm of just cross promotion.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on in that. And one of the things too that I will add, because this is a key piece, and what Christy has mastered, and Mark does this as well, being in lots of giveaways, is that you stay top of mind. So as an example, one could say, and we've heard this from people like, oh, but I keep getting the same people opting in again. That's good, actually, because you're staying top of mind. And when that person is now ready to buy, they will remember you. And if they're opting in again, it's because maybe the last time they weren't quite ready, but now they're closer to being ready. They're moving up the buyer's pyramid to the buying 3%. And so it's a plus. It's not this thing that people go, oh, well, I don't want to be in too many giveaways because it starts to dull the audience to me. The nonsense I hear from people who are obviously not learning how to market themselves or learning the business are the ones who make these comments. And so we talked about this a little earlier, and then I want to kind of frame this and then take it back to you, Mark. And that is that so many people in our industry, we got into this industry because we wanted to deliver our gift, our message, our service. We want to be of service in the world. And unless that service is teaching people how to be a marketer, we don't know how to market. Okay. We came into this world and we just want to deliver our gift, but we find now we have to learn how to sell. We have to learn how to market. We have to learn how to generate leads. We have to learn all these other things. And the reality is that you do need to have some mastery around this. You need to figure out the game of business that we're playing. And so with that, Mark, can you kind of give people a bit of a firmer idea about the JV game that everyone should be playing and how it'll really help them to up level their business to the next piece?
Well, sure. One of the biggest things that when you're doing joint ventures in this industry right now, especially with AI and technology, the biggest hurdle to overcome is trust. And having a joint venture partner really helps to cross that barrier of trust because you're being really endorsed. There's no way Michael and Krista would have me come up here or Christy or any of the other experts if they didn't know that we not only could provide value, but that we were going to follow through. So being in a joint venture relationship helps to overcome the biggest challenge in sales and marketing with the barrier of trust. And then the next thing is about influence. That having more information doesn't matter what joint venture strategies I share and everything else. If you don't take action on it, if I don't share something where, oh, here's something I can do, then you're not going to create a transformation. You just have more things in your head. But if you can change the credibility and move that from influence into action. So if I can share with you a couple of ideas that you can do now to start building your list, and then you do them, you're going to get results. And you're next time that you hear me, you're going to be like, oh, what's the next thing that I can do? So to me, that's one of the most important things about doing joint ventures is that shared credibility from somebody that you already know, like, and trust, and then moving that into influence. And of course, one of the biggest things is the cost and having controlled marketing costs. When we do something like Facebook ads, we have to pay up front, or even if you're sponsoring an event, if you're speaking at an event and you're paying for speaking time, you're hoping then that it will convert, and then you can figure out how well the ROI of those investments are. But where if you have somebody that is a joint venture partner, even if it's somebody that in a gift giveaway, for me, something like being on stage or being in one of our summits, and I pay the partner, it, it just creates a very, very powerful win-win. So
Yeah.
for me, creating moving from visibility to credibility, then to influence, and then doing it with where I'm only paying for the sales that I get. It's a remarkable way of lowering the costs for marketing. Because like you said,
Yeah.
that's the one area where most of us are having a challenge. And not only like things we're paying for ads, but all of the things that we invest in, whether that's a YouTube channel, a podcast channel, all of the mechanics to market, to generate leads. We want to do it for the least amount of money, the least amount of energy, and the greatest results, getting the most leads for the least amount of money and
Yeah.
energy and effort. And joint ventures, to me, a gift giveaway is one form. Anthology books, there's lots of different ones, but to me, the gift giveaway is the easiest way to get the most leads with the least amount of money.
Yeah, the biggest bang for your buck is the way I like to put it, and you're spot on about that. And then another piece I want to tap into that you alluded to a little bit is this whole thing that what I term it is authority by association. You call it kind of like, I think you said, like you're getting the influence borrowed from
Borrowed
someone else,
credibility, yeah.
borrowed credibility. I've always called it, when I teach this in podcasting, is I call it authority by association, and I use a real world example of someone y'all may have heard of. Anybody know who Oprah Winfrey is? Anybody? Oprah?
I've heard the name.
Okay, so when Oprah started out with her show, she was basically a nobody. She had to take that show to multiple networks before she even got accepted to have her own show get out there. And when she started, one could say, and one could still probably say, that she's not necessarily an expert at anything. She was just really good at interviewing people. But what happened was, because she brought on these great experts and famous people and celebrities and everybody else, every time she brought somebody on, a little bit of that rubbed off on her. This, like I said, I call it authority by association. and her trust and her credibility grew because of who she was able to get on her show. And when she started, by the way, I alluded earlier, Mark, you know the talk I've done on a seat at the table. When she started, she was kind of like at the kids' table. I guarantee you, when her first season, she probably could not have gotten the Dalai Lama. In her first season, she probably could not have gotten Tom Cruise. Okay. It took a while for her to grow to that. But with every person that came on, she elevated that authority until now she could get an audience with anyone in the world. And I say this to you because what Mark's talking about was joint venturing and giveaways. The more giveaways you're in, the more you're borrowing the authority of the other people there. You're getting authority by association. People are seeing you with other players of names that they recognize, especially if the person who emailed about the giveaway and the people who are on their list, I would imagine they look up to them to a degree. And now they see you with that person. Well, it's just elevated your authority as well. And when you do this enough, kind of like what we were talking with Christy about as well, you start to show up more. You start to arrive, so to speak. And now you are one of the bigger players. And joint venturing is a great way to get there fast. And giveaways is a form of joint venturing, which is also great because it allows you an opportunity to see who are the other players in the game too. So, Mark, I know one of the things that we've talked about from you with JV Directory. Can you tell a little bit about membership? And then one of the things that we're going to do, and we'll mention afterwards, is the gift that we're going to include for people who jump into the list system today.
Sure. About membership inside of the JV Directory, what it looks like.
Mhm.
Sure. So we have basically we created it. We is my partner David Ricklin, who founded selfgrowth.com back in 1997, the before Google era. And the directory was really created to make a digital version of a physical book that he had from 2012, which was the top 500 affiliate marketers in the personal development space. And that it was a way to be able to find other JV partners, coaches, authors, speakers, healers, energy workers, really any conscious entrepreneurs that wanted to use collaboration. So you could search by, you could look it up, how many email subscribers do they have? What are their podcast following? What is their YouTube channel? What is their Instagram? Who is their audience? What can they offer us as JV partners? Do they have stages to speak on? And what are they looking for? So it was literally just built as a software as a service back in 2000. We launched it in December of 2000. In January of 2001, I think we had 40 members, and now we have over 1,500 members inside the JV directory. We have 700 podcasts that are all looking for hosts, or they're all hosts that are looking for guests in those spaces around personal development, professional development. And we have 2 networking events every month. We just had one on Wednesday that was a niche networking specifically for coaches. Then we have one for authors, one for speakers, one for healers. And then we have every month we have a general one from 5 to 8. That'll be the first Wednesday in December, so 1 week from yesterday, from 2 days ago. And we have about 100 or so people that come on the call. Half of them are members of the JV directory, half of them are guests. So you're welcome to come anytime. We have a little mini breakout, mini mastermind, and then we come back, do an overview of the directory, and then everybody gets to do a 1-minute introduction. The 1-minute elevator pitch is really important because it helps you to dial in. First of all, you get to hear all these other people, but when you dial in your own message, being really clear on who your audience is that you're looking for, the problem that you solve, what you're looking for in JV partners. So you could say, I'm looking for people to review my product. I'm looking for people to cross promote. I'm looking for people to have me on their podcast. I want to pay for sponsorships to speak on stages. You can look for all of these things, again, not only by searching, but when you come up to the JV directory event. And it's really important when you have your pitch to be clear on how you can reciprocate. Do you have an email list? Are you part of a gift giveaway? And that's one of the things you can do as a JV partner, say, hey, I host a giveaway once a year. If you've got a great lead magnet that can go to my audience, why don't you come and join my gift giveaway?
I love it. And we are members of the JV directory, have been for years now. And what Mark is offering to any of you who join the Infinite Leads list system today, which we're going to be talking a little bit more about that coming up. But I just got to say, this is another one of the bonuses. You're going to get 3 months inside the JV directory membership absolutely free. And so that is going to be included, that can really help you to kickstart your partnerships and your JV marketing. Now, of course, with the list system, we're going to help you to build out, really start growing your list, get your lead magnet dialed in, everything else. And you add this piece to it. This is why, as Mark talked about, we're very strategic about who we bring into this to create this win-win-win. Because we know the value of JV Directory. It's a product that we use, a service that we use, and we want you to have it as well. And so that is going to be included. Thank you, Mark, for your kindness of offering a 3 free months activity in there. And then, of course, if you like it, you may choose to stick around. Like I said, we've been in there several years, and so I'm sure you're going to want to stick around as well. It's very reasonably priced and a game changer in the JV space. And so, Mark, is there anything else you want to leave our folks with before we wrap up in this segment about joint venturing?
Well, just I love what you just shared about the complementary aspect of Infinite Leads with the JV directory, where we've been in Infinite Leads since it launched. We're founding members because we see the value in having leads ourselves, but also for our members. We want our members to have their own gift giveaways, but we host our own once a year, and then we participate in as many others as possible. So really, you want to make sure that you have some type of tool, some form of reciprocity, whatever that is. You want to be able to grow your podcast, grow your email list, and do it with people who are aligned with your values, your vision, and your mission. So that's one of the things I love about playing with not only Michael and Krista, but the community that they built. When you show up to the calls, you have all these other amazing people like Christy and the other guests that have been here, where we get to learn from each other. We get to learn what's working, what's not working, how to get, there's always new ways to get your gifts, your lead magnets out there to new people. So for me, it's all about community. The leads are important, but the community inside of the Infinite Leads and all the different aspects of community that you and Krista are building together, that's the icing on the cake.
Mm. Thank you, brother. I so appreciate you, and you are spot on. And Mark, by the way, you know, you heard the introduction if you were here when we started, but he is a master connector. So I highly recommend you jump in. And hey, even if you don't buy our list system today and get the JV directory access that way, you should still look at getting it for yourself anyway. It's a great service that he and David have put together. And Mark, we so appreciate you, brother. Thank you for joining and sharing your wisdom with our folks here in the extravaganza today.
Well, we are going into Thanksgiving, and I am so grateful for you, for Krista, and for the community that you've built.
Thank you. Likewise, brother. We'll catch up with you
Yeah.
soon. Ciao.
Bye for now.
All right. So do you guys get that? Are you feeling what he was laying down there? And there are some takeaways that I got from it that I want to be sure that you all get. Okay. And this is what I hope everybody heard is it's not just numbers. Your list isn't just numbers. It's leverage. It's credibility. It's your ticket into bigger rooms, bigger conversations, bigger collaborations. Okay. That is what happens when you implement an effective list building strategy. Okay, we are at 4:03 p.m. here on the East Coast. So we've been at it for 4 straight hours now. Thank you, all the diehards. I'm looking over here to the list of everybody in the room. Thank you, all the diehards who've been with us from the beginning and are still going strong. And you newcomers who are coming in a little bit late. We're not going to backtrack, but every now and then we'll just kind of pin once again, those key elements, the teachings, the rules of business from time to time, because it's worth repeating. And that is, one of the big keys of it is this. Every problem that you have in your business can be solved with lead flow. Every problem. Every problem. I really want that to sink in for you guys, okay? Because the reality is, I don't care if it's an employee problem. I don't care if it is a revenue problem. Obviously, more leads solves that. Hey, it could be that you don't like your office space. You need a new desk. Guess what? Lead flow solves that problem. When you have more leads, you have more sales. And when you have more sales, you have more revenue. And when you have more revenue, you can pay to fix pretty much any problem that would be coming up. All right. So I want you to keep that in mind, because this is the challenge that most entrepreneurs, we get so caught up in, oh, well, I need to build my course better. It's not fulfilling. It's not solving all of their issues. I really need to build that. I'm not saying you don't, but that's not as big a problem, because no matter how much you fix that, if you don't have the leads coming in to buy to you, for you to sell to buy your program, then you can be fixing the program till the cow comes home, and it won't do you any good because there's nobody buying it. There is a recent book that I just got, which I absolutely love, and I think you guys should consider adding it to your library, and it's called Blitzscaling. And one of the key tenets of this book is this: if you wait until your product or program or service is perfect to launch it, you've waited too long. You're already behind. The strategy in the business world these days is this, and I hope you all take this to heart: launch before you are ready. Launch before your product is perfect. Do it. Nike nailed it down, I guess, the best. Just do it, because you will get better as you go. Things will improve along the way. I mentioned earlier that I teach podcasting, and one of the things I've taught podcasters all along is just launch. And let me put it to you in a way that maybe will make sense to y'all. I imagine, unless you're just absolutely television averse, I would imagine that each of us have a favorite program, a favorite TV show that maybe you watched for 7, 8, 12 seasons, however long it lasted. I remember I was watching an episode. One of the shows I really loved was CSI, the original one, not CSI Miami or all the other knockoffs, but the original CSI. And I watched it the whole, however many seasons it went, 13, 15 seasons, whatever it went. But the reality was this, and I see, Kay, you don't watch TV, but maybe you can still relate to this. So I'd watched all of the seasons, and it was done, no longer on the air. And one night I'm channel surfing, and I see an episode from season 2 was on. And I'm like, oh, cool, let me watch this. And so I started watching it, and I literally thought, wow, this is really not very good. As a matter of fact, it's kind of crappy. What did I ever like about this show? But then I realized why I had that thought. And it was because I was watching season 2. By the time it finished in season 13 or 15, it had gotten so good that by comparison, that show looked terrible. But guess what? You can't wait to get that good as you were at season 15 without having gone through all those other seasons, because that's how it got better. I hope you guys are following this logic here, because you have to do the same thing in your business. You are not going to be perfect until you start just doing it. So stop putting off building your list. Stop putting off making offers. Stop putting off writing your book, your course, your programs. Just do it. Your life will improve across the board. So I know that's kind of a sidetrack from what we've just gone through, but I want to be sure that you get this, because we're about to shift gears again. And I just want to be sure that that really lands with you, that it is a long-term game. You will get better over time. Do not expect perfection now. Just start. Okay, so let's take a deep breath. Maybe stretch a little bit. We've been going at it for 4 hours. We got a little under 2 hours to go now. So we're going to shift gears for a moment. So we've been talking strategy, tools, systems, the mechanics that build a business. But right now, I want to talk about you, the human behind the mission. Because here's what I see every day in this industry. It's not skills that stop people. It's not tools. It's not money. It's not timing. It's visibility. It's the internal resistance around being seen. Okay? It's the internal resistance around being seen. And listen, I'm not calling anyone out. I'm calling everyone forward. So let me ask you, and you can type this in the chat. How many of you sometimes hesitate to show up because you don't feel ready? How many of you sometimes hesitate to show up because you don't feel ready? Type it in the chat. Go ahead and type me. That's all you got to type. Me. Sometimes I don't show up because I don't feel ready. And by showing up, I'm talking about, I mean, as an example, I'm going to go back to gallery view here. We've got 2 people with their cameras on, and everybody else, you don't even have a camera on. There we go. Got another one popped on. Okay. We have a lot of people without their cameras on. And I'm not, again, I'm not calling you out on this, but are you not ready to show up? Are you not ready to be seen? Because this also translates into your online presence, into your business presence in the world. Okay. And if, like Lucy was the one who wrote it in there, I'm sure others of you maybe feel the same way, but you're not admitting it right now. But the reality is that you're not alone. You're in very good company. Because here's a mindset shift that changed everything for me. Visibility isn't about your ego. It's about service. Okay? Visibility isn't about ego. It's about service. If people can't find you, they can't hire you, and you can't fulfill your purpose. You're not hiding from marketing. You're hiding from your mission. So I want you to let that land for a second. Okay. And I know some of you may have bandwidth issues, and that's fine if you can't turn on your camera for that. Like I said, I'm not calling anybody out because there may be lots of reasons, but the general number of people in this call with cameras off, I know it's not all bandwidth. And it could be, hey, and I get it. Maybe your lighting's not good. Maybe your makeup's not done. Maybe your hair's not done. I know sometimes I jump on a call and I just woke up, and so I don't want to be on camera. Okay. So again, I'm not calling you out, but I do want you to look at this in the bigger scope of things. How visible are you? Are you out there trying to grow your list? Are you out there trying to get exposure for your message? Okay? Because that's you being of service in the world. If people can't find you, they can't hire you, and you can't fulfill on your purpose, your mission. And again, you're not hiding from the marketing, you're really hiding from yourself. Showing up consistently is not about being perfect, it's about being available. People don't need you to be polished. Heck, they probably don't even want you to be polished. They need you to be present. They need you to be real. And visibility feels hard because most entrepreneurs get stuck in the same loop. Okay, so I'm going to give you the loop, and you guys can feel if this attaches to you or not. Okay, it could be that you're in this loop that starts with, I need to show up more. Okay, you know that. And then you go, yeah, but I don't feel ready. Or then you move into, well, I'll wait until I fix this. And then the next thought is, well, now I'm behind. And then all of a sudden, well, I don't want to be seen starting from behind. And then you get back all over to, I need to get ready again. And then it's back to, I need to show up more. And it's a loop that you get caught in. Can any of you relate to this? Okay, that you get caught up in, oh, I feel behind. I'm not ready. I need to show up more. I get that, but I'm not quite there. I need to start over. It's a loop. Okay. And this is the human side of entrepreneurship that many people try to hide. Now, I want to watch and show you, I want to have you watch how this ties perfectly into your list building. Because here's the reality. When you don't have leads, when you don't have visibility, when your list isn't growing, then ultimately you might start to question yourself instead of your system. Okay. You might start to go, well, am I really cut out for this business? When you're doing this just because you just don't have lead flow. Okay. You might start to question yourself and go, well, am I any good at it? Like, I keep offering these webinars, but nobody shows up. Well, you start to question yourself, but the reality is it's a lead flow problem. Okay. Because when leads flow consistently, even 10 a day, 20 new leads a day, 50 a week, your confidence will skyrocket because you're no longer shouting into the void. You're speaking to an audience that's actually growing, that they're getting bigger. Visibility starts to become easier when the world is watching. I know it seems like counterintuitive that, well, it's almost like a catch-22, I guess is the better expression of it, that, visibility becomes easier when the world's watching. Well, if the world's watching, I've already got visibility, but I know it seems weird, but it will become easier the bigger you build your list. And you just start out with a lead flow system. It's not a business strategy. It's an identity stabilizer. So let me remind you of something real quick. So you're not building a business. You're building a legacy. You're building transformation. I mentioned early on at the start of the extravaganza that I'm not here to teach you fulfillment. You guys are masters at what you do, you guys and gals. You are masterful at delivering the transformation that you teach. And you're building impact. Impact requires reach. Reach requires visibility, and visibility requires consistency. And the way you get consistency requires leads. So all the roads, as you can see, lead back to the big domino. It's not about whether you're ready. It's about whether your mission is ready. And I promise you, it is. Okay. You can't wait until season 15 when you're all polished. You can't get there without having done season 1. Okay. And your mission is ready. I promise you this. So now that we've grounded this truth around visibility and why your audience actually deserves to see you, we're going to bring in someone here in a little bit. Our next guest is going to kind of show how we embody that. Okay. I just want to do a quick check-in because we've kind of shifted gears, shifted pace and rhythm a little bit. I want to check in with y'all on what's landing for this. I would love to have, if anybody's had an aha moment, just pop it into the chat. What is a big takeaway you've had so far in our first 4 hours and 15 minutes or so?
And if your camera's been off because you've been watching, or you know that Michael's got the spotlight, so it'd be a great time to put your camera back on.
Yeah.
Let's have a real connection moment and see where you are and what's landing for you.
Yep. And I will remove my spotlight and we'll go back to gallery view here so I can see folks. What is landing for you? I also wanted to see if y'all are still awake. Have I talked you right into sleep? Because I know sometimes, and by the way, this is a way to tune in and check for yourself. If you start feeling yourself getting tired during any part of this, this is probably the part that you should really pinch yourself and wake up for. Okay. Because that's often what we do to keep ourselves stuck is our system goes, oh, I really need to hear this, but oh, I'm tired and falling asleep now. Kay is still awake. That's great. Let's see who else is awake here. The frameworks and the measuring results that you described in the beginning, as well as the 5-day follow-up. Awesome. Thank you, Melva. Yes, that is a good takeaway. What are some of the other takeaways you have here?
And Shadid.
Shadid is here. Shadid is in the house. Shadid, did you notice you're on our new webpage?
Right there. You're on
I
the
don't
section.
know. I don't know if you saw it
big
there.
stand-up banner, and your picture's right there.
I see it. Hey, pretty awesome. Thanks for
Yeah.
including me.
You bet. All right.
What's standing out for you today, Shadid? I appreciate you being here, of course, all of you.
Is it key takeaway?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes,
Oh,
please.
well, Listen, customer lifetime value, that's once you understand that, it kind of is the filter by which you can create a better offer. You can stop undercharging, and it helps you with some of the follow-up that you will make. And so I would say that was the light bulb moment, but also with Christy and the way that she tracks each of the giveaways that she does, and most importantly, ties it into revenue. That's very important for me. And also as an action item, kind of tinkering with my thank you page is also an area that she mentioned that I also need to put more attention into as well.
Love that. So Shadid is one of our members, and we have several members in the room here with us today that aren't necessarily scheduled to talk, but still like to show up to see what's going on and to see what more they can learn. And this is one of the things I love about it, is the way Shadid plays full out here is, you know, just from those little takeaways, he's already figuring out ways he can master and do these little tweaks to an existing system to make it better for his business. And that's truly what it all boils down to, you know, is getting that extra support and coaching. And Shadid shows up on our group calls and gets great value from that there, and also contributes value as well. Shadid is a master in his own right. He is a content licensing specialist, and he shares great wisdom in our group calls as well. And so this is an example, and those are some really great ones that you shared with us there, Shadid. So thank you for popping in and hanging out with us today.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate
With
you.
the overall community, I think that's the benefit, is that it is a community. So you have all of these major players. You know, I've met people like Tom Matson years ago, and to see players such as Tom and Christy in the same community playing full out, it gives you more touch points that help you to build those not only with giveaways, but with individual or one-on-one joint venture partnerships. And that's what we're all in this for. And so the community makes that it facilitates those transactions that turn into our relationships.
Absolutely. I love that. And I think, Shadid, you've been a member a little over a year now, I think. Maybe 2 years?
I am a founding member
Oh, you're a
of this
founding member.
community.
Great. So you've been in
Yes.
over 2 years then. It's weird for me because time is such a weird construct. As I get older, I forget like gaps in age and amount of time. It feels like Infinite Leads has been around forever, but we only launched this in January of 23. So we're coming up on 3 years old, and you were one of the founding members. So that's awesome.
Yes,
Yeah,
been
great.
around since it was a good idea.
I love
Now
that.
look at us now. Look at us now.
Exactly. I love that. Well, thank you again for being here and playing full out. This is a great example for anyone else to see what you do with this type of community. Shadid's a great example of that. So thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right. So I want to also address, it looks like Drina's got her hand up. And so, Drina, if you want to voice your question, but I also see something that you put in the chat, which maybe your question is about, and I can understand why it would be a question, but what is your hand up for? And if you're talking, you're muted.
Okay.
There we
This
go.
was my way of saying this was one of the things that I got out of this as a,
Oh, got it. The 67% will buy within 3 to 5 years,
and that
and that
98%
90%. Got it.
will never.
Love
That was
it. Got it.
news to me. Yeah, thanks.
Got it. Yeah, you're welcome. And that's worth reiterating on. And especially when one looks at it, the way you position it there, I'm like, oh, that does almost look like the math doesn't work. But I want to be specific that it doesn't mean 67% of people on your list will buy from you within 3 to 5 years. And I
They'll
know
buy
that you don't
something.
think that. Yeah. Yeah. That means they will be in the market to buy that thing. Doesn't necessarily mean they're going to buy from you. That's just a marketplace piece. But the 98% that will never buy from you, that is about your list. And I want to reiterate this. So, because we had latecomers to the call, As your list gets big, this is the reality. And it's so important that you grasp this for two big reasons. And one of them we're going to tie in because it just so happens to deal with what Mark just talked about here, and that is in joint venturing. When your list gets big, and I'm talking, 20, 30, 40,000, you will start to notice it is a very small percentage of your list that has ever bought from you. My list at about 40,000, we're now sitting at about 3%. Okay. But I know when my list hits 100,000, it's probably going to be more like 1%, maybe 2% that will have ever bought from me. The other percentage of the list that doesn't buy from you are great for JV marketing. And by the way, if you've ever had somebody, let's say I'm just going to pull something of my own out. I'm a podcast coach. If I have another podcast coach who reaches out to me and says, hey, would you be willing to promote my podcast training? A knee-jerk reaction, and I know this because I reached out to another podcast coach and said, hey, would you be willing to cross-promote? And he was like, no, why would I do that? That, you teach the same thing I do. I would be cannibalizing my people. I'm like, you really don't get it, do you? That is a sign of someone who does not understand business and does not understand the industry, and certainly doesn't understand, maybe somewhere in their mind, they think, well, at some point, 100% of my list is going to buy from me. That's utter nonsense. And it keeps you broke, because the perfect partner for you is someone who teaches exactly what you do. I want to drive this home for y'all. Your perfect partner to cross promote with is someone who does exactly what you do. Get out of your scarcity mentality, because here's the truth. A lot of people on my list are on my list because I teach podcasting. Now, granted, I teach a lot more now, but back when I was just coaching podcasting, there were a lot of people on my list who got on my list because of their interest in podcasting. But knowing that that massive percentage will never buy from me, well, the one other thing I know about my list is they're interested in podcasting. So maybe they'll buy his program and I will make money selling someone else's program, right? They're the perfect fit. So don't let that stop you because of a scarcity mentality. They are actually perfect fit partners. Because for whatever reason, the 98% of your list that's not going to buy from you, maybe your price is too high. Maybe they like some of the stuff that you're laying down, but they don't feel like you would be the right coach for them for this topic, but someone you refer might. And you will improve your revenue stream in that way. So please keep that mentality strong about the other 98% of your list that won't buy from you. So thank you for bringing that forward, Drina. I appreciate it. And we have a hand up from Priscilla.
Hi there. It was wonderful to be here, and I did step away, so my apologies. I is this where we're asking questions or just sharing something?
You could do either right now, and then we'll be shifting gears to our next guest here in just a little bit.
Oh, okay, great. Well, this has been so timely. So Jimbo Marshall, I'm within his Visible program. So
Love it.
and I think you guys just got to play with him recently, and I'm going to see him in a couple hours because he's here in Phoenix. So like for me, why this is perfect is because I have a great product, but it's only as good as my leads, right? And what I love is that because, I know I can fulfill on it, but it's really just that list building for life. And what I didn't really, and I use Gamma, but today there's been there's just been a lot of some information that's just given me confidence, like don't sweat the small stuff. This is just part of it. And especially it's helping me focus in terms of my flow. So my initial lead magnet, because I do 3-day live virtual events. I've been working with Barry and Blue Baumgartner through Leap. And so now it's to have a really simple and compelling short lead magnet, because I do the webinar, but I don't have the other lead magnet. So to have that lead magnet to come into a webinar, to then the 3-day event, to the high ticket offer. And here you've introduced me to the JV. So I just love this. I was so ready for this. And I knew this was my focus. And then Jimbo sent me your information. So thank you very much.
I love it. Perfect. Well, thank you for joining us here today, Priscilla. I appreciate it. And you're going to see Jimbo sooner than you think, because he's going to be joining us here in
I
about
thought he might.
a while.
Okay. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Well, it's a great setup for him. You guys are all going to love Jimbo.
Yeah. Jimbo is awesome. And as a matter of
Tom's here.
fact, yeah, and Tom is here. And Krista
Yeah.
was just pointing to our backdrop behind her. Let me bring you back on spotlight
Thank you.
there. We have spotlighted behind her. Jimbo is also in the screen back there. You can see, I don't know if you guys can see my cursor there, but you can point to him way up there. So Jimbo is also on our, what do you call that? It's a display, but I think there's a term for that type of a covering. It's a
It's like
step
a giant step and repeat.
Yeah, it's a giant step and repeat.
It might
back
look
in the
like
room
it's a
with her.
virtual background, but it's
But
literally,
it's legit.
it's
set
in our
up.
living room right now.
Yeah. She's in the other room here at our house, helping with the event from there. So yes, that is awesome. And thank you, Priscilla, for sharing that. And yeah, you're right. It's the timeliness is important, and having the system and all of the pieces of it firing on all cylinders, because your business really is a machine. And the reality is that when you get grounded in the machine, okay, then everything starts to work. You start to flow. That's what a system is all about. And with that in mind, someone who used visibility and a system to build relationships and uses relationships to build revenue, and then revenue to buy freedom. That's the bottom line. Chris and I are big on freedom lifestyle, and revenue definitely helps with that. And one of the best ways to kickstart all of that is to get your JV action going. And I want to bring up next our top JV partner. This is a man who has earned over $8,000 in commissions just through us, through Infinite Leads, in the last 3 years, while also creating powerful business partnerships through our community. This is someone who proves that when you show up, the right people show up for you. So without further ado, let's bring up here to join us my dear friend, Tom Matson. We've been hanging out a lot lately. We were on the cruise together. He joined us for our new media cruise. And then right after that, we ended up at JVX in Oregon together. So Tom, we're going to be getting you to the stage. Krista, I think, are you lining him up? I need to here.
There he comes. Here he comes. I got him.
Boom.
We got it. There he is.
Hey guys,
Tom, always on the go. Where are you heading now?
I just finished Get Scalable Live in San Diego, and I'm literally heading back to Vancouver. This crazy guy thought it'd be fun to drive to Ashland for JVX and then down to San Diego for an event. He forgot that he would then have to drive all the way back to Vancouver.
All the way back.
So,
not as much fun.
I've got 24 hours on the road. I'm pulling over for an In-N-Out burger, and you guys, two of my favorite things. So
what a combination.
I love it. By the way, every time we go to California, the kids are like, we got to go to In-N-Out. Just we don't get it here in Florida. So
I got my fix. It was perfect timing.
Love it. Double with cheese.
Animal style.
Animal style. There we go.
The hidden recipe only on the internet.
Right.
Which is an example of a company, an offline company, using the technology of the internet to help improve community. Right. I mean, one of the things I love about Infinite Leads is that you're not just helping people build leads, you're building community. Right. I've done business with many of the people that I've met in Infinite Leads. We've brought many of the people that I've done business with to Infinite Leads, and we'll continue to do it because that's how we grow. Right.
Yeah.
Let me rephrase that. That's how you ought to grow. Right. That this math, if you guys are listening in, this math is 1 + 1 = 11. It's not 1 + 1 = 2. When you're leveraging what you're doing with other people, you get bigger, faster, and that means more impact, more influence, and eventually more income.
Yeah.
All right. But they're all connected, and I love it. I love what you do, what you guys did from the very start. I thought it was a great idea, and I've been a big fan all along.
I love it. And great. One of the things I want to key in on that Tom just said there is the word leverage. Okay, this is a key piece that so many entrepreneurs miss is what are the levers in my business that I can pull? What can I do that gives me leverage? And Tom, and what he does is, and I love that Tom reframes joint venturing to strategic alliances, which is a term that he's coined for it, which I think is brilliant because that really is what it is. And it is a massive lever that you can pull to give your business that boost, that leverage. And so, Tom, can you go into a little bit more about different ways that you like to build alliances and how Infinite Leads has played into that in your world?
You bet. And in fact, I wish I could claim credit for coining the phrase, but it comes from Fortune 500 world. They do strategic alliances all the time.
Oh,
There
cool.
isn't a big Fortune 500 company that's not, they actually have entire divisions for strategic alliances. And in the news recently, you've heard NVIDIA, you know, selling chip deals to a big supplier for $50 billion, and they're investing 30 billion back in cash. And, you know, it sounds like if you and I were to do it, it would sound like a Ponzi scheme. But for NVIDIA, they're growing their company exponentially by taking the sales from their clients and reinvesting it with their clients.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we can all do in our own version, little mini versions. So strategic alliances to me is the entire world of this. And inside that is a subset, joint ventures, right? I promote your giveaway, you get more people in your giveaway, and down the road, you might promote one of my giveaways. It doesn't have to be reciprocal,
Right.
but sometimes it is, and sometimes it isn't in this industry. So the world of joint ventures themselves, I'm a big fan of, but there's a lot of other ways you can partner and support people. You can, Mark Porteous has a great phrase. He calls it integrated partnerships. You can take some of your wisdom and knowledge and offer it to other people to put either in their program or on their landing page as a bonus, or if they're selling a high ticket offer, a bonus with that high ticket offer, like Danella did with Robert at the last event, right? We saw Danella throw in a couple of bonuses for Robert's offer. That's an integrated partnership, right? That's another category. I love the term Robert Evans from JVX used, production partnership. Production partnership is what he described as when 2 or 3 of you get together to help each other launch a new venture, and you're just testing the waters. You're not going into business, you're just testing the waters. You're going to do this, I'm going to do this, maybe you're going to do this, and we try it out and see how it works. He called that a production partnership. And I thought that was a really cool way of thinking about it, because you're producing something together that didn't exist before, and you're going to test it out, and it might lead to a full business. It might just be a one-time event. Right. There are a lot of amazing one-time events that happen in our space that people don't repeat for a whole combination of reasons. So that can be a good way of looking at it. And then the other way to think about it is when you're looking at the resources you want, who has those resources and what could they do to help you with those? Maybe you need cash. Maybe you need a bigger list. Maybe you need other people's list. I just did a 2-hour training this morning with Christy Ruffino, one of the Infinite Leads members. We formed a partnership from the Marketers Cruise a couple years ago. And today we were teaching people how to take book launches and create a team to help launch your book. We called it your dream team for your book launch. Well, that's a strategic alliance. Yeah. Right? That's going and finding people that'll promote the book and people that'll introduce you to other people and people that add content and bonuses for your launch. Together, that's a strategic alliance. Huge fan. And with Infinite Leads, for me, I love it because it's basically infinite loops of possibility. You know, I don't know if that infinite sign is still part of your logo or not, but I know it was in the beginning.
Yes.
Yeah, and I love it because it really captures the essence of this. It's not about getting the perfect lead that you close tomorrow. That's not the game this is. This game is about building an audience. And if you're on TV, that audience would include people that would like your show, love your show, and a few that would probably hate your show, right? That's an audience. Not every single person is going to watch the commercials and buy from your commercial advertisers. Some will, some won't. That's what an audience is. And I think Infinite Leads, one of its superpowers is that it builds an audience. And inside that audience might very well be right fit client prospects for you, for me, for Krista, for Michael, for Jimbo, right? Inside that audience will be some right fit client prospects. But our job is to attract them to our world and then earn the right to engage them. It's not an automatic. Just because someone opts in to your list, it doesn't mean you own them. There's no
Right.
contract that says from this point forward, I must buy everything I buy from you. Not at all. They've just opted in. They've just, they've traded their contact information for some valuable information from you. And I think it's one of the best transactions on planet Earth, because now you get someone that's in your world and they get something valuable. And if what you gave them is truly valuable and strategic, like Michael and Krista teach, then they're more likely to read your other stuff or watch your videos or go to your webinar when you're offering it. Like I see one of my fellow leapers was on just before I got in. I love Barry and Blue's World. And, I think they're great at doing 3-day virtual events. That's their sweet spot. They do it for all kinds of people. Well, guess what? 3-day virtual events are also strategic alliances, right? You've got speakers, you've got sponsors, you've got a studio. And, trust me, I've used their studio. It's very expensive.
Yeah.
That's an investment of its own. In fact, the first 2 times we used their studio, we had to raise private capital to fund that cost. And so private lenders became part of our launch, right? We're spoiled in the internet marketing world by not having to invest 100,000, 200,000 in our business to start up, right? I just grabbed a couple of sandwiches at an In-N-Out Burgers. They're about $1.5 million to launch, to build one of these. It's about $1.5 million, right? You're going to open up your own burger shop. You're going to spend $500,000 to $2 million on a burger shop. And yet we get online and we think we spend $20 on a domain name and $40 on a Zoom account. And man, oh man, you want $100 a month for something else? And we think that's outrageous. No, that's the cost of building your business. And the way I look at membership programs that are smart, like you guys, is if you're not investing in growing your business, you're wasting your time. Like, you're wasting your time. You got people to serve. You got people to help. You got people to make a difference. And strategic alliances in general are the way to accelerate that impact, right? Get 5 or 6 people supporting you on your giveaway that aren't in Infinite Leads. Bring them in. When you join, then you'll be invited to bring other people in. Why? Because you're better off and they're better off when you do that. At first, when I heard that, I was like, oh, that's a pain in the butt. And then I went, no, wait a sec. That's like next level. You guys are thinking 2 steps ahead. And I love that. And that's what happens when you surround yourself in communities. I run masterminds, I lead masterminds, I teach people. I'm also participating in masterminds. Why do you do that? Because you get yourself around smart people that give you better ideas than you've got, right? And they also can introduce you to people, which again is another form of a strategic alliance.
Right.
Right. Yeah. So I'm a huge fan of this world. And for those of you that are building your business, whether it's, jokingly, I say 4 figures, 5 figures, 6 figures, I guarantee you, if there's any 7-figure people here, you're already doing this.
Yeah.
So this is simply a matter of additional leverage. But if you're at 4 or 5 or 6 figures in sales, this is the fastest way to get to 7.
Absolutely. And I would say this, I don't know if Tom, you'll appreciate me referencing you this way, but you're kind of the poster child for what happens when you plug into community and play full out and show up consistently. Tom is one of those members who uses our system to its fullest capacity and kicks ass with it. He's created business partnerships, collaborations, and opportunities simply through proximity inside Infinite Leads too. And it elevates his authority consistently. He's proof that when you focus on lead flow and relationship flow, that the money follows. Okay, so I know.
And I appreciate you saying that. It's the only way I play. But here's the other thing. When you do that, you build more high trust relationships, right? So it's not only is it more fun to play full out. I just spent a 3-day event, and the MC and 2 of the hosts came up to me and thanked me for being such a good audience member.
Yes.
And it was bizarre, Michael. Like, all I did was lead the applause and respond to questions that the speakers would ask. I was just being a good audience member. But as a guy that's used to being on the other side of the stage, I appreciate audience members who pay attention, right?
Absolutely.
Well, they went out of their way to say, "Oh my God, it was so amazing!" And then there was a draw for GHL. They gave away this beautiful Mac Air Max Pro thing, some $600 fancy headset that I won on a spin the wheel. And the MC Sam goes, "Oh, see, it's karma because this guy's always giving. He's always contributing." And I thought, it's kind of sad that applauding when you should applaud and answering questions when they ask you questions sticks out in the crowd.
Right.
Like, that should not be unusual. That should be the norm. And so for those of you that are considering getting in Infinite Leads, the norm is you should participate in other people's giveaways.
Yeah.
That should be the norm. You have your own and you build your own, and it's definitely an essential thing, but you should also participate in others, which is why you get all these points or coins or tokens. What do you call them?
Well,
I always get
tokens,
confused.
the ILM tokens.
Tokens. Tokens.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like crypto that actually pays.
Right.
So-
Yeah. What
Yeah.
Tom's mentioning there is we reward participation because we want you to be playing full out. And when you play full out, you do get rewarded for it with more opportunity to play. And I know Shadi just gave you a plug there, said that you didn't sit and wait when Infinite Leads first launched. Tom, and again, one of our founding members, jumped in and has been playing full out from day one. I mentioned in the introduction that you're also our top referral partner. So I want to just toss this into anybody as you're considering today. Again, shortly, we're going to be telling you more about Infinite Leads and our list system. Anyone who joins as a member, like Tom is, if you refer someone who later joins, we do pay regular commissions on that, and it's lifetime. And Tom has made more in commissions than the cost of his membership by multiple factors over the time. And it's because Tom understands several things. One is, I think you get the value of the system. Tom was one of those people, I gave a little bit of a history of how Infinite Leads came into existence, when at one point I was just doing done for you giveaways. Tom was one of the people who hired me to do a giveaway for him and has been coming back ever since because of the results of it. You understand the way the game is played. And so for anyone who's considering getting into the Infinite List system and joining Infinite Leads today, what would you tell the version of you before you joined? What do you wish that they knew?
Oh, great question. I think two things. One is find 5 people to refer 5 people as quick as possible. So you're, what Vegas says, playing with house money. You'll have enough referral income that you're actually making a little bit of money instead of it costing you money, like, and then some. That's the first thing. I mean, Michael said I've earned more than I've spent. Not only that, I just did the New Media cruise on commissions earned.
Right.
So I got a Caribbean cruise. Like, it was like, and I wasn't planning on coming on this one. I didn't have it on my calendar. And then Michael reached out and he said, "Hey, you got enough coming in that this could pay for it." I'm like, really? I didn't even realize it because I wasn't. Here's the thing. I am not in the business of earning referral money. That's not my business.
Right.
It's my side gig, if you will. It's my residual gig. And when he told me that, I was like, well, that's a no-brainer. Let's go. Right?
Yeah.
Let's go. So the first thing I would do is, I didn't do that right away. It took me a while to get going on that, as you may recall, Michael. I would immediately find 4 or 5 other people and refer them in. Number one. Number two, it took me a while to commit to my first giveaway where I hosted one. I would do it as fast as humanly possible, get in the queue, get the training and coaching from Krista and Michael and the team, and do your own giveaway, because that's an even better way than participating in other giveaways. You get more names, bigger list, but you also start to build trust with the rest of the people in the group.
Mm-hmm.
And really, that's been the biggest impact for me. Is I'm a natural connector. I look to say, how can I help you? Where do I know someone who can help you? That's the way I'm wired. And if you take that approach in any community, you're going to win. It's going to be a great experience. But especially in marketing communities, when you come in and say, okay, how can I help that? Maybe you can't, but maybe the giveaway isn't a fit and it doesn't make sense. Can you introduce them to someone who might be? I know that's not our job, but if you can do that, if you can over deliver, they are going to remember it. And they're going to find a way to help you out when you're doing your giveaway, or when you need something else that's going on, or maybe when you put out a book and you need someone to help promote your book, right? Which is another form of a giveaway. It's just different, right?
Yeah.
So those are the three things that I would have done. And then the other part, I didn't block out the regular recurring coaching calls, not the coaching calls, the team calls. What do you call those? The community calls?
The community calls. Yep.
Yeah. I didn't schedule them in early in the process, and they were changing and flowing, and you guys are traveling, and they were just, I didn't block them in. Every time I've gone, it's been a valuable experience. And I go to more than I miss, but I didn't block it in. That's the other thing I would have done, is just lock that in right at the beginning, because that's the best place to meet other people.
Bingo. Yeah. And what Tom's talking about.
That's my top four.
No, I love that. And this last piece that Tom's talking about, we haven't really touched on very much, but inside the List system, we talked about what List in this case stands for. It's leads, influence, strategy, and trust. And as a part of the building blocks of creating that, we do 5 community calls every month. Now, they're not by any means mandatory, but utilizing those calls will benefit you. 3 of those are Ask Me Anything calls, where you can get your business questions answered. We're, business strategists first and foremost here, and we're going to support you in that. And a couple of them are community calls, where you're going to meet and connect and make better relationships and better partnerships. And so that's what Tom was talking about there. And again, as he mentioned, he would have done it differently. He would have got those all blocked into his schedule, because it is true. The more you participate, the more you play, the better everything gets and the bigger you win. So thank you for that, Tom. And I think we have time for...
in live events. Like, we all do that in live events. When we go to live in-person events, we all do the same thing. When there's a breakout or a networking session, if we're smart, we go and meet other people in the room, right? Well, guess what? That's what that is for the online world. So yeah, it's a good part of it.
Yeah, I love that. And so speaking of that, so, if someone is like feeling especially, maybe I should even just do a quick check-in with the chat. How many of you feel like there's just industry noise, like you're getting it from so many directions of, you should do this, you should do that. What about this? What about that? With all of the industry noise, and especially in this marketplace today, what do you feel that now being a part of a community like this is more important than ever?
Well, it's that 1 + 1 is 11. When you have other people around, there's more opportunities. Michael rightly described that there have been a whole bunch of things I've done with people in the Infinite Leads community that are outside this business itself. Other opportunities that have come up, other joint ventures, other strategic alliances. And that will continue to happen because you build trust. And once you build trust, of course, you're going to talk to someone you trust first. Michael, Chris, and I had breakfast with 8 other awesome marketers at JVX, and we proposed a brand new idea, a brand new sort of strategic alliance, essentially. Not essentially, a strategic alliance, but a special kind. And it started with one of the most influential guys that we invited trashing the idea. He basically said, here's why the idea sucks, and here's the 7 reasons it sucks. And a half an hour later, he's talking everyone in the room to joining it, because we brainstormed a way to overcome those objections and make it even better as a group. Well, I'm telling you, there's no way that would have happened if it was just me pitching them. There's no way that would have happened. We co-created something that now Michael and I and our partner on that, Cheryl, are sitting down Wednesday, actually in a couple of days, right?
Yeah.
A few days to sit down to plan the strategy for it. And we're all pumped and excited. And that's a perfect example of the benefit of building high trust with your direct, you mentioned this as I first logged in, with your direct competitors. Direct competitors are your best marketing partners.
Yes.
I was fortunate enough to hire Jay Abraham years ago as my personal coach. And if you're not familiar with Jay, he's bloody expensive.
Yeah.
It was $50,000 down to work with this dude. and I didn't have the 50 grand. I had to raise it to work with them. And the first lesson he taught me was your best marketing partners are your direct competitors. Forget indirect, your direct competitors. He called it dead lead swaps. And if you think about it, Michael, that's what we're doing. We're doing dead lead swaps with everybody because people will opt in and go somewhere else. And you're not going to solve everyone. You're not going to help everyone in your community. You're going to help some people in your community, but you can show them other information, give them other wisdom, turn them on to other people that could help. I'm not going to teach you video, right? If I want to teach, if I want someone to learn video, now I'm going to send them to Jimbo. Someone was talking about him earlier. So a big part of the problem.
Yeah. Yeah. You're spot on with that. Oh, you're back. You were breaking up a little bit there, but we got you back now. I think we do.
Yeah. I'm just sitting still, but you know what the
Okay.
heck? Maybe it's my burger digesting. I don't know.
No, you're good now. Back in flow.
Good.
Yeah, it's so spot on. I'm glad you brought that up, Tom, because I had totally not really, because that was so fresh, like with it. And by the way, is it okay if I share the name of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Dolphin Syndicate, which is really kind of a cool name that you're working on with it. And what was really interesting, and I'll just, this is critical, is as you grow your business, the level of players that you play with grows with it. As you grow your list, your business grows, the people you play with grows. It is a process. And I'm telling you, you will find just the world becomes your oyster. It opens up to you. And so like what Tom's talking about here, it was a group of high level players in that breakfast. There were 8 of us in there, and it was a great idea. And here's the other part of it that I want to say that's super valuable. I volunteered because one of my areas of expertise, what's an area of genius for me, is strategies and systems. And so I saw Tom, what he wants to create with Cheryl, who he's partnered up with on this. They want to create something that is going to need some structure to it and a way that it functions operationally. And that's an area that is in my wheelhouse. So I said, Tom, I'm happy to, jump in with you guys and have this conversation about how to flesh this out. Whether or not I end up being a part of the Dolphin Syndicate doesn't matter. I still want to support Tom in what he's building here, and it's an area that I can support him in. And that's when we're talking about the kind of partnerships and playing together. It changes the playing field. And
Yeah,
I'm excited about it, whatever happens.
Well, and everyone else listening in, you want to be asking yourself, how does this apply to me? How does this apply to me? All day long for you're here, ask that question. Ask that in life, frankly, but on marketing events especially, how does that apply to me? What is it? Well, here's the takeaway. What are your superpowers? What are your gifts? And how can you offer that to other people to help them out? When you do that, they will like you more. It's just natural, right? Oh, you're going to help me with that? Oh, that's fantastic, right? We're naturally going to be appreciative of that. That is what high trust relationships mean, right? It's not because they're a big name influencer, there's trust. Both Michael and Krista and I know lots of big name influencers that we wouldn't trust with 20 bucks.
Got that right.
Right? But they're making millions. We just wouldn't trust them with their money because they're not trustworthy, right? So size of list, size of income does not correlate to trust. Trust correlates to trust. And that's why I like the nature of this collaborative event. And we do it in everything that we can. We do it with Strategic Alliance Live, which is my gift for all you guys. You'll hear about that in a moment. We do that with our high ticket program companies. We do that with our low ticket scalable offers. We look for strategic alliances at every step of the way, because together we actually do accomplish more with less effort. Bingo. Right? I know strategy, I know systems, but I'm not as good as Michael. So when he offered that, not only did we say yes, we were maybe an hour into the road leaving Ashland and we already booked a call with him.
Right.
We're like, we're taking him up on that offer. Darn right, in case he changes his mind. I know you wouldn't, but even still, we booked it in right away. And then we booked a follow-up call with the other guy that was brainstorming with us post that session. Here's the other thing, and this might some of you might take this the wrong way. if you ask for advice from someone who knows what they're doing, listen to it. Treat it as if you paid for it. Nothing's more frustrating. I mean, I charge $2,500 an hour for my private coaching. It's a 4-hour minimum, $5,000 up front, $5,000 on the back end, only if I generate you $100,000 in ideas. And I've never had anyone take me up on the guarantee because I come up with way more than that. So when I give someone free advice, it's worth thousands of dollars. Same with Michael, thousands of dollars. He's a strategy guy. And so what drives us crazy though, is someone will ask for advice, we'll give them free advice. And they go, oh, well, I think I'm not gonna blah, 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 whatever. Well, don't ask for advice then. Like, treat it as if you were paying for it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? If I charged Michael to be at that breakfast and he offered to do that, I'd be like, darn right. And then now when we sit down, does that mean you listen to everything all the time? Of course not. You still filter it through your own systems, your own beliefs, but treat it. Here's what I do. When I get advice from someone I respect, I treat it as the default until there's a reason not to. Rather than treat it as, oh, I'm going to keep doing it my way. Maybe. It's the other way around. That's my approach, and it served me well.
Yeah, no, I love that. And this is a great example. I want everybody to really take this home, if nothing else from what Tom has talked about today. This is the key. It's these alliances, the partnerships. It's one of the side effects of being inside our list system and at Infinite Leads. And it is a super huge value that it's one of those things you can't put a dollar value on. Even. I mean, you could certainly, I know Tom has built lots of $1 million relationships, but it's hard to quantify all of that. So you can just say, like the old MasterCard commercial, priceless. You know, it's kind of like that. So Tom, I know that we were going to do, I believe we've got 2 offers from you. One is for anybody who stayed through the call to this point, we're going to give them a free ticket to Strategic Alliance Live. Is that accurate?
Yeah, VIP ticket, $97 value. If you haven't been to the event, in 3 days, you'll get 20, 30, 40 joint venture partners. It's a completely different 3-day event than anything else out there, including any of our other 3-day events. This one is designed for the attendees to make money, not the organizer to make money. And so it's a lot of fun. We do it 3 times a year. The next one's coming up the end of January. You all get a VIP ticket on me to come as my guest. And especially if you join Infinite Leads, you're going to have a great incentive to meet more people to help promote what you're doing at the same time, all at once in 3 days.
I love that. So we will get that link out to everybody to get your free ticket to Strategic Alliance Live. And then the other thing is we have, and I believe we have, if I'm misquoting in this, Tom, it's because we had our new media cruise, then I had JVX, and I've just been so busy and my brain can't hold all of this.
Chris and I had it worked out at least half an hour ago. Why are you not up to speed on
Okay,
it?
good. Well, that's great. So we also have a gift for people who join the Infinite Leads list system today. So take it away, Tom. What is the gift?
This was really easy. I went back to when I first started and I said, what would be the most valuable thing that Tom of today could offer Tom when he started this a few years ago? And for those that don't know, not only am I a pretty good referral partner, but almost always when I join a giveaway, I'm in the top 3.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Sometimes you got to put an asterisk because that Michael Krista combo knocks me off the top 3 from time to time. But other than them, I'm in the top 3 almost always. What does that mean? 20, 30 partners, I send the most number of people to your giveaway. So what I thought would be the most valuable thing I would do is I will commit, if you guys join today and only today, every single one of you, I will promote your giveaway in 2026.
Boom.
I will find time. I will fit it in my schedule. I will juggle things. I might have to create a brand new lead magnet or something to make it fit the audience. But I've got thousands and thousands of people that we send to these events. We have a super high opt-in rates. And I mean, fundamentally, you're joining to build your list. So what am I offering? A bigger list for you.
I love that. So I want to just drive this home because I know we have a lot of people here who are kind of new to the space and they may not have fully grasped what it is you're offering. So I'm going to break this down. So when you are in Infinite Leads, okay, and doing the list system, you're going to be in giveaways. And some of you are going to host your own giveaway. We're going to show you how to do that. We're going to work with you on it, and we're going to help you to make that happen. Tom is going to jump into your giveaway and promote that giveaway for you. And Tom, like he said, he's always in the top 3 of the promotional partners in our giveaways. And that is because Tom has a big list and he promotes well and people follow his advice. And so you will get better results from that. So it's basically what he's saying is he's going to send you hundreds of leads. This is the bottom line of it. If I just break it down to the simplest factor, Tom's going to send you hundreds of leads as a bonus for when you join the Infinite Leads list system today. Bang. And as Jimbo said, he's going to send you money because that's basically more leads translates to more money. So yeah, essentially. That's how it works.
Well, and actually, I love that, Jimbo, but it's not. It's a bigger tribe, which is better than money. Because money, trust me, money is fleeting. You can spend it fast.
That is true.
I've been spending a lot the last 3 weeks on the road. I got to back and earn my keep now. But a tribe is recurring money. It's recurring money if you support them well. Exactly. The tribe that keeps on giving. It supports and supports and supports. Now, you got to earn it. You got to nurture it. It doesn't turn into cash instantly. You all know that, right? This is the real world of building a business. But I will tell you, just like I saw someone say yesterday at this 3-day event I was at, I've been rich, I've been poor, rich is better. Yeah. I've had small lists, I've had big lists. Big list is better.
Yes.
Period. Full stop.
Period. You nailed it. Well, Tom, I appreciate you pulling over to join us for today. Thank you so much. And thank you for the kind offers that you're making available, not just to the people who are listening in right now, but then also the people who join. You're going to be sending them, helping them grow their tribe. And we really appreciate you for all that you do inside our community, helping to make it as good as it is. So we appreciate you, brother.
You got it. Thanks, guys. Thanks, everybody.
Safe travels. It was great seeing you over the last 2 weeks.
Absolutely. Cheers. All right. So this is really key here. Okay. That's the power of strategic alliances, not hustling alone, not waiting to be discovered, but plugging into a community where people actually open doors for you. And that's the energy that I want to take into our final stretch here as we go. It's after 5. I've been at it 5 hours straight. I haven't even gotten up to go to the bathroom. My legs are probably going to fall out from under me when I stand up. I haven't stood up this whole time. I missed my stand-up desk. And that it's this energy, though, that we're talking about, this energy of community that we're going to take into this final stretch because you've seen the strategy. We've covered the psychology. We talked about the numbers and knowing your numbers. We've delivered a case study of how members are utilizing this. We've talked about collaborations. We've talked about partnerships, and now the pathway. And the pathway is exactly what we're walking into next. Okay, so just real quickly, I do want to get a stretch. Everybody take a little stretch and a deep breath because we're entering the most important part of today. Not because of the sale, which, we do have Infinite Leads is available at a sale price right now. You can think of it like Black Friday if you want, because we're coming up on Thanksgiving and such. We're a week early for it. But this is big, and it's an important part of today because of the shift. Because today isn't about me getting customers. It's about you getting a system that fixes the only problem your business really has, which is lead flow. Let's recap what you've realized today. You learned the big domino. Your only problem is leads. If you fix lead flow, everything else improves. You learned buyers buy on their timeline, not yours. Some are ready now. Most are ready later. Lead flow keeps you top of mind. You also learned how giveaways solve long game visibility. Your future buyers see you again and again and again. So when they're ready to buy, yours is the name that comes to mind. You've learned business is predictable with the right numbers. You learned about your CAC, customer acquisition cost, the CLV, your customer lifetime value, CPL, your cost per lead. These simplify your decisions. And now you've got those, at least if you don't have them fully, you're starting to get that dialed in. And you saw real people succeeding. We've heard from Christy, from Mark, from Tom, from Charlotte, all members inside our community. They're living proof that this works when you plug into the system. And you felt the inner shift in visibility. You don't have to feel ready. You just have to show up. All of this has been preparing you for one thing, your next step. But before we reveal the full offer, I want to dissolve 4 major hurdles your brain may throw at you to block your future. We want to knock these things out right now, because many of you, I know you might be already thinking, well, I don't have time to do this. Well, great. Then you need a system more than anybody else, because systems save you time and lead flow buys time. When you have more leads, you have more revenue, and more revenue allows you to buy back your time. Okay. So if you're thinking, I don't have time, you need a system more than anybody else. Some of you might be thinking, I don't have the money to invest. And if that's the way that you're looking at, I would say, what's the cost of not fixing your lead flow? I'd suggest you look at the money that you've already spent on coaching or certifications or funnels or a CRM or branding, logos, websites, courses. Without leads, none of those things are working. They won't work for you if you don't have leads. So it's not an expense. It's the repair your business has been waiting for. And a few of you might be thinking, well, I'm not ready yet, because I know some people had posted in the chat about, oh, what if my list is really small? Okay. And you may be thinking, I'm not ready yet. And we've covered this a little bit, but it's worth repeating. You're not supposed to feel ready. Leads create readiness. Visibility creates confidence. Okay. You need to build your following before you're ready with even an offer. And of course, there's those of you who will think, well, what if it doesn't work for me? Well, for one, you just watched it work. We've watched it work for beginners, for experienced entrepreneurs, for coaches, for authors, for speakers, for consultants. And it works because it solves the only universal problem in business, not enough leads. So before I reveal the full offer, I want to bring in one more person, someone who's going to make this even easier for you, okay? Because nothing accelerates your conversions more than video. And video becomes your salesperson that works 24/7. So one of my newest friends and one of the most talented humans I know, okay, and he'll probably not want to fess up to that, but I believe it after seeing your stuff. He's here to give you a bonus that makes your entire funnel pop. So without further ado, let me introduce you to him, my new pal, Jimbo Marshall. Okay.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You can hear me okay, right, Michael?
I can hear you.
I'm in the middle of an Embassy Suites.
Looks cool.
And I think they use the term suites a little loose. You know, maybe. And thank you so much for having me. I had the pleasure of meeting you guys last week in Ashland, and I told Krista, I'm like, I follow her on Facebook and stuff. And what I was so happy about, before I talk about anything, is just how good of people you are. Like, just how good your hearts, your souls are. And here's the truth. I'm gonna sign up for Infinite List again whenever it's due next year. And it wouldn't have mattered if you would have been assholes, because it works. It is such a bonus that you are not assholes. It is, and not only that, just delightful people to be around. So I don't really have anything prepared, but I came on and I would love to reiterate a few things, because I know you've had some, and I share, the people that know me, they know I share everything. I'm an open book. I'm not trying to be like a big guru that comes in and I'm like, I've got $1 million bit. I do not. But I can tell you, if you are in the coaching industry, and I assume you are because you're on this call, I wrote down, your job is to be known, period. You cannot do that without building a list. It does not happen magically, right? And I love how you said, you're thinking you're not ready. You're never ready. I just sold a year-long program. I've got a client on here. She'll tell you, I'm not ready on our next workshop, but I show up authentically. I show up with a giving spirit. I show up in regards to this idea of, I know what I can do, and I am going to work like hell to solve your problem with it. I'm going to push you as your video coach. I'm going to do whatever I can do to get you out there and be seen, right? Because as a marketer, and that's what I would consider myself, right? A video marketer. My entire purpose is to help all of you people that provide transformation. I launch you into being seen, but you cannot do it without Infinite List. And listen, if for some reason Michael's like, that's not my cup of tea, right? Or whatever, go find somebody else then. But there's nobody out there that does it like these. And I've had great results. I joined when my list was just at 500. I didn't even think they were going to let me in the door. And sure enough, they did. And that was literally in the summer of 2024. And I'm at 2,700 on my email list right now, right?
Boom.
Yeah. And I have been in so many of the promotions and I have loved them all. And I'm telling you, I don't know if you've shared this with them, but there is nothing cooler than like seeing your name on a leaderboard. And I don't know what it is, but like you guys send us emails and I'd be like, I'm number 5. Number 5. Anyways, and the other thing I would say in the coaching industry, that what you have to accept, and I'm assuming you all do, because you invest in programs, you invest in yourself, the mindset, the this, the that, the other. You have to pay to play. There is zero getting around that fact. There is no stage out there that if somebody can put a lot of people in a room, they charge for that time, right? And what I love about Infinite List is it's easy to use. It's you start to know people and you start to become visible. So your job is to be known. All right. So that's what I wanted to share with them. And the last thing I'll share, Michael, is this. Your biggest competition out there, what I believe, is not the other coach. It is your potential clients' lack of action. So your job is to nurture them. And Michael was saying, like, they may not buy today, they will buy in the future. I literally had a woman sign up for my program who knew me from like 2013 when I was with Suzanne Evans. And she was like, I'm so glad you're on your own because I always wanted to learn from just you. I mean, what a blessing, right?
Wow.
Now, I didn't have the email list going the whole time, but that's relationships. And that's what an email list can do for you. Anyways, I do have a special bonus. And Michael, I think we settled on 10, but I do not recall exactly. So you tell me how you want to go about this.
Okay. So,
and I will be clear, sorry. Tom came in here and like one-up me. Like being mailed on Tom's list is the reason enough. Like I shouldn't have to give you guys jack shit, but I will.
Okay. Well, and what you're providing, Jimbo, is super important. Okay.
Yeah,
so one of the things, and for those of you who may not know Jimbo, okay, I didn't get into his full intro here, but if you've ever seen any of the high converting videos in this industry, there's a good chance Jimbo Marshall had something to do with it. Okay.
Exactly.
He's a master of visual storytelling, and he's the guy who can take your authenticity and turn it into magnetism. And when we were talking about this, so Jimbo has been a client for a while. We got to first meet him in person out at JBX last week, which was totally awesome.
So
fell in love with the guy. And Chris and I had the opportunity. We're like, hey, do you want to go to have dinner with us one night? So it's just 3 of us. And that's when he made this offer. And I'm like, are you kidding me? That is so generous of you. And I literally try to talk him out of it because I'm like, that's just too kind. Okay.
He's like, what can I pay you? And I was like, it's not about the payment. It's about me being able to give this, because if I can make you visible, if you show up, if you commit to this, and we can get you videos made, it's going to make a difference, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, I've worked with over 3,000 online entrepreneurs. I've been in the video marketing space, in the coachy coach world, as I call it, for 16 plus years now. I've worked for some of the biggest names in the industry, and I want to put my brain around your content. It's basically that
Bam.
simple. Yeah.
Bam. Yeah. Well, and here's where it makes a difference for you guys. So I know by this point, hopefully, you know, many of you in the room are thinking, this sounds like it's a great thing. I want to get involved. And one of the things that we do that I feel like it's my calling to do for you as, you know, the CEO of Infinite Leads basically is to
Yeah.
help you to maximize conversions every step of the way to grow your business. And here's the thing, we talked about it earlier. And for those of you who weren't here for the early part, maybe you watch it in replay, but you need to get this. When someone opts in for your lead magnet, they're going to land on your, well, there is the opt-in page, but then they're going to land on your thank you page. And then they're going to have a delivery page. And the reality is you will increase conversions on each of these pages if you have video.
Yep.
Video increases conversion, and Jimbo's offer is through the roof. He
Yeah.
will help you to create those 3 videos
Yeah.
to help you win big.
So let me tell you exactly how it's going to work, because we talked a little bit about this, but refresh my memory. We're incorporating some AI into this, right? So they're gonna have some help with like the email stuff. Is that correct?
Yeah. So what
Okay, I
we
wanna
will
make
do,
sure.
yeah, they're going to get Aria and Leon. Leon is going to help them to
Okay.
build their lead magnet and to
Right.
structure their 3 pages. Okay. The
Okay, great.
opt-in,
Perfect.
the thank you, the delivery.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Aria will help with the email.
Okay, great.
And then the piece that you're going to add for them is how to add video to each of those
Yeah.
pages.
And so I'm going to provide you the video script based on that content, right? This is about as done for you as it gets, guys, right? You're gonna most likely fill out some information that allows the AI to get to work, right? And then from that, I'm going to be able to create the video scripts for you, and I'm going to direct you through the process. Now, what does that mean? Well, it doesn't mean you're going to have to memorize the script. It doesn't mean you're going to have to spend weeks preparing and like stress over this. I have this process, I call it shooting for the edits. When you essentially get your scripts, once you've gone through the process, you're going to see them written in paragraph style. And what that's going to indicate to you in the future is that you're going to shoot each one of those paragraphs as many times as it takes, according to me, so that I will know it will work. Put it simply, you don't have to do it in one take. We're building your video one little edit at a time, right? And I've got Priscilla's on here. She's one of my private clients. This is the same process. I work with her. She could put in the chat how easy this becomes when you understand, oh, I'm just building this one little section at a time. And Jimbo's got this, right? Because essentially, here's the real stats, because I've done this with so many people. I counted it up because I spoke here at another event. I'm in Phoenix, and I counted it out. Over the last year, I've produced over 500 videos, right? Not mine, just for all these people, right? And the only way I'm able to do this is because of this process. It makes it easy. You don't have to get it right the first time. And you trust me, and you can take a little direction. And I'm going to say things like, hey, next time use your hands, right? Next time when you say this word, I want you to smile really big, right? Because this is your moment to get them inspired and excited, right? And we're going to basically make a little actor out of you and our time together. And here's the reality. We may shoot 10 minutes of raw footage to make that 90-second video. And that's a good thing. That is the way it's done, right? And as you do more of it, you get better and better and better.
Yeah, you totally nailed it. And here's the part that we've got a couple of questions in the chat that I will talk about as well. So where these videos are going to go. And when Jimbo's talking about 90 seconds, so think about it this way, your opt-in page, okay? people don't randomly bump in and go, oh, hey, there's an opt-in page. No, they go there because they heard about it from somebody or
Yes.
they saw it in a giveaway and they click on that. That takes them to your opt-in page. Now
Yes.
they're there. We're digging in deep to the minutia of this so that you all get this. They're there on that opt-in page. It will name whatever your free gift is, and there will be a space for you to put your name and to put your email. If you add video to that page of your face talking about your free gift, hey, Jimbo Marshall here, I'm looking forward to supporting you, and whatever that thing is, your conversions go up. More people will opt in. Some people will show up to that page and you go, okay, and they'll just leave.
Right.
Okay. This video is going to make a huge difference for you. So that's the first video Jim's going to do for you. Okay, Jimbo. So then from there, they opt in, boom, now they're on the thank you page, what we call the confirmation page. It's confirming that the opt-in worked. Okay. You're going to have a video on that page. It's going to be a little bit different. Now you're probably going to say, hey, congratulations and taking advantage of my free gift. I got something else you're really going to love. Why don't you sign up for my webinar? Or maybe it'll just be, if you don't have that next thing ready, maybe your video is just, hey, congratulations on taking advantage of my free gift. You're going to absolutely love it. Be sure to look for it in your inbox. It's on its way there now. And over the next week, I'm going to be sending you more great value. Welcome to my world. I'm here to serve. It could be that. Jimbo's going to help you with that video. Now, here's the other piece, which we didn't cover very deeply earlier on, but it's valuable to know. Remember, we said on that confirmation page, you do not give them the gift yet. Okay. You send them the gift via email. In the email that they receive, which is your welcome email, it's going to have a link that's going to say, go here to collect the gift you signed up for. That's called the delivery page. So now they go to another page that they land on with a button to download the free gift, and you can have a video there as well. And on that video, you could be saying, hey, glad you're here. You made it. Means you found my email. The button is on this page for you to download the free gift. Be sure to do that right away. And then whatever's next. It's 3 opportunities to be talking to these new people coming into your world, which is going to make all the difference.
It really does. I mean, we buy from people, right, that we know, like, and trust. And video gives us that opportunity to create the know, like, and trust. I mean, I would want all of you to be betting on yourself, your likeness, your image over any words on a page without that. Because ultimately you work with people, right? You work with people. And I get it. Maybe some of you are like, oh, but Jimbo, you don't understand. I got a face for radio. I understand, right? I've shot with thousands of people, and not one single time has anyone come up ever to me and says, I really love watching myself on video. It's so fun. That never happens. It never happens. That tells me you're not a narcissist. Yay, you. Yay, you. Right? So what my little mindset trick for this, there's 2 things I'll say about it. If you don't mind, Michael, can I share this?
Please.
I think it's just really important. One, I want you to really lean into your mission and what you're here to do and how much you believe in it. And then I want you to compare that with your ego, because the only thing that's stopping you right now is your ego. And if you can go to bed tonight, and you can just go to bed every single night, because some nights are harder than others for me, and just keep repeating, my mission is bigger than my ego. They are going to judge me. It does not matter what I do. They're going to judge me. I cannot guess what they would like me to be. Therefore, I be me. Like, that's it. That's your only option, right? So that's the mindset trick of it. And then the other thing, these videos are not for you. They are for your ideal client. So let it go and let's get to work.
I love that. I love that. So
Yeah.
spot on. And this
Yeah.
is what's great about Jimbo is he's going to pull this out of you.
Yeah.
And again, like I said, and no offense, people, but I did try to talk him out of it because I'm like, that is
You
just
did, you really
like, how,
did.
like, come on, we're gonna have to figure out how to pay you for this. This is
Yeah.
crazy. But Jimbo offered it out of the goodness of his heart. He's been
Yeah.
a member for a while now. As a matter of fact, we put the backdrop up behind Krista there. I'm going to spotlight her because you weren't here
Yeah.
earlier when we showed this. But I'm like, oh dang, you're on our backdrop there.
Oh.
So your
Oh
your
yeah, I see
picture is
that. I
right
see
there
it. I
on
see
the
it. Yeah.
edge. So when I saw that, I'm like, hey, there's Jimbo on the
Yeah,
backdrop.
that's so cool. I love it.
That
It is
was
a great
really awesome.
backdrop too. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so I'm
Um,
happy to be here and thank you for the opportunity. I've told anybody that will listen about you guys because I know you can't do it without a list build. And listen, you don't join today and your problems are gone tomorrow morning. It does not happen like that, right? And I know Michael has set you up for like really what you can expect, but dollar for dollar, there has not been a better investment for me. Like I know what this price is now, and I'm like, I would pay that easily and then some, right? So I would say jump on the opportunity. You've got some great bonuses between Tom being willing to promote and you having some video content in your funnel, let's call it. That's a good bet on you, right? That's a
yeah.
good bet on yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is included. Jimbo, out of the kindness of his heart, is throwing this in included for anyone who joins today. Okay, so we've got these special bonuses will be going away. You do have to take action fast. We reward fast action takers. And this is one of those bonuses that, I mean, that alone is worth the price of admission, what you're offering, which is crazy. Yeah, which is, I'm like, hey, so it's really cool. And so again, we wanted to make this a really no-brainer. And so thank you, Jimbo, for that. And
You're
thank you
so
for
welcome, man.
the coaching that you just gave in here as well, because this literally is, you know, it's vital. You're right. We have to be, our mission has to be bigger than our egos.
Yeah,
And that's key.
and again, it is such credit to you two for creating a community of this like-minded. Like you have created a community where people are falling over themselves to give back because we can see the value in it and we want to help somebody else that needs those resources, right? I still need those resources, right? So I'm definitely not going anywhere.
I love it. Well, thank you, brother. I appreciate you
Thank you,
so
man.
much. It was great to get to meet you in person. I hope that ultimately we get to meet all of our clients in person at some point, all of our members, and
really
become
great.
friends, because then it actually makes it even better. And
For
Jimbo and
sure.
I have talked about doing some fun projects together too. So
Absolutely.
I love
Absolutely. Thank you again for having me. I appreciate you both.
you got it, man. We'll talk soon.
All right.
Ciao.
Bye-bye.
All right. So here is the thing that you've probably all been waiting for a little bit. Okay. And that is, we're going to shift gears now into what we're offering. But before I go away from that, I just want to highlight what this is from Jimbo. So I want you to realize how powerful this is. You're getting 3 professionally guided videos, the exact videos that dramatically increase conversions at every step of your funnel. And as I mentioned, that alone is worth more than the cost of the list system. And you're going to get that included. And remember, we're still not even at the main offer, but the moment has come. So we're going to bring it home. All right, everyone, this is it. You spent the last, how long are we now? 5.5 hours discovering the truth of your business, not the surface level stuff, not the shiny objects, not the hacks, the real truth. Okay. Your business rises or falls based on one thing: lead flow. So I want to recap the transformations from today. You saw the big domino. Okay. All your business problems can be solved by lead. Lead problem is the big problem. You saw why not everyone buys right now. You got to see the buyer timeline, what we call the buyer's pyramid. And you got a better look at understanding your numbers. At least if you haven't been able to measure them yet, you know now what to look for. You saw how giveaways solve long-term visibility. You saw how collaborations can multiply your reach, and then you have that echo effect of partnering with bigger and bigger players. You saw how to build your list strategically. You saw successful members doing exactly what you want to do so that you can get to that moment when it's like, hey, you have arrived. And you saw the internal shift of visibility. You got to see Tom, Christy, Charla, Jimbo, real people succeeding. Oh, and we even took the time out to demonstrate the tools, Leon and Aria, which make your funnel effortless. And then, of course, you got to see this last bit of Jimbo supercharging your videos to up-level your conversions. So, and now it's time. Now you get to choose your future. Today, you have the chance to join the Infinite Leads list system. It is your complete, done-with-you pathway to predictable lead flow. And so I want to go over what you're going to get with this. And as a matter of fact, what I think I might do here, because any of you who may want to follow along, you can follow along one of two ways. One is I'm going to do a screen share, and we will go from that. So this is your green room, which all of you have access to. You used it to get into this call. If you still got it open in the green room, you can just go down and you can check out Infinite Leads. And when you click on that, it's going to open up our page for the offer. So as I mentioned, every business problem you have is actually a lead problem. Revenue stuck, lead problem. Can't predict income, lead problem. All of it. You can read through that. But basically, I'm going to jump down to what you get. So inside the list system, it is 7 phases to predictable lead flow. You're going to get Leon, our AI agent that we normally sell right now as a standalone. You get it included in the list system. And by the way, I know we have some people in the room who have already purchased Leon and Aria. If that is the case and you guys decide to join today, I will refund any amount that you paid for Leon and Aria so that you're not paying for them twice. Okay. But you get Leon that's going to help you to build your lead magnet. You're going to get Aria, which stands for attract, retain, influence, and automate. It's your email architect that is going to help you to craft all of your email campaigns. We're going to work on building your long-term list strategy. Okay. You're going to start thinking in systems. This is what's going to help you to buy back your time. We're going to help you to map out, as Christy was talking about, her promo calendar. We're going to help you to map out your 12-month lead generation roadmap. Phase 4, you get to plug into our Infinite Leads exposure engine. That's the giveaways that we run here. And in a moment, I will show you how our giveaway system works and how you plug into those. And we run, like I said, about 100 giveaways every year. You're going to get direct access into that system. We're going to show you in phase 5 how to play full out in giveaways, the way that Tom and Christy and everybody else in our group has been playing, because participation isn't passive. This phase is where you actually get to play and show up and learn and evolve and grow. It's an iterative process, and we're going to walk you through that. Phase 6 is mastering the long game mindset. Remember, as I told you early on, the quote when I was at Alex Hormozy's event, when he's talking about most people in the room there have been falling in for years. We didn't end up there overnight. You need to play a long game, no get-rich-quick scheme. And if you're looking for those, this is not the right place for that. This is a long-term business build strategy. And finally, in phase 7, we're going to show you how to convert those leads into sales with aligned offers. We're not just going to leave you with a big list. We're going to show you how to make money from that list, how to monetize it. Because leads don't pay the bills, customers do. And so that is the final phase of the 7 pieces. So you're going to get all of that. And this is what else you get as bonuses. Okay. You also get everything you need to actually execute. You're going to get live monthly coaching calls, 5 calls every month that you have access to. Participation is not mandatory. It's not even necessary if you're one of our members who really already has stuff dialed in. But we find that even folks like Tom, who's really a high roller, still comes to the calls because of the connections you make. We do 3 Ask Me Anything calls, and we do 2 community calls every month. We hope that you'll join us for those. You will also get to be a part of our community, where we have everything is set up inside of Mighty Networks, where you get to communicate with other members so you can build on those relationships, so you can start to collaborate more, get more partnerships going. We're also going to include our list building boot camp. which is a 15 module sprint that gets you live fast. This covers 4 parts and 15 modules. It's the big picture list strategy, how to create a better lead magnet mousetrap, list hygiene and maintenance, things that you need to know about maintaining your list, and then a whole segment on offers and conversions. All of these alone are worth more than the price of admission, and you get all of those as bonuses. Here's the video, by the way, if anybody came in late and you don't quite know what a giveaway is, there's the explainer video right on that page. Here's some quotes from some of our existing members, and you've met a few of them on the call today. And then the bottom line is we're going to go down here. We do have a performance guarantee. This is our 100% customer satisfaction guarantee. If you make this investment, it's at no risk to you because you're covered by our 1-year, 100% performance guarantee. If within 12 months of enrolling, after participating in at least 8 giveaways with payments in good standing, you've not grown your list by at least 2,000 new leads, you just need to show us your before and after list size, and we'll keep you going inside of Infinite Leads at no additional charge until we've delivered the leads we promised. Okay, so basically that brings it down to about $1 a lead, because you can get this whole system, one solution, one transformation right here for 3 payments of $749 a month or 1 payment in full of $1997. You get the complete list system, you get Aria, you get Leon, you get access to all of the giveaways that we run, live monthly coaching calls, insider community, the list building bootcamp, over $10,000 in value. You can get it all right now. You can secure your spot, pay in full at $1997. If you prefer to do it in 3 payments, you can do it in 3 monthly payments of $749 and you're in. It is still a 1-year membership program. You will be included throughout the entire year. You're going to get the hand holding along the way. You're going to get your lead machine in action so that you can solve the #1 problem of any business, which is lead flow. So I'm going to stop the share here, and I'm going to invite you guys to go back to your page if you have it there. If not, you can simply go to infinite-list.com. Krista will put that in the chat as well. We'll take you to the page that I just showed you. And we're going to open this up for questions now. We've still got about 20 minutes left till the end of our 6-hour live stream. I'm happy to answer any questions you have, either about the program, about your business, about anything you might be struggling with. I am a business strategist first and foremost, and it is one of the things that I do private coaching on quite a bit of, but also I'm happy to answer questions right here, right now on any of those elements, and especially if you have any questions around the event or becoming an Infinite Leads member through getting our list system.
Michael, I do want to say something real quick for
Please.
clarity, which let me just jump in. Is that the bonuses, the valuable bonuses that our faculty shared with you today are available as a bonus for people who join today. Well, you can still get the package and everything that we've done tomorrow or the next day. The bonuses are exclusively for today. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Thank you. I'm glad you brought that up, because that's also something that's not showing on the page is the bonuses that you get today. Okay, for fast action takers, which those bonuses are. You get the Client Attraction Summit. Okay, $1,497 ticket. You get that at no charge. So you get to go there. You get the free event from Christy as a VIP ticket for that. You get the videos produced by Jimbo Marshall, helping guide you to create those 3 amazing videos that are going to go on your pages. And you get, what was the other one that we had was from, 3 months of JB Directory. Okay, that's like a $497 value you're getting included. And then I think there was one other, am I missing one? Oh, Tom's thing. And so Tom will promote you. In addition to giving you a free ticket to Strategic Alliance Live, he is also going to promote your giveaway. So all of those are good when you sign up today. All right, Priscilla's got her hand up. Fire away.
Yes, I'll put it down. I was gonna private message. I was starting to private message Krista and say, you know, I don't, well, and then I thought I would just talk to you because you said, hey, open it up. So
Yeah.
what's great is, you know, they say when the student's ready, the teacher shows up. So I am returning to the stage as such, and as a coach and mentor for Women Call for More over 45 who've had a big life shift. They've been influential leaders, and very successful, but then life took them kind of out of the game and what they were known to do. And then now they're kind of post-divorce, post empty nesters, or a career that's no longer aligned, and they're going, is this all there is? Is there something more? And they're waking up and they're going, shit, I have all this talent and all this skill, and I'm not doing anything with it. And so I really help them identify what that big soul mission is. It's not like their why or the reason. It's kind of like what they were born to do in the first place in this time. And so my question to you is, I know, well, I should say, let me preface this. I know that you guys are both the right experts for me to build my list. So the question of the program is not even a question. That's the blessing in all of this. I've just invested to go into, I'm going to Hollywood. I've been invited for a talent competition. And
Nice.
so on the 1st and 2nd of December, it's Top Talent Agency. I don't know if you've heard of David Fagan.
David
know him
Fagan, yeah,
well.
we're friends with David.
Yeah, so I'm like literally just this week, I just made a purchase into that, and I've got, you know, I am very primed for this moment. Let's just put it that way. I mean, I've got a very good press pack, and I have also been on hold or stuck on pause for a little bit. So I'm ready to get back out there. And so I guess my question to you is, because obviously for me, it's being a really good steward of my finances. And there's always like, you know, when you're building this incredible empire, you're looking at where the gaps are, right? And you feel that you plug the biggest hole first, right? So for me, it is getting out there in leads in a list. And so I'm doing this event because that's a good publishing deal. And on the back end of that, I will be coming into this. My question to you is, how would you suggest, since you asked for coaching, how would you suggest I leverage that the most in terms of building a list?
Leverage the exposure you're going to be getting through Top Talent Agency.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm like, and I guess the thing is I don't have a big list right now in one place. I've just come into ClickFunnels, so that's my CRM I'm using.
Okay.
So I think probably, you know, I have within the people that I know and past clients and current network, kind of a warm network who are always watching me, like 100, right? I know that my influence has been great in the past, you know, and so I've just never been on list building, right? And so, yeah, given where I'm at now, what would be the first best next step that creates impact? Because I'm about impact and income, and the residual income that I have had in the past is not as fluid at the moment.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. So great question and challenge to bring up. And so I want to address this on multiple levels. One is, and one of the things that with Top Talent Agency and David Fagan and his group there is that it's a different kind of exposure. Okay.
Right.
It's exposure in publications, exposure on television programs, and that type of exposure. And while that is absolutely great, and I think everybody should try to go for some of that if it's in your wheelhouse at all and of your interest, the challenge with it is that people will see you, but they'll see you once. And as most of you know, if you've had anything to do in the advertising space at all, you know that we need multiple touch points to close a deal. So my recommendation is, whenever you're doing something like that, and you know you've got one chance at them, to have a way, if at all possible, to offer something that will give a second point of contact. Now, let's break this down on a couple of things. One is if it's a publication, typically you're not going to be able to do anything other than what you can put maybe in your byline. And for those of you who don't know what your byline is, it's at the bottom of an article. If you're the writer of the article, you would put here, this article was written by so and so, and you might be able to put a website in there, which is always a plus. Okay. Because then if at least they go to your website, and then they can end up opting in to your list, because you want to set up multiple touch points. Okay, so how can you convert a single touch point into multiple with the most ease? Now, going on podcasts as an example, I always tell podcasters, man, it's great if you've got your own show, because when you're on someone else's podcast, you could say, hey, check out my podcast over here. It's a quick plug for your own show. You might be able to do something like that in an article, in a written article, and you could probably do it in a TV interview if you have your own other show to send people to. So if you're, or a book or whatever, like if, let's say you're being interviewed, if Priscilla was interviewing me here, I could say, oh, Priscilla, that's a great question. As a matter of fact, it's one of the things I talked about in my podcast called Mornings with Michael and Krista, episode 7. I mean, you could even go into detail like that. But the idea is that people listening, if they're interested, they now have another touch point with you.
Yeah.
So that's how I would capitalize on those types of connections. And some of it may be even asking, hey, can I plug something? And if they'll let you, then yes, plug it. If you've got a lead magnet ready and they're willing to let you offer that to the world, absolutely. Most of the time, they're probably not going to be willing, but if they are, and it's certainly worth asking, I would do that.
Well, no, and thank you so much. No, that's fantastic, because the first thing I did, and I spoke to Jimbo, I was like, Jimbo, I have this opportunity. And so it's great. Like, their thing is turn business people into celebrities and celebrities into business people. Like, I don't need, like, I've worked in fashion in London and, in the early 2000s, and I was a fashion stylist, and I've been around, I've been in that world. And so I don't need to, for me, I'm not interested in being a celebrity. If the notoriety is there because of my mission that I'm serving, fine. But I don't need to be like, I know who I am without all that.
Yeah.
And so, but what they did say, it's important of like, it's who knows you. So I do understand that as a platform. I have asked them whether or not I can have a pitch at the end of it, but it's not a summit. I'm going to be speaking to judges at that time, and it's for me to get, first prize, $150,000 publishing deal, which I think at that point, the more success I have, then if they're acting as the agent, then they'll making money for me.
Yeah.
And that's like a win-win situation. I can't imagine that they would say, oh, we're going to have you an interview, but you can't share your byline.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, and that's a great question, because I haven't thought that far ahead. I'm just getting my slide deck and press back ready. But this is great. So I will be purchasing your product. I won't be doing it today, because I'm just doing one step at a time. And I just, I'm really grateful. Jimbo really literally just sent me this information, I think on Monday, or, and so this was the right timing for me. And I'm glad I was able to make most of it. Sorry for some distractions I had.
That's okay. That's awesome. It's great to have you here, and we look forward to having you in the program whenever you are ready.
Yeah.
And again, it's, hey, I get that some of you may not be ready today. There may be a variety of reasons why you're not ready today. Some of which could be you just invested in another program. Like I said, we teach the buyer's pyramid. I totally get it. And if you are ready though today, we do want to just keep reminding you the incentive of all of these extra bonuses that you get when you join today, which could be a real game changer. And the reality of it too is that it is a year-long program. We're going to get you rolling pretty quickly and start growing your list pretty quickly, and everything else will elevate quickly. So you could potentially make that money back right away. So if it is a financial issue, just understand that we're also going to help you to turn it around and make money. And as Tom mentioned, his recommendation, which I totally get 100%, jump on in, refer 3 or 4 people, your membership's paid for. because of the commissions that you're going to be making on that. So already you've made it back pretty quickly. Okay. Any other questions that we have from anybody in the group? Anybody looking at the stuff? We've got people jumping in already. Excited to have y'all in here. Welcome to the program. Those of you who are jumping in, here we got a question in the chat. What is a good, simple, not expensive CRM to use? Yeah, Chris answered, yes, there are many. Now, I obviously have some favorites. I've tried pretty much all of them at one point or another because I'm always looking for a better mousetrap. And currently we are using Entreport is our main system for our member portal, which, by the way, I think now might be a good time to give you all a little show and tell of what membership looks like inside Infinite List and Infinite Leads. So here is my home screen for my own personal account. I'm going to pop that open here for you. Okay, so when you are a member, you will get access to our member portal here, and you will put in your information, your bio, your headshot, your contact info. And down here, these are giveaways that I'm currently hosting. This is a giveaway that I have running right now called Content That Converts Toolkit. Here's another one I have coming up on December 8th through 28th, the New Media Messaging Toolkit. Okay, these are giveaways that I'm running. Now, below that are past giveaways I've run. And then below that are my stored lead magnets. You see, I've got 4 of them stored in here. Here's the one I was talking about, my How to Launch a Rockin' Podcast in Just 14 Days. And here's the other one I mentioned earlier, the Lead Magnet Playbook. These are all stored inside my system. Next in our member dashboard are the giveaways that I'm currently in. So this giveaway is running now. It's been running since November 3rd, and it will end on November 23rd. So we got a couple more days on this one. The Manifest and Monetize giveaway. And there's the lead magnet I have in it. So I can look at a glance and go, okay, that's the lead magnet that I have in that giveaway. This is the Love Evolution gift bundle, which started on the 18th and runs through December 8th. This one just opened. And in this one, I have a different lead magnet called Rewrite Your Game, 5 Steps to Freedom First Relationships. Chris and I also work in the world of relationships. This is her giveaway that she's running here, Love Evolution gift bundle. And so we have a lead magnet that's really dialed in for that type of a giveaway. So what you would do as a member is you would go to the giveaway calendar, and it'll take a second for that page to shift, but I've already clicked on the link here. Come on. It's trying. It's taken a little bit to move. I hope it's not that I've jammed up my system from having so many things open and running right now. Krista, is my screen frozen over on your end?
I see New Media Messaging Toolkit.
Okay. I'm seeing, oh, there it goes. It took a little bit, but it finally shifted to the giveaway calendar. So in the giveaway calendar, the first part of it, we have instructions so that you don't get fouled up. But once you've done it a time or two, it's like you won't even need those. You just go down and you look for the next giveaway. So get clients in the new year. This is the one Charlotte and Jesse are hosting. They have coming up December 1 through 21. Quantum Prosperity Accelerator. Okay, this one is from Dr. Louise Schwartz-Walter. Okay, that one is coming up on December 1 through 21 as well. So you can see we have 2 giveaways running concurrently. You could be in one or both if both seem like a fit for what your business is. Here's my New Media Messaging Toolkit. People can still sign up for that. Scalable Coach Resource Bundle. The Joint Venture Mastery Giveaway, another giveaway that I'm hosting around joint ventures. Here's the AI in Action from Virginia Parsons. Tools for Conscious Living. Wealth Empowerment from Michael Hessian. So you can see all the different giveaways with different subject matters are all available right there. And that's how you go and you sign up. And you just pick whichever ones you want to be in. And of course, we coach you through all of the elements of how to use the system in the most effective way for you. We help you to dial in your lead magnet to get maximum conversions. We help you find the right giveaways. And when you're ready to host, we're ready to do it for you. So I want you to just, again, I'm going to hone in on the ticket price here of joining, the investment, $1,997 if you pay in full. I want you to get this because this is critical. When Tom first hired me to do a done-for-you giveaway service, it was $4,000. Okay, that was the cost for my team to set up his giveaway for him and run it for him, $4,000. Inside Infinite Leads, you pay $2,000 to be in the list system, $1,997, and guess what? Hosting is included. We run it for you, and you don't pay anything extra for that. So I just want to be real clear so that everybody understands the ultimate value of all of the stuff you get, and you get all of the leads on top of that. We do all of the labor for you. So it really is incredible what you can do with the system. And that's why Tom and so many of our other joiners and the founding members have said from the beginning, wow, this is such a no-brainer. I see, Krista, I see your hand up, but I also see some questions in the chat.
I'm just waving.
Oh, you're
Caroline
waving.
is saying, I have to run. I would hope to see you on the inside. So
Okay.
very good. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Carol.
For being
Yes,
here.
Caroline just joined. I saw her come through. Looking forward to it, Caroline. We will be connecting with you real soon.
Great. Thanks.
Priscilla says, is there a hold me spot with 7 days to figure out pay in full or the partial payment? Is there a spot? Well, what we could do is this. If you wanted to do, you could start with the 3 pay. And if you decide to do full pay later, let us know, and then we'll just adjust it to the balance of it. So that way you're not crammed up with it. Okay. Do you have an affiliate? Kay's asking, do you have an affiliate program for promoting your giveaways? Well, it's built into the giveaways. So whenever you're participating in the giveaways, you are actually promoting the giveaway too, as are the other participants. So as Tom was mentioning as well, you get 30 people in that, we're all promoting the same giveaway. So all of you are going to grow your list. And the great news is in giveaways, you don't pay any commissions. Okay. So yes, we do have that. And we do have an affiliate program for promoting Infinite Leads as a system. But with it, once you're in, you promote the giveaways from playing inside those. All right. And I have a hand up from Lucy. Lucy, fire away. Going to bring you up in the spotlight here with us.
Thank you.
You bet.
So the offer is awesome. I have been needing handholding. And so I'm really excited about just the whole funnel system, right? Leads to conversions. So my brain is all in, but I also know to check in with my soul, and my soul is feeling neutral, which is much better than negative.
Okay.
But so then my brain tries to go into the mode of like, well, okay. So my question then that comes up from that questioning, that line of where I'm going is my ideal client is more or less Christian. And I know more often in the, not always, but more often in the personal development space, we're more in the like energy work kind of people. And I can speak that language, but my ideal clients don't necessarily like to go there. Am I going to find, like if my, like if I participate in your giveaways, am I going to find my clients in your network?
That is a great question. And it's not an easy answer. It's kind of a complex answer. So, but I'm going to try to make it simple. So it's kind of like this. We have people in a variety of different niches, and some of them, as an example, only serve women. Okay. My list is comprised of well, when you get to a list size of over 40,000, it's going to be a lot of men, a lot of women, a lot of Christians, a lot of other ethnicities, a lot of other religions. It's going to be a mix. And so my recommendation is that the way you play is you look at it from a two-pronged strategy. One is, how many of my ideal clients can I get out of this, which I think you will find you'll do well with. But the other part is, how can I still grow my list of people who may not be ideal clients, but make me a better partner for other people to play with as well? Okay, because that is going to be the piece that supplements your income through your affiliate revenue. It's going to boost you to play at bigger and bigger tables. And in the meantime, in the playing at those bigger tables, you will continue to just get more of your right fit clients as well.
Would you
mhm.
please say that second one again?
Yeah. The other part of it is going to be that it's when you grow your list by not all right clients. So as an example, let's say I serve only women, okay? And we have several of our members who serve women. Their list will be comprised of a lot of men. Now, one could look at that and go, oh, I don't want them. I want them all off of my list. Well, that's not really serving you, because you're better off to allow that to still be on your list, okay? Because it makes you a better JV partner for other people, and other people will now promote you more. So what I'm saying is, don't worry about everybody being a right fit on your list, especially because they're not all going to buy from you anyway.
Yeah.
But play the list game, because it will supplement this side revenue stream as well. So, and then the other piece that I want to speak to with you, Lucy, and I totally get where you're coming from, of your soul is neutral. Okay, with that, I totally get it. So I just want to tune into that for a moment. We often, and this goes for everybody, even though I'm talking to Lucy on this, but the reality is this can apply to all of us in any aspect of what we do in the world. We often will get something in our head. It can sound logical and it can make sense, but we might have this other part of us that's not fully on board yet. Okay. Some people, you could call that intuition. You could call that spirit. You could call it soul. We have one of our friends teaches soul alignment even. And she might have gotten disconnected completely. So she's not going to catch this part of the response, but still with everybody else, or maybe Lucy will catch it in playback, is that we often want to tune into that part as well and listen to what that's telling us. Now, in her case, it was neutral. But what I would do in my case, and this is what I would recommend to anybody, and partially when, like what we talked about with Charlotte with heart selling, is that you want to speak to someone from that level. And so I would say this to Lucy, and unfortunately, maybe she'll make it back on, but I would say this to Lucy from the soul side, is that Krista and I are committed to you having what you need. We're committed to you having your success. As a matter of fact, I like to think of it as like, I'm taking a stand for you until you're able to stand for yourself. And that's why we created this company. It's why we do what we do in the way that we do it. You know, I did not have to sit here for 6 hours straight on a Friday after we've been so busy and all this stuff, but that's my commitment to what I'm here to serve with. And this is part of me being of service. When I first created, I'll just do a little backstory. I know we're at the 6-hour mark and we may be losing people. But when I first created my podcast, Consciously Speaking, one of the things that was part of my mission with that is that I wanted to wake the world up one person at a time. Okay, that was my mission. And in a way, this is still part of my mission, what I'm doing right now. I look at it like this. I cannot impact everybody in the world. I can impact as many as I can, okay? What I can do to make that bigger is I can help you to impact more and more people in the world. And that is my way of impacting the world. I know that it may sound a little, I haven't articulated it like this, so it's different for me to say it this way, but the reality is that me helping you helps the world, is I guess in a nutshell. And so that's what I'm here to do, and I'm excited to be a part of that. Let's see what B said. And you can ask the men on your list if there are women in their life. Exactly. Yes. People on your list who may not be the right fit. You can also write to them about people that they know that are a right fit. And you can change direction. Like I said, yeah, absolutely. B, you are spot on with that advice. I'm sorry that Lucy is not back in the room to see, but maybe she'll catch the recording piece of this later. So Any other questions at all around the offer, around your business, around how our system works? I'm still here and happy to answer any questions you may have. So just raise a hand. I know we've gone over 6 hours, but I'm happy to stay as long as there are questions. I'm not seeing any hands go up, so that makes me feel good in a way that I've explained things well. I've totally put everybody to sleep. I'm hoping that it'll be the first one.
If you're sleeping, it's time to wake up because you can actually turn it off in 2
Exactly.
minutes. But first, make
Exactly.
sure you go grab the link.
Okay, yes.
And
So
check out
grab the
the-
link. Go to infinite-list.com. It's really easy to remember, infinite-list.com. Krista put in the long version of it, but that'll work
click
as
it.
well.
Yeah.
Click on that link, go and get signed up today. Take advantage of all the bonuses, jump into our system. We're here to support you. We're here to help you solve your business problems. We're here to help you grow a business. If you're new, I know we had someone say earlier, oh, but I don't have a list yet. Doesn't matter. We are here to help you grow. I don't care if your list is 0. I don't care if you're just starting out. The list system will kickstart your business. So I hope that you will jump in and join us and play with us today. We're excited to have you be a part of it. I'm excited to be of service to you and what you're up to in the world. So go. You have until midnight tonight. We'll keep it open till midnight Pacific time because we're midnight Eastern, but I know we have a lot of folks tuning in from the West Coast. So until midnight Pacific, you will still get to be able to take advantage of all of those other bonuses. But I also want to add this. We're only doing this as a cohort of no more than 100 people. So this video recording is going to go out to everybody who opted in for this. The offer will go out to everybody who opted in, even if they didn't show up. We'd love to have you be a part of it. Please be one of the first ones. Take advantage of the bonuses, and we will be playing with you real soon. Chris, is there anything you want to say before we wrap it up?
No, we just appreciate everybody being here. And as Michael said, we take a stand for your vision and your mission and getting what you want to do out into the world. And this is how we can support you in doing that. There's something really beautiful and wonderful about working with people where they actually they feel themselves in the game. They're doing it. They have the clients. They know how to get more clients. They're getting invited to speak, like Christy talked about. We want you to be in that place in your business where you're in it in such a good way, making the impact that you want, serving the clients that you feel called to serve. And we're here to help you make that happen.
Absolutely. So don't delay, jump in now. We're excited to play with you. We appreciate you hanging out. We know we have a lot of people who've been here throughout the entire day. Dr. Art Ekstat, you've been here the entire day. There's probably some others, but your name stands out, really easy to recognize as someone who's been here from the top of it all. Appreciate you.
Yes, please, of course, join the Facebook group, join the YouTube channel. Those are both on the event page. The buttons are there.
Yep.
Join both of those. You can talk to us through the Facebook group. You can learn a ton through through the YouTube videos, and then we'll see you on the inside.
Yeah. So even if you're not able to sign up right now, definitely come and join us. There's a question from B. Do you do tutorials videos with Leon and Ari together, or do they have classes to do together? We do some hand holding to teach you how to use Ari and Leon. So that is included in the program. And so be sure to check it out for that. We had another question. Will you update us for the code for Tom? Yes, we will send that out to everybody who was in attendance. So definitely, we will get that going. You'll also get a link to the replay. Now, again, even if you watch the replay, some of the bonuses will go away. Some of the stuff will still stick, as you see on the page, but some of the bonuses will go away, but you will get the full replay. If you feel like you missed anything today and you feel like you don't have enough ammunition, enough information to join, my recommendation is join. you will, I guarantee you, it will change everything about your business when you start to grow your list in a sustainable way that is really going to put you on the map. And as part of that, I also just wanted to say, because Gary, you had mentioned that, and I'm not saying that this is an issue here, but anybody who's saying, hey, maybe you're not able to sign up at this time. Now, I understand for some people, it could be you can't sign up at this time because $749, you don't have the first payment. I totally get that. If that's the case, let us know, because we can work with you to make an easier payment program if that is what it takes to get you started. Okay, so I just wanted to put that out. I'm not saying that that is your Gary. Okay, it is. Yes, the price is beyond the budget at this time. So a couple of things. One is, like I said, if this seems like a program that you know would work for you and you really want to get in, reach out to us. We do have the the 749 3-payment plan we had talked about, and I think I'm going to go ahead and just make it available right now, just in case this would work for any of you. You won't find this on the main page, but we considered, and I'm going to just make this available to you guys, especially here today. If you want, we can do a 6-pay at $397. Now, I don't know that that's going to make the difference between from $747 to $397, but maybe that does. Maybe that makes it a little more within your monthly budget. It does spread out over 6 payments, and it does end up being a little bit more because we're eating, a lot of the absorption costs on what happens with that. But that is available. I just put the link in there. If that would make a difference for anyone, you can join at the 6-pay. And also, if you decide to join at 6-pay, and then all of a sudden you have some money flow in, and want to save money and jump to the pay in full plan, like we mentioned earlier, we can do that as well. So I put the link in there for anybody that may make the difference. And if it still doesn't make enough difference, feel free to reach out to us. We're here to serve you. We want to make sure that you're taken care of and that you grow your business, because we want you making money. Because when you start making more money through having great lead flow, you'll be able to afford more of the stuff that we do. Krista and I do a lot of things. We host the New Media Cruise. We're going to be releasing a new program called The Game coming up. We'd love to have you guys play with us there. So we want to help you to get the foundation to grow your business so you can play with us a lot more. All right. When is the present deadline? This Sunday. The deadline for the special bonuses is tonight at midnight, but it's Friday. It's the weekend. Okay, let's extend it to Sunday. Okay, so we will extend the deadline to Sunday night at midnight. Okay, Sunday night at midnight Pacific time. So if some of you are working, okay, I see these offers now, I just got to get the cash together, jump in, do it. Okay, and we'll give you until Sunday in case you need to wrangle that together. Because our commitment, like I said, is to getting you in the system, getting you up and earning, and we're willing to bend to be able to make that happen for you. So hopefully that'll work. Is there a longer deadline without the bonuses? Without the bonuses, the deadline is when we get to 100 people in this cohort. Now, once we have 100 people in this cohort, it will be shut down, and then we will start a new cohort next time around, which will probably be maybe 6 months. So if you don't get in this time because it closes because we fill up, then you could get in later. All right. Okay. Well, if there are no other questions, I hope I've handled all the ones from the chat. I don't see any more hands going up. So Gary asked, a 12-payment plan could be possible. We could talk about that and see what we can do to get you set with that. Gary, I'm totally open to that. So just pop an email to us. You can write to member@infinite-list.com. If any of you have a personal request or question or something that may help there, member@infinite-list.com. Krista just put that into the chat. Drop us an email and we will be here to support you. As you heard from some of our clients here today, Chris and I, we love meeting our clients in person. We're very people friendly. We love what we do. We enjoy our lives. We enjoy supporting entrepreneurs. We enjoy you guys. We appreciate you being here, sharing your time with us today. That's your most valuable commodity. It was great getting to know some of you through the chat, jumping up with the questions, and we hope that you will be playing with us for a long time into the future. So thank you, everybody, for coming today. We'll catch you very soon inside the program or inside anything else that we do. You're on my mailing list, so please keep reading, follow our YouTube channel, join our Facebook group, and we'll catch you guys real soon. Ciao, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving.